I don't want any of the rest of you leaving.
Oh no, Cox.
T minus 30 seconds. T minus 20 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here to get through this thing called B-Sides. Electric word, B-Sides. That feels like forever, and that's a mighty long time. But I'm here to tell you, there's something else. Roger Corman, ladies and gentlemen, the man, the myth, the legend, the legacy, the teacher, the professional, purveyor of culture, things you didn't even know Roger Corman brought to the world. He did. I am joined tonight by a 4/6 panel. Oh, there he is.
Hey,
I was told there would be no math.
someone bumped a plug somewhere in the house. It wasn't me.
Was there a crab monster in your gear? Or
Yeah, well, when isn't there?
Hello, everyone. Hello.
Hello.
Tonight is a very special night. We wouldn't have B-Sides without him. We're paying tribute and trying to celebrate the life of Roger Corman. And I'm not going to cry in the first hour, I swear. It's been moving, looking into all this material and doing a lot of extra research that I normally just don't bother doing. But I think we've all been touched, and I want to thank everyone in the chat for coming. We're going to keep the intros very, very short tonight because we got a lot to talk about. But Barbara, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Well, about as well as I was 3 minutes ago in the kitchen.
That's true.
Smylexx, how are you, my friend?
Oh, I'm just amazing. I mean, I'm obviously dressed in black. I'm clearly still in a period of mourning, but I'm here.
You're
and I'm
crab
ready
busting.
to
Crab busting.
absolutely crab busting.
Great avatar as always. We
Thank you.
appreciate that. Always look forward to that. Jethro, you got your Cox
Hello.
in line, or you're connected?
Yes, you know it. Yeah,
Are you in the Matrix?
I was able to stick my Cox where it belonged, and now I'm on the internet. Oh shit! Right, Dabney Coleman died.
Yeah, that was a few days ago. Yeah.
Oh wow!
Oh, I missed
Dabney Coleman.
Seriously?
Another
I
patron
thought,
saint on B-Sides.
I thought he died like a while ago.
I've thought that about several people that I see, but no.
I'm gonna say so did I.
I
Yep.
thought that
Oh,
about
wow.
Nelson Mandela, and I was wrong like 3 times.
Yeah.
I was watching on Golden Pond last week. I just watched it last week again. First time
Oh,
forever.
Smylexx, you old poop.
You won't poop.
Happy birthday.
Professor R2 is with us.
Feed me.
Professor R2 is a purple people eater. That's pretty great. Look at that, folks. AI isn't all bad.
Hello.
Look at that.
Greetings, all.
Thanks
All
for joining
nice.
us. We specifically bumped a couple of people to have you on because
Whoa.
if people don't know it, R2 is a professor of Mystery Science 3000 and all things B movies.
All-knowing B-movie guy. No, I've seen quite a few in my day, yes.
Yeah.
And I did some research, too, so
Wow.
all the
right.
better.
You can move to the head of the class. There you go. And as always, much like glitter, you can't get rid of Emperor Goodwin. Hello, my friend.
Craft herpes. That's what
Yes.
glitter is. Yep.
I wasn't going to say it to your face, but
Well,
yeah.
look, it'll show up eventually. The telltale signs will be there.
Just
I'll see you at the genital sink.
go to the sink and wash up as
Yep.
usual.
Exactly.
Then I'm going to check your nails and your foreskin. All right, folks. Let's
The land before skin.
I always knew you could bump people around like old Java chat, but I never really played with it much. Well, there we go. Let's go around the horn, as they say. I'll give each of you 3 minutes to just give your own personal little casual tribute. We don't need a full eulogy, but any facts or anything, any thoughts, opinions about Roger Corman. Go ahead, Barbara. Your time starts now. Mr.
I was
Ooh.
the man was a legend. I mean, and I honestly I feel like his greatest legacy, not just films, but how many people he mentored
Mhm.
and gave their break to. I mean, the list is endless. It just goes on and on. And people that I wasn't even expecting to see on it, like Irvin Kershner,
Yeah.
just amazing.
Gary
And
Kurtz as
amazing.
well.
Yeah.
The sequel master, the Kirshner himself.
The Kirshner. Yeah, sometimes referred to as the University of Corman or the Roger Corman School.
Film school, yeah. Corman Film School.
Absolutely amazing. Jay, anything you want to throw out?
Yeah, everybody's kind of aware of the tremendous output. It was like, I think, 350 movies over his career. A lot of B movies or whatever. You certainly are aware of the number of great filmmakers and actors that got their break with Roger Corman. But the one thing that I appreciated going back and doing some homework on his career and how he did what he did is not only the innovation of, and by the way, he innovates multiple times, right? It's not just, I'm going to do the same thing over and over again. He sees a market niche, he switches, he does what he does, and then he has enough good sense on the timing to switch to something else. But the genius of that he shows in developing a process that is efficient, but he also has this great understanding of human psychology, both from the audience side, but also from the work side, and that he was constantly working on that. Because he was educated as an engineer, you really kind of see that hand in a lot of what he does, right? That he's constantly trying to make things more efficient. He's always learning from what's going on. I'm more in awe of him now than I ever was.
Great words. Well said. Yeah, absolutely agreed. Smylexx, your turn. You're at bat.
Hey, for me, Roger Corman is just one of those guys that's always been around. I don't think you realize just how far and wide that legacy goes until you start delving into the IMDb's and the various places like that, because it's just how many. I mean, I think Barbara's just mentioned it. It's just how many other people he gave a break to, and how many people he's touched. I mean, I'm a huge Jack Nicholson fan, so for me, I don't think we would have. I'm not even really sure if we would have really got Jack Nicholson were it not for Roger putting him into cheap
Likely
westerns.
not. Likely not.
And there's so many more. I mean, we'll be going through the list as we go, I'm sure. But directors like Jonathan Demme and Ron Howard. I mean, they're so different as well. Everybody coming from that school, they've gone on to do wildly different things with their careers, but they all have that same love and affection for him. When you hear about them talking about his passing recently, and in fact, in some of the things I've just sent, I sent to you this week, some of those people were talking that way about him a decade ago.
Yes.
There's a love for him that goes really deep in Hollywood.
There's a reason they keep bringing him into their movies, right?
Totally, yeah. So I mean, we will not see his like again. I don't think.
No.
You rarely hear anyone speak we rarely hear anyone speak poorly of him. I don't think in all of the hours and hours of footage I watched for this, I saw anyone that didn't love Roger. That's amazing.
That's the feel you get.
Yeah. Professor R2, your elevator eulogy.
Oh goodness! I mean, everyone's already said so much that I would just repeat. He was this amazing creative. I guess I can give a little quote here from Martin Scorsese. It said, Roger Corman is not only a great mentor, he is an artist, the best kind of artist, able to nurture and inspire talent in a generous way. And I think that's how a lot of people in Hollywood really saw him. A lot of people outside of Hollywood, they knew him as the king of B movies.
Right. Which isn't a bad thing to be.
No. I mean,
here's a lot more.
Here's the thing. He almost never lost money on any of that. He made money hand over fist in these films because he knew what films.
The movie he lost money on was The Intruder.
Yeah, that was his first one. Yeah,
he learned his lesson.
And it also was the best reviewed. It had the best critic review.
It's one of only two films that actually gets more than a 6.5 on IMDb. It's one of only two that he directed out of 55 titles.
Yeah, he made money out of his first 17 features from his very first film, which he made with money he begged, borrowed, and almost stole from people, and credits he got at labs to get his film processed and everything. Like, he was making money on those movies because he had a mind for it. And of course, we'll get to talk about it more later. Some of the different lessons that people learned from him and his ideas about how he made films and so on. But he was just so incredibly creative. He knew how to put every last cent that he had on that screen and make it look good. Maybe it didn't look great. It didn't look like a $20 million picture, but he didn't spend $20 million on it. He spent $200,000 on it and made it look at least half as good as what was being made by some of those that were making pictures that were 100 times the budget of what he was making. Yeah. So he really was just a genius in a lot of ways. And of course, like we've all done a little bit of research. We've seen a lot of videos. We've watched a lot of stuff thinking about, who he was and how he made films and stuff. So I'm sure we'll get to talk more about that.
We're going to have lots of juicy discussion tonight.
Yeah, there's like a running gag about his
cheapness.
His cheapness, and it was something to the tune of like Roger Corman could negotiate the production of a film from a payphone, then shoot the film in the booth, and then finance it from the money left over in the change slot.
Yes. Which is there's a callback to in The Howling where Joe Dante has him go in the phone booth, and the first thing he does is reach into the change slot to see if there's any money before he makes the call.
What a great description. Okay, Jethro, you're betting clean up. What do you have for Roger?
What I can tell you is that I love Dick Miller, and he is a man who did not get a leading role except in the well underappreciated.
You don't have to be a big dick to be a great dick.
No. I mean, he's kind of a slippery dick.
It's really in the delivery. I mean, that's really
but
sort of a backdoor dick, really.
Yeah,
comes in and out, and
you can make his dick stretch further than you would expect. That's the
thing. But in a bucket of blood, you find a dick I can relate to, and
we almost did Bucket of Blood. It was very close to the top.
That is a classic.
He he is given the opportunity to own it, and I also just want to talk for a moment about X, the Man with X-Ray Eyes, which is a film I saw Roger Corman speak before and answer questions about afterwards. And he was talking about how this was, not only a film he made in less than 2 weeks, but also one of his proudest achievements. And if you watch as much as I can, you can tell just exactly how many times you're looking at the same set. It's amazing. But it is an incredible, incredible film. And Ray Milland is an amazing actor. He won an Academy Award, but he won it for The Lost Weekend, which kind of branded him as a wild man's actor and got him kind of stuck in the same place that, Malcolm McDowell found himself.
Yeah, Raymond Land has really great range. Yeah,
it happens, and it was also escalated by the fact that he was in fact an alcoholic.
Sure,
but Roger Corman gave him several opportunities later in his career to really shine, and I wish that I had kind of meant to print out one of his monologues, excuse me, in X, because they are so wonderful and he does such an incredible job selling them. It's like the special effects in X are pretty cool, all around. It's a really fun movie to watch, but what really makes it is just the fever pitch of Ray Milland. He is selling the idea that being able to see X-ray and beyond X-ray would indeed drive you mad, but also compel you to continue doing it and act like a jackass. It's so great.
Yeah,
so
great.
Great.
He sells that slowly going mad thing really well.
Yeah. And it is actually an edited ending. There was an original effect where Ray Milland tears his eyes out, and you see red where his eyes were. And sorry about the spoilers, but just watch the fucking movie anyway. You're not going to remember this.
Yeah.
And instead, for some reason, they're black. No explanation. It's just the edit that had to happen in order for that to show in theaters. But
wow.
I loved finding out, just finding out that was one of Roger Corman's favorite films of his career, because it is my all-time favorite Roger Corman film. And it is one time there was a print screening, and I insisted several of my friends went, and I just I don't know if they ever got it,
Well, they certainly gave it to you afterwards. Right?
Yeah, probably. But all I wanted was them to look into it. I was like, look into this movie. Listen.
Those are not true friends.
Gaze upon it and despair.
It's just so great. If you're listening, if you could hear the sound of my voice, watch X, The Man with X-Ray Eyes, and pray they don't remake it.
Oh God!
They've talked about it.
Every once in a while, you see people online saying why don't they, just go back and remake bad movies instead of ruining all the good movies? I'm like, don't you touch my bad movies.
Yeah.
You leave Roger Corman alone.
Yeah. Years and years
ago. Yeah, because when they do that, we get Rebel Moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, they make it worse. They spend a lot more money, but they make it worse.
You keep mentioning that, and I'm going to have to watch this thing.
No, don't.
I don't think you need
No,
to.
you keep bringing it up, and
it's not bad in the good way. It's not bad in the good way.
If it's modern day schlock, I got to check it out.
No, it's not. No,
it is worse than schlock.
No,
yeah, it's not even schlock. It's just
watch a trusted person's review of it. I will be happy to recommend them to you, but don't go there. Don't do that to yourself.
I mean, there are some sins you need to pay for. The cats, for example. So maybe you should watch it as
I was
penance.
thinking the same. Yeah. Maybe you should watch it twice.
It's worth mentioning. I did go see Cats in the theater, so I feel like maybe those sins balance each other out somehow.
You were talking about how often he reused the sets for the movie.
Oh yeah.
He actually
we'll see some tonight.
We'll see some tonight.
Mm-hmm.
But he made the movie The Terror over the course of a weekend because the actors and the sets were still available. Because he had finished The Raven ahead of schedule.
Yep. Yeah, he finished The Raven, and he's like, I can't let these sets go to waste. What can I do with this?
Get on this horse. We'll just run.
Yeah.
We'll just run the camera. Just do that. And
You're talking about The Terror, right?
You're right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh, fuck that movie.
I'll
tell you something else. I sell VHS tapes, and it is like if you buy lots, like that is one of those titles that's unavoidable.
Yeah.
Like you are always winding up with more and more copies of the fucking Terror, and no one wants it.
Yeah.
And no matter which tape you watch, it doesn't make sense. Oh, maybe this will be the one. Nope, this one's also. What the hell?
I have a
That movie actually recognizes it because it stops in the middle and explains a bunch of shit that still doesn't help.
Jesus Christ.
Miller stops and explains.
Yes.
the movie to you.
Yes.
Yeah, I have a
Who was
very
mute like
cherry,
the entire time.
like the classic media, the Terror release where they had like flaps on both sides, and it's in great fucking shape. No one wants it.
It's the
Useless.
Nuki of our generation.
Nuki. Oh, jeez. Yeah. Oh, you're
I
talking
need to
about
watch this Nuki too, because I've never
Oh.
seen Nuki, and now
Oh,
I'm seeing
no.
references to Nuki.
Yeah.
I need to see that. Like, if it's worse than Mac and Me, raise your hand if you've seen that.
No, it's
God.
worse.
It
It's
is
worse than Mac and Me.
worse than Mac and Me.
It's worse than Mac and Me, and I don't know how that's possible.
There's a good
It's
reason that
true.
Red Letter Media put 100 copies of Nuki through a wood chipper.
Exactly.
They did it.
And then sold one online to some crazy person for charity. Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
shit.
The his
Is that the
economy.
movie? That's the wood
That's the
chipper
one.
movie. Oh,
that's
okay.
the one. That's the one that they had a whole wall full of, and then
Right, and they would always be like,
wood
"Okay,
chipper.
it's best of the worst," and Nuki would never be in
It's
it.
never going to be there.
Because
Yeah.
there's the Jerry Maguire what is the name of that? Everything is Terrible. They did like a collection of that Jerry Maguire, the Show Me the Money fucking movie.
Oh,
Mhm.
Yes.
They collected thousands of those and built like sets with them and stuff. And you would think that would
Yeah.
kind of like raise the price of your own copy of Jerry Maguire. Nope,
No, it
No.
doesn't.
they are not really
R2,
worth
did
the
you have something you
goddamn
wanted to
thing.
throw in a second?
Well, I was going
ago?
to say we were talking about the sets and how economical he was with stuff like that. And it was kind of hilarious because there are some stories, and I don't know maybe what little interviews and little bits and pieces you might have to show later and what other people have seen. But one of the stories that he was telling some of the directors he would work with would be like, "Well, I'm doing a shoot, and there's sort of like there's this building or castle or whatever, but I mean I can move around. And it's just going to be the same castle. What am I supposed to do? Like, I just have this one place to shoot stuff." He's like, "Okay, you build a fake wall,
Yep.
and you get some barrels, and you paint one of them red, and you paint one of them brown, and then in one shot you go on this side of the castle and you put the wall here and the barrels in front of it, and then the next one you put the wall here and the barrels next to it, and then the third one you move to the other side of the castle and you put the wall here and you put one of the barrels here and the other one's on fire." And then you do. He's like, and all of the people will never know. They'll never know that you
They'll
were
never
that you were
know.
not somewhere completely different.
Get a big velvet bedspread and hang that up in one corner.
Yeah.
And next time, hang it up in the other corner.
And don't worry, eventually we'll cut to the barn burning stock footage that we shot in one movie and then reused in all of the movies after
Yes,
that.
yes,
Yeah.
and
My
yeah,
advice
that was.
to you is put some boobs in front of that castle, and
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's that. So,
And also, I'm not
he
bringing
was-
any lights, so nobody's going to
Yeah.
see any of this shit anyway.
So,
Hey,
yeah,
that's one movie, okay?
Yeah,
One
yeah.
movie. All right. Just
got
If they would have lit that barn on fire, we would have been able to
Yeah.
see some shit. But
But-
sadly, no, that didn't happen.
no, we're
He
gonna
was-
see everything tonight.
yeah, he was
We're
absolutely
shooting
the
night
king.
for night.
Yeah.
Yes.
shooting.
He was the king of reusing stuff, not just reusing sets or filming multiple scenes on the same sets. He would reuse footage from movie to movie. In fact, one of the biggest stories recently for him in recent memory was, of course, one of his early films was The Fast and the Furious.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
And so when they wanted to license that name, since it wasn't really a remake of his story, but they wanted to license that name, they wanted to use that name for the new film. He basically went to them and said, "Okay, well, we'll work it out, negotiate it." And what he negotiated was actually a pretty simple, pretty low payment in dollars,
Yeah.
but he wanted access to their stock footage.
Right. Yeah.
Oh.
The stock footage was part of the trade.
And so he said, "You can have the name. Here's a small payment. You're going to pay me for it. I don't even need royalties. I just want to be able to access your stock footage."
Wow.
and I want to use that for whatever. And he used that just for tons of films for years and years to come.
I could
where
make
he
a
would
whole
use
movie out of this.
exactly. Oh, he would.
Oh, I can make more than one. I assure
you.
you. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
right.
he and what he
Well,
wanted.
the other thing is with that Fast and the Furious deal. So if you notice, the Fast and the Furious franchise is never like Fast and the Furious 2 because Roger did retain the rights to numerical sequels.
Yeah.
So if it's Fast and the Furious 2, they would have to come back to Corman and renegotiate the usage of the rights. So
Imagine
that's
being-
why they changed
Imagine
it
being
all up.
all things Roger Corman. Imagine being like an engineer and a great, like, savvy businessman and a creative artist. And
And the reason he knows Jack Nicholson is because he took an acting class and they were in the same class.
right.
You know,
And they just got along.
right. And he saw him and he's like, well, this kid's going to be all right. And so he cast him, right? Because I think Nicholson was, 19 at the time?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
his only like first 3 years of working was strictly for
Strictly,
Roger Corman.
Yeah.
No
Yeah.
one else would hire him.
Well, and Nicholson actually has director's credit for The Terror. So do a lot of other people.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
That's why it's a bit of a mess. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, Roger had hired Nicholson as a writer too.
Mhm.
I think he wrote one of the westerns or something like that he had made.
Oh wow.
No,
Well,
he
and
was a
they
good writer.
him and Fonda brought no, for fuck's sake, the '69
Easy Rider.
motorcycle. Easy Rider.
Yeah.
So they brought it to Corman, and Corman turned it down because he'd already done Wild Angels, and he thought, well, it was whatever. And he's like, okay, so I kind of missed on that one. I could have made quite a bit more money off of that one. But
Wild Angels, for which he actually just
Involved the
hired
Hells
Hell's Angels.
Yeah.
And they sued him.
Yeah.
He was sued by the Hells Angels for defamation of character,
Wow.
Yes.
and then they threatened to kill him
Yeah.
publicly.
Oh,
And so he called
that's
the head of the Hells
That's going to
Angels.
help his defense,
Right, and
there.
he calls the head of the Hells Angels, and in that calm, Roger Corman, very smooth voice, he tells him, Otto, I don't think this is your best plan. First of all, you've already publicly said that you're going to kill me. So if I slip in the tub, the police are going to be on you. And secondly, if you do happen to succeed, how will you get your $1 million? I think it's best if we just go through the courts. And Otto's like, yeah, that's a good plan. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. He talked the Hells Angels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, cannoli.
He was a master negotiator,
Mm-hmm.
and that was one of his greatest strengths as he was working in the industry, was his ability to negotiate things. And what's hilarious, what's truly hilarious, is that as I said, I got to look at a bit of his autobiography, and one of the things that he talks about was that when he was in Stanford, one of the things that he did while he was in school was just before graduating, he took an aptitude test. They had a day-long aptitude test thing that they had to sit and take to help them kind of find like what their career should be, like where they should go once they finish with his degree. Of course, he was getting a degree in engineering, so it was kind of fascinating that they were now
Maybe
doing
should have
this.
took that when you first came into school, not at the end with the degree. Yeah.
They did it had like I believe 10 categories of different things, different areas that you could study in, and he went to go see his advisor, counselor, whatever afterwards, after the test had been taken, and he had scored in the 90th percentile in 9 of the categories.
Yeah.
And so they were like, you can go do whatever the hell you want. And he was like, wait, which one didn't I do well in? And it was bookkeeping and accounting. So the guy the guy who's known for saving money and making these films, meticulously planning and doing all these things on a budget, the area he was told not to go work in had to do with bookkeeping and accounting.
That's
That's
amazing.
funny. That is
Well,
hilarious.
I think the thing that like immediately jumped out to me is so he does like I think one film for the studio that he started out as a messenger in and then became a script reader and all that, right? But he reworked a script and then did
for
one
Fox.
film for them, right? And then decides he's going to strike out on his own. and the guys that were setting up AIP, he knows them. And so they talk amongst themselves and decide they're going to target the teen demographic because this is really a new demographic that nobody's really gone after before. And Corman does a deal with them where he's like, okay, I'm going to shoot, because what the deals were basically double features, right? Black and white double features. And he says, I will bring the films to you. You will pay me in advance that covers the cost of the films. And then, when we get the revenue back, then you can just deduct that from my cut, right? So it's basically like a standard contract you would have for a writer or something, right? Where you give them in advance and then do that. But that allowed him to have a quick turnaround time so that he could deliver 2 films, get the immediate money back, do the next 2 films, bring it back, while the other films are still in the box office earning the money and then coming back through. Because otherwise, if he made a movie, he would have had to sit and wait for the returns to come back, right, and all that, and it slowed down the process. Yeah. And so I think it was like the first 8 deals he did were the double feature black and white, and those were done 10 days each film. So it was done in 2 weeks. And then he does the deal with hey, I think this thing, because those were all creature feature, scary monster type stuff or whatever. And so then he says, hey, I think that this fad is kind of waned. It's not going to last that much longer. I'd like to do a color film. And so instead of doing a double feature, I'll do one color and we'll shoot for 15 days. And that's how you got The Pit and the Pendulum.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right. And it's like, oh my God, that he's already like, okay, I know how business normally works, but let me run this by you. And it's all about the efficiency and quick turnaround and being able to keep the pipeline fed. And because AIP didn't have anything to distribute, they're happy to make that deal.
Efficient for you, and we'll all make more money.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I did love. I think it was one of the cinematographers was talking about one of the movies that they were making where they're staging a beach invasion, and they ended up going to one of the Marine bases near where they were located. I don't think it was Pendleton, but they essentially just drive on to the base, telling them they're filming a documentary. They then the cinematographer then sees a private walking by and he's like, hey, son, I need to request some uniforms. And they go and they get them, and then they get a platoon. They talk to a drill sergeant. We need a platoon. We're going to stage this invasion, and we duck here, and they're throwing water on them or whatever, right? None of that cost them anything because they just went in and bullshitted their way onto a military base and got actual soldiers to give them the uniforms and all that stuff and to be extras kind of in the background. And then everything else is D-Day documentary footage that they're
giving us some permission.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right.
All right. Well, I want to get into the movie, and I want to do that by mentioning something else that you rarely hear about, unless it's from the people that actually worked with Roger and had their careers started from Roger. If you only have a casual knowledge of Roger, we're on a first name basis, then you just think exploitation and you would just think, it's boobs and it's bikini parties and all that stuff. It is. And that's a good thing. That's a fine thing. I think that's a thing that we need to get back to. But he really saw women as equals. He absolutely 100%.
Yeah, he really did.
Trusted them, gave them responsibilities, let them supervise things on their own. He didn't care if you were male or female, and that's a hot topic these days, as some of you might have noticed.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So we're going to watch Swamp Women.
Yeah.
Which is about the boobiest booby thing you can booby without seeing actual boobies. We got wet women prisoners escaping into the swamp. And we're going to start it off.
Wet Beverly Garland.
Wet Beverly Garland, yeah.
Wait, doesn't this also have Pam Grier?
Yeah. Hey,
No.
Oh, is that the later one?
You're thinking of Jack Hill.
Well, no, she's actually in
the
several.
movie.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Talking over each other. I want to follow up what you were talking about, championing women.
Yes.
I have a quote from Gail Ann Hurd. Of course, Gail Ann Hurd, the producer of Aliens,
We have a clip of Gail
The
Ann
Terminator,
Terminator.
Yeah.
Tremors, you name it. Of course, more recently, she's particularly well known as producing many of the Walking Dead
Yeah.
franchise. Quote from her, she says, "One extraordinary aspect to Roger is that he is and he has always been, without question, a champion of women in film.
Yeah.
I went on to produce Aliens, The Terminator, The Abyss in the studio system. And when I left Roger, I thought all of Hollywood was going to be like him, that women would be given opportunities and even considered better candidates for the job than most men. I think Roger prefers to work with women. I never even realized sexism existed in Hollywood until I got outside of New World Pictures.
Beautiful.
Roger had no problem, continues to have no problem hiring women directors, editors, art directors, producers, and writers. Through my experiences at New World, Roger gave me this naive idealism that this was an industry with no barriers to sex and age.
Oh.
And after I left to work at studios, I got a lot of, how can this little girl expect to make a big movie like this? Which was both a comment on my age and sex.
Oh, wow.
So
There was a running
came
joke
up,
amongst
yeah.
the women that worked there that said, I think Roger preferred it because they were cheaper.
It's entirely possible.
It's entirely possible.
But yes, I mean,
yeah.
he really was a champion of women. You could see it in his career. You could see it in the women that he put on screen. It's kind of amazing for the good old boys club that was Hollywood at the time. That he
that's
would
the
champion women.
Well, and undersold is the contribution of his wife and brother in the business, that they were so integral to the success overall of the business.
Well, we're going to hear a little bit from them right now. And that's the dichotomy that I've really been thinking a lot about, is that, it's easy to write off somebody like Roger Corman as being sleazy, but he's not. He's a consummate professional and an all-around righteous dude. So let's get into Swamp Woman. Also,
all right. Let me get my protection. Smylexx, you got that used condom?
Swamp Diamonds.
Yes, I have. Yes.
All right.
And one other title that I don't remember, but here we go. Thanks for joining us tonight, everybody. Thanks everyone listening to the replay. And we're off.
I thought there's no such thing in films as a sure thing.
Right.
But I thought one thing that always seemed to succeed were pictures about girls. So I came up with
You are
the
so
title,
right, yes.
the title, The Student Nurses.
Oh, my God.
And
okay.
it opened, and it was a big success.
Yes, I
This
can only
led
imagine.
to The Big Dollhouse,
Right,
which was
right.
girls in prison,
Right.
and introduced our soon-to-become big star Pam Grier.
Oh, my
I
goodness.
remember because she was a black girl
Right,
who was
right.
really great. Pam
right.
was almost a major star.
Right.
But on The Student Nurses, one of the girls was black. And my head of distribution, Larry Woolner, who had been a sub-distributor in New Orleans, said, "This film will never play in the South. They will not accept a black girl working equally
Wow.
with white girls." The picture opened all over the country, including huge business in the South.
Right.
So after that, Larry came to me and said, on the next film, be sure you include a black girl.
I mean, no matter how racist
Bravo.
you are, Pam Grier. Yes.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
undeniable.
Yes.
Thanks for that, Roger.
As in 1978, when I went to work for Roger Corman, it was the one place in town where Roger looked at women as having unlimited potential. So I thought I was going in for an interview to be his secretary for life. That's the aspirations that we had at the time. And in the very first interview, he said to me, I practiced my typing, and for those of you old enough, shorthand, which most of you probably never heard of. And he didn't ask me about any of that. He said, what do you want to do for the rest of your career? And I said, I want to produce. I realized that that was probably the best thing for me to do. And so under Roger, you did everything. He had women directing, he had women writing, he had women editing, he had women art directors. So I saw a Hollywood that really doesn't even exist now, which is sad, which is a really sad commentary on the fact that this was 1978 and things haven't changed. But for Roger, it was completely equal opportunity, and I actually think he favored women, mainly because we worked for less. We still work for less, and we are more tenacious, and actually I think, and he felt a lot more loyal. So the other thing that I did for him is we would have to write short plots that could potentially be turned into films, because Roger, unlike most producers, originated almost every idea that was produced at his company. So all of us in his very small company had to do everything. So we learned how to come up with plots, we learned how to write treatments, we learned how to write and rewrite scripts, we learned how to cast, we learned how to location scout, we learned the post-production process. It really was the best possible film school.
Oh,
So is Terminator the first idea that
So
you all
great.
collaborated on?
Yes, and it was.
Did you want to throw something in there, Barbara?
well, so not only did he give Gail Ann Hurd a start, she in turn brought in a young unknown guy for model building named James Cameron.
Mm-hmm.
That's correct.
And he came in under Gail.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And if
Yeah.
He did all right, I think.
He's an upstart. He's made a couple of things.
Now, to be fair, he did go $12 over budget on Battle Beyond the Stars because he had to go buy some cardboard and spray paint it with silver paint. Yeah.
Didn't Bill Paxton end up being like?
Yes,
a set
Bill Paxton
decorator
was
as well?
also.
Yes.
They're working
Yes.
together with
He
James
was
Cameron
together.
in the model shop and set stuff.
Yep.
Crazy.
So you see the avalanche, the snowball
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
Roger just saying, "Hey, yeah, sure, I'll give this woman a chance.
Yeah.
Why not?" And look at the result.
Look at the talent. You know,
was financed thanks to Barbara Boyle, who was the COO of Roger Corman's New World Pictures at the time, who'd gone to work at Orion. So I mean,
By the
literally,
way, also
it all
Barbara Boyle,
started-
producer of Desperately Seeking Susan.
Oh,
wow.
shit! Full
Nice.
circle this early?
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
Now we're talking.
Okay, so not all of Roger's people actually made good movies. Let's be
Hey, hey.
I'm
Can't all be
Hey.
winners.
I think you got to give it a chance.
You have a stream to watch.
I have seen it. It is shit.
No.
It's not. It's wonderful.
When
No.
was the last time you saw it?
When's the last time we saw?
Probably 5 years ago because my wife loves it.
Oh, really?
Oh, okay.
That's
All
a
right.
good movie.
That's fair, but
Well, she has
You're-
good taste in some things.
you're
I think I
still
saw the wrong. I think I
Well,
saw
she has
Desperately
bad taste in movies and men. We know this at least.
I think I saw Desperately Seeking Suction. I think that was the one I
Oh,
saw.
no.
So,
Oh, yeah.
that's-
The
That'd
Hoover
be a
Vacuum
different
Story.
movie.
Yeah, that was a great documentary. Yeah.
Might be a different one.
Here we go.
It all started with New World Pictures and the people who had moved on to other companies that financed at a higher level. I mean, Jim and I wanted Roger to finance it, and he said, you know, you guys have learned everything that you can learn here. It's time for you to move on. You got to leave the nest. And secondly, you won't want to see that version of the movie. You'd have to. You'd make for the money that I can give you. And he was right. And so that's another thing is that if you're in a position of responsibility, make sure that you have the foresight to know when the people that are working under you, it's time for them to move on. You know, and if you're not the right fit for them, that's also an important lesson.
There you go.
Oh,
Cool. Very cool.
that was great.
I have to say, I'm a bit disturbed that Skyfire has revealed that we're all living in a snow globe.
That explains
Introducing Joe John.
All women.
Name of a famous serial killer in the UK.
Fred West.
Oh,
Was that the Moors murders?
Black Velvet Side Boob, which was a band I was in high school.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought I saw them play the Cow Palace.
And opening for Van Halen,
Mm-hmm.
Black Velvet Side Boob.
The man himself.
We're very grateful, Mr. Corman.
Ah, it's made in New Orleans.
Bayou Lacombe.
Well, hello.
This is gonna be that kind of party.
Look in your face, I believe they call it.
At the time, it would have been a lot cheaper to shoot a movie on location rather than try and fake a swamp in California. Sure.
I love you. So
Yeah,
much.
you might could do that with a pool.
I've seen it done with a pool.
I just like to stay with
I've
you.
seen
And
it
you
done.
will again.
I've seen it done in Australia.
The biggest problem is keeping the stones from floating.
However can
Well,
you say such a
they don't look
I
up.
was only kidding.
Shoot the rodeo, Roger. Shoot the rodeo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're the clubs. that
Always a
conduct the
parade in New Orleans to shoot.
Listen, do you know what it means to earn some beads?
Oh yeah. Roger's gonna need that a little later.
I guarantee.
Woo, he's one of us.
Look at these people. A cast
Is that
of
Divine
thousands.
there at the front?
Probably.
Hey, they're shooting the parade.
I bet he had to pay all of these extras.
Yeah, there were not a lot of releases signed here. This is
Yeah.
Production value.
Barry Lyndon floats, very popular every year.
All right, you've only got about a half. You've only got about a half a roll of film left for the parade. So
Yep.
be careful.
Pathé only gave us this stock footage. We don't have any more.
You know, it's so exciting, it just leaves me perfectly speechless.
You definitely are watching a parade.
Really?
Yeah.
Right next to it.
Well,
It's right there.
Welcome to some of the meanest country in the world.
where's that?
Swampland, bayou country, jungle.
I didn't know there was such a thing around here.
You
I
did not
sure
know
would
there
like
was
to go into
swamp.
that jungle with you.
No, she arrived by
That's real
U-boat,
wild country for
so
such
she
a
saw nothing of
pretty
the
young
country.
lady.
Yeah.
I guess those are just the horrors of being with a wildcat oil man.
Yeah,
Or
I'll bet
Mannix.
you don't think I could take it,
maybe.
but I could.
Think so?
Why don't you let me prove
That is terrible. That is fucking terrible.
No, I love it. I'm here for it.
You get a lollipop for that one.
I didn't say I wasn't laughing. I just said it was terrible.
Do you want to go to the bayou?
Besides.
Think your daddy will let you?
Oh, he'd let me do anything with you. He thinks that you're going... He thinks that you're just wonderful.
Well, we might
It
try
says
to-
something when a lady plays with
Come on,
the
let's
pocket
go.
on your jacket, you know? Like,
Yeah.
I wouldn't know.
It means it's a good thing you didn't put your money clip there.
she's sending
Are
some
we going to the
message
bayou
there.
all alone? Just the two of us?
No, baby, we're
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening to you
Just-
two.
Without any-
Just you, me, and Little
not
Touch.
sure I'd live to tell the tale. Come on, let's go.
Oh, miss, I think you dropped a pen. Could you pick that up, please?
I'm sorry, mister. I didn't mean to
This
scare you.
is
little girl.
lovely.
Don't jump off and start calling people.
It's blue collar. Why is blue collar there?
Well, buddy.
Got your
They
McDonald's
don't need a
order
cab.
here.
Sure.
Yeah, you have my Uber.
Consider pick up his Uber.
I'm not wasted, you're wasted.
Black.
Now you have to watch B-sides when you're in.
No, you're all right.
Evil Spider-Man and Tobey Maguire films, I think.
Spare $1 for an American down on his luck. Yeah, we got the Pope.
Pope on vacation.
You know, Roger wanted to keep that hat to use in another movie.
Oh hell yeah! Not just one.
Pope, we got the Burger King, I think.
Yeah.
He's not the Pope. He's the dope Pope.
Yeah.
This
Have
summer.
it your way.
This is a flame broil.
Oh! Black lives! Quick, say something.
Look, clowns! Look, clowns!
I probably could have lived without that. Like, keep
White
those two
clowns.
away.
Oh.
I feel like we broke the 180 rule there.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the Lollipop Guild myself.
Yeah.
WC Fields.
That's a little fire, James Brown.
In the land of wrought iron.
It's the perfect climate for
All
it.
right, baby.
Oh, just perfect, honey.
We really are actually here.
I just gave you some. Hey, just a minute. You get quite a bit of my money, didn't you?
I don't know what you're talking about, bud.
Come on, hand it over.
What?
Go of me. All right, Charlie. Let's go see the judge again.
What's the matter? Can a guy out?
Can I get my money first before he goes to see the judge?
I do. Invite him for a drink.
Jack Daniels.
How much of this is yours? Oh, about 50 or 60. I
All
guess.
of it? Just give me the whole thing.
Yeah, all of it
There's
for
no
sure.
sense in turning him in.
Yeah, whatever it is there, it's fine.
Mardi Gras is rough enough without having guys like this around.
I don't know who you think I am, but all I do is have fun.
How many floats did I miss, baby?
Oh, Bob, honey.
No, two in
You're so
particular.
strong.
Jonathan Hayes.
Yeah.
Jonathan Hayes, one of those regular
I don't know what I'd
Corman
do
players.
without you.
My little
A lot of
bayou
his
baby,
films.
huh?
How many floats did I miss? Did I miss? Did I miss?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, back at Roger's apartment.
Well,
Yeah.
it's still kind of celebratory. Cheers, everyone.
No, this is the housing he got for the cast and crew.
Yes, Lieutenant. I'll phone you here.
Say, lady, since when can I arrest the guy for having a couple of drinks during my
I'd like you to be in my movie, but I have to get you arrested.
No, you're not.
I'm sorry.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to take this away from me so cleverly. If I were drunk, I wouldn't have been able to take it back.
Captain Goodrich will see you now.
Thank you. Officer, Bookham.
Officer Takeaway, Officer Bookham. Hi.
I'm very confused now.
It's a very jovial jail.
Beyond the line of duty.
It certainly is.
How many parking tickets you write today?
My work, Captain.
You do realize
All of
Two
them.
of the main characters are in this film are.
Why is he a Shriner? Why does he have a Shriner badge?
My name's
All right.
Captain Overlook. Do whatever you want.
The Nardo Diamonds have been missing
He's gonna
for
get in
3
his little
years.
car and drive a patrol.
He's got to have a box of cereal, definitely.
Yeah.
Yes. The public has their ideas on that subject.
Seems to me we have to find them.
He's got like a yacht captain's hat on his.
Finest policeman.
Right.
Well, I mean, yeah, but it's a very small boat that
Almost
he
on his head
floats.
right now.
Yeah.
Josie Nardo and those other girls
Yeah.
are bound to know where
No, a
they
little to the left.
Of course they do.
I promoted my overhead projector to sergeant.
Yeah.
I think you'll stick around.
Officer projector.
He's been very,
What do you think
very
you ought to send me to jail
reliable.
for?
Bravery. You'll both hear
Captain J. Blockroach.
Nardo girls on the second floor.
Cockroach?
Any electric alarms on the window?
Cockburn?
The fence is here. Direct line.
Bloodrich?
Blowjob?
Car.
What?
Captain Junior Blowjob.
Every night?
Every night.
Everyone needs a best dispenser.
Sooner the better.
Gotta be shooting now. A minute.
I hope so.
And you're going to be pursued.
Can't have a Shriners Parade without one.
And from there, they take me to the diamonds.
I'll give you all the protection I can.
Ah,
Got to
what
be
year is
careful.
this? Good question.
Slightest suspicion.
Well, I mean, that's a medieval flag, so...
1956?
Sergeant Morrison will take you to the prison tomorrow morning.
Thank you, sir.
812
No,
AD?
it's got to be after 56.
If he's saying he can give you
According
all
to
the,
IMDb,
That's 56.
This is
Really?
1956.
Good luck.
if he's saying he can give you all the protection he can, you might want to clarify because that could be 0. That could be
Yes.
0.
We got
Absolutely.
played.
I'm
here-
sure
Uh-oh.
you'll be
Oh, there's
fine.
going to be a great white shark that shows up.
The fuck did you just say to Lucille Ball?
Yeah, Lucille Ball's had enough of your shit.
Leave her alone. She got in my way. Want to knock somebody around? Try your own size. Like who?
Okay, is this when the scissoring starts?
Why don't you shut
I'm
up?
scissoring right now.
Asking for common people, really.
I think we know which one will be recast in the modern remake.
First you steal my hairstyle.
I don't know about your eyes, but I sure got a
Hey, I
short
said I was wearing
back.
this dress today.
Yeah.
Well, just thought I'd drop around. Get yourself put in the brig for being down here. And you may be a trustee. Huh.
A Trotsky?
We got a new roommate.
Trustee, I believe.
Boy, they
Oh.
sure like to make trouble for us, don't they? She's crazier than a bedbug. How can you tell? She's on a bench
Joan
for 3
Crawford's
hours.
really down on her luck right now.
Don't sound so crazy to
Anya
me.
Taylor-Joy there.
Oh, no, her eyes aren't nearly as far enough apart.
That pocket in there. Can I take me now?
I like
Sure,
these
it's
three.
nice
They're cool.
for Maidenform to sponsor this prison.
It's better than Kotex, yeah.
I served a sentence in my maiden form bra.
Shut up. Oh, both of you shut up.
Oh, there she is.
Don't you know we're very hard to get along with? Well, I
Why
wasn't
don't you all
thinking of a
shut
physical-
up?
Oh, what were you thinking of? Suicide? No. Bernardo
No.
Diamonds.
Why is Timothy Chalamet in
Get
this?
your hands on 'em. Wouldn't you? Look, we've been in there for 3 lousy years. What makes you think right away you can crash this joint? Well, I did something you 3 girls didn't do.
Wash your hands.
Man, I didn't think we'd miss nothing. Such as what?
I sat in the corner
On my way
instead
in,
of
I
the
find a way
toilet.
out.
Now it's mine.
Just like that? Yeah.
Nothing.
Bring me that case of tea.
Tell me a story.
They get
I gotta
tea.
pee.
That's not so bad.
What makes you so sure we'll split with you? What makes you sure that I'll take you with me? How do you know the car will
So
be
their
there?
their
Still
job
be
in the
there.
prison is to
Who's
move
putting
these
it there?
boxes
None of your
From
business.
there.
and then put them back.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
And then move them again the
Yes.
next day.
No.
Prison.
It's warehouse training. Is
Yes.
what that is. Yeah.
I think she is too.
Vocation.
No one,
Get out of here.
no one in prison is allowed to have tea, but you see the tea going all over the prison
Yeah,
all
yeah.
the time. It like
crack
just
as
says
hell.
like boxes of tea, and you can see
We've
it.
been
You're
doing
like,
a little
ah.
planning too. It's a long drop. What's the matter? No
I don't
guts?
think those,
Guts.
those
Well,
bars
that's what
were
makes the
designed
drop
well.
in your car.
Yeah.
How much of the done?
It's like quick detached bars.
They had to make some compromises.
Yeah, yeah.
It's for easy cleaning.
Like, it was a lot easier to install this way. Yes, I
Well, they figured
understand that.
it was a women's prison, and so they figured, you know.
Yeah, there's a mechanical aptitude involved. They'll never get out.
Yeah. Do you see that hand placement on the wall? She's getting a little young Deb with her right there.
Mhm.
She was like, so what do you think's going to happen later?
This is the place for it.
Well, I hear the train coming. It's rolling round the bend. And
I don't know. It sounds
ain't
like
been a
Jaws
young
is coming
Deb.
from the
I don't know when.
Keyboard cat is coming.
Yeah, we're gonna need a bigger prison.
Fair, that does look like
Do
prison.
not go skinny dipping, ma'am.
I think all these frogs will cushion my fall.
Yeah,
Come
yeah.
on, girls, it's only a 50-foot drop.
No, wait, that's where they put the tea.
Oh, look out. Caboose coming down. Boom!
Shattered.
Oh.
Now run through a swamp.
I recommend taking your heels off. Learn from my mistake.
No, the heels will remove themselves when you land.
Could
I
at the
wanna
very
wait-
least got a poster of Raquel Welch on the wall before they did this.
Yeah, yeah.
Girls, don't get mad, but I'm going to straddle the window for a little while.
Yeah, just a bit.
I'll catch up with you later.
Papa, I'll shoot.
How much can 2 ankles take?
Run through these shrubs this direction. Then we're going to change the camera, and you guys are going to run back through the shrubs. The same, just the other way.
Yeah.
Look, it's still nighttime. See?
As far as
I love
you know.
that they had a car waiting. Great. How to get there?
No, we drove right into the daylight.
Yes.
No, it didn't.
A car waiting for them.
It was just a break in the trees.
Yeah.
What's that turn?
Okay.
Yes, we did.
Stay on target.
Stay on
Where do we
target.
go from here? We're losing them. Turn left, half mile up Louis Place.
No, you can tell she's a mother-in-law.
Louis Blanc? Yeah. Hey, you think he'll give us something decent to wear and some lipstick? Good enough for where we're going.
That's what
Hey,
you're
give it
thinking.
up. Boy, I
It's all about priorities.
I
I mean, Rambo had that in his survival knife.
I know how you could stretch out that lipstick.
Well, just
Mhm,
a couple of
mhm.
days with the boys. I don't see how we can do much better. On foot? On foot, it'd take
Well,
about a couple of years.
On a few
Then he'll
things.
give us a boat.
Hmm. No, we're not going to beat Quentin Tarantino today.
Have you met this Mr. Tarantino?
Oh my God, we drove in the light. No, we didn't.
What's on your mind? Nobody has any guns yet. If it weren't for me, you'd all rot in jail.
I think these blackout curtains inside the car is a bad idea.
We keep bargains.
Maybe
I
not
just
all
thought
the way around the window.
Yeah.
I'm a good shot. If you try anything, I'll kill all 3 of you. And if you try something, we'll kill you.
Can I be clear?
All right.
You're threatening about how you're a good shot. None of you have any guns. What are you the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, did that car come with guns?
Yeah. Well, it might have been an accessory.
That one girl didn't say anything. She was just like, well, I'm not going to do a thing and let you all kill
Yeah,
each other.
after you guys get done killing yourselves, I'll just collect all the loot.
I'll probably drive this car away.
Yeah, I found that car on Wikipedia. It came out with push button transmission, and there was a 45 in the glove compartment.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it makes
equipment.
sense, yeah. Well, it's because there wasn't a drawer available to put the gun in, so they had to put it in the glove box.
I would love to have a 45 player in my car.
Great, isn't it?
Just lovely. But then, of course, after you got a few little old oil wells, you wouldn't have to spend any time in the nasty old jungle.
It's so relaxing knowing that this biosphere wants to kill us at every turn.
Yeah.
Listen, this
really a
humid
great
jungle
time to
air
spray a leaf.
makes
If
me
I ever
kind of
see that lousy
spongy,
Louis again, I'll break
and I
his
just
neck.
don't want you to judge me
What
when
do
you
we
see
do
me
now?
naked later.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute.
Ignore the smell.
And the shrinkage.
Yeah.
Well, what I mean is continue to ignore the smell.
Yeah, I mean, more than normal.
I mean, on top of the prison.
Yeah.
Come on over here.
Oh, this is perfectly fine.
This is a penthouse letter.
Yeah.
Yes, it is, yeah.
You know, I was riding my boat. The next thing I know is these 4 co-eds.
Here,
The young one was blonde and
Now a
tall.
letter.
Pulled into shore.
None of them cared about how I smelled.
No.
Oh.
Oh, snap.
The gun.
They killed a good humor man.
Yeah.
No ice cream for you people.
Oh, why? He just walked into that.
Pop goes that weasel for good.
A couple of weasels popping out here.
It's an ice cream man joke, you know.
It's called touch Connors, not slap Connors.
You know what? I decided to save Andy Griffith.
Splashing water all over me.
Well, it was either that or Barney Fife, and I think we all know what we would pick.
Yeah. All right, who wants them first? It's gonna be me, right? Or do we
Yeah.
draw
We're drawing straws.
Well, he's already got a bonus hole.
Yeah.
Tell you, what's the matter?
I want him first.
No.
All new clothes, weapons.
Hey, all right. Now.
I'm not done yet.
What's the matter? That guy was a conky over the head with an oar, and I shot him and she jumped me. I'll hold it. Why'd you do that? there shouldn't be any shooting. What's the matter?
I was
you chicken?
aroused.
In case you want to know, shots make noise.
Roger
Noise
insisted.
carries. There's no reason why we should attract any more attention than we have to. Says who?
Yeah, you should have just
He's got a
stabbed
point.
him.
Yeah.
Now quit the fighting. Give her back her gun.
Well, they got my attention.
All right. No hard
Oh.
feelings. That's what you think. That's
Now,
what
you
I
two
think.
ladies, hoist up your pants.
You all right?
Yeah.
You look like a
I'm
couple
fine.
of slobs.
Oh, where'd they get him?
Football practice.
They got him in the football practice?
You could have killed him.
We didn't, did we?
They got him
Oh,
right in the
should've.
goalposts.
Yeah.
I'll
Little
just wait till he
touch.
wakes up so he'll know what hit him.
Yeah.
Maybe I better not. Oh, hold it. Will you let me alone? You're crazy for that gun. Knock it off.
Well, stick your finger in his
Better
bullet hole and
suggestion?
see how bad it is.
Yeah,
She's
hold
crazy
him
for
both as
something.
hostages.
It hurts right there.
Well, we got
Yeah.
a long trip ahead of us. We might run into trouble.
How's the
Like
trigger
something to
discipline?
bargain
What
with,
do I
and
feel
they
under this?
do. Diamonds and guns ain't enough
I
of
think
a bargain.
Fiona passed out,
Get
but
that piece of rope over
I'm
there.
very
Get
happy
it
that
yourself.
she's back.
It
That
was
He's
nice
right.
to
We
see
better
you.
tie him up.
we have
Come on,
P.
hurry there.
Hi.
I could kind
Oh.
of go for him. Nice enough looking.
Sploosh.
But to be fair,
shocked.
you've been in a women's prison, so you know any guy.
I wonder who he is.
You bitches think of something else right
Could he be
now.
a friend of yours, could he? You know, I got a feeling you don't like me. You know, I got a feeling you're right.
You okay?
I guess so.
Just
What's
a
the
bullet.
story?
Man, don't you read the papers?
Once in a while.
Ever heard of the Nardo gang?
Yeah. Heard they're a pretty rough group.
Well, you don't want Nato to do with them.
Okay, Red.
I don't know.
Bob, honey. What are they going to do?
Shut up.
She's got a good question. What are you gonna do?
Stick around, then you'll know too.
No.
Kidnapping, maybe?
Is she the Bob
If you
Dylan
like
in
me.
this group?
What's
Yeah.
your name?
Bob?
She has the high. She has the
I-
highest.
Yeah.
I think it's the one
No,
behind
what
that's
question is
tying him up.
kidnapping
She
game?
Yeah, that's very discouraging.
she wants to be,
After
but she's
what?
going to draw a short straw.
No.
It's whose ever belt
friend.
is highest. That's how they.
Oh,
Friend.
it's a race to the armpit on the waistband.
Crying, I'll give you something to cry about. Yeah. One more girl we don't need.
What can I do for you?
We had a leaky boat with no
Or to
motor.
you.
Anyway, we like yours better.
A leaky
You're off on a
boat.
cruise, huh?
What does that
Yeah.
mean exactly?
It's best not to ask these things, otherwise we're going to have a U.S. Army health video.
Yeah,
You
unless
see,
you want to see genital
Come on, let's
sinks.
get
Yeah, no genital
Best that
sinks,
you don't
please.
go there.
Look, I'm fine with the sinks. It's what they do with the sinks.
Yeah, yeah. It's the things they put in them.
Head upstream, keep her down the middle.
Yeah, Common People's right. He's probably going to end up splitting up the group. I just hope he doesn't sing.
Footage on your right.
Good eating.
I was thinking this movie could use some dick. Miller.
Right, Black Lives.
Later, Black Lives.
Good night.
Night.
Black Lives something next week. Something basement.
Is this Detroit?
No, there's not enough fires.
No. Okay.
Why did you see a crow?
Josie, how much further
No,
we
saw,
gotta go?
saw Eminem.
Just till we find a
That
dry
boat's
spot
a
to
modified
land.
Chrysler.
Hey, look at that.
Oh my god! Cover your heads!
It's the birds.
Wait, look at that. I don't like it.
Near the Temple of Doom, I think.
Don't worry.
Padimar Shakti Day.
That's very sweet.
Red, you talk too much.
I'll show you who's talking.
Why I oughta.
Oh, she heard you.
That looks like dry ground.
I know they can hear us.
Oh, it sure ain't no palace.
Okay, if they can hear us,
Neither.
go ahead and get in the catfight, everyone.
Yeah.
Stop talking about it.
Isn't it awfully hot in this swamp? Shouldn't those shirts come off?
These clothes are very, very dry for some reason.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, hey, all right. No, go ahead. Lean forward and get the anchorage, honey. Come on.
More like the wardens and the wards. Are you
Mhm,
complaining? Man, you know I am.
They crashed their boat in Disneyland.
Oh, let's have a
Doesn't look like
pirate.
the Jungle Cruise.
Cue more sobbing.
Shut up. Oh, she's not hurting you.
We
Come to
brought
the
fried
store.
chicken and strawberry
She's
shortcake.
hurting me if I say she is and she gives me.
No ice cream because we shot the Good Humor Man, but otherwise.
There's alligators back there. Big ones? Well, big enough I wouldn't like to stick my foot on top of one in the dark.
Let's keep the crying girl around. If we all have to run, we only need one
Yeah, we just
faster
trip
than
her, yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, a couple of days.
Just
three and
be
a half,
faster
we're
than
lucky.
her.
Man, I hope I live long
Where
enough
did they
to
get
my
the
hands on
equipment
them
from?
diamonds. Well, they sure are holding us up.
It's best not
funny.
to ask these
Ewoks,
questions.
which
Well,
is-
where did they hide him? Well, I can give you some ideas.
Ah,
All right,
we'll see. We'll see. Look, if I
Red
bother
Shirt's
you,
the
go
boss in
somewhere
this
else.
conversation. As
Oh, cut it!
Yep.
Cut it, I said! Look, nobody talks to me like that. I'll kill that damn... You're killing nobody. Now stop it. Some of us aren't
you
gonna get
know
out of
not
here
to
alive.
challenge a woman with a taller belt than yours.
Exactly.
Unless you'd rather
There's a
fight
hierarchy
me.
here.
Oh, shut up.
Good
I ought to
respect
know.
it.
My belt's taller than both y'all's. Now go to bed.
Take this over to them. What if we don't have enough? We got enough.
You still haven't apologized for stabbing my
Just-
eye.
Would you say that those boobs are heaving? I
Oh,
would say that they're heaving.
Mine are.
Not enough.
I mean, could use a little more.
Please, I want to talk to you. Talk to yourself.
I feel like we need some more clothes tearing soon.
Yeah,
What do I do now?
this wardrobe is far too intact.
Why
Yes.
not? Sun ties, hands straight through.
I think Roger is timing this to the average time it takes for a boy to get into the girl's sort of second
Yes,
base
yes,
area.
that's very much. Again, he's done a lot of studies.
Yeah.
Hello, yes. Yes, please
Yep,
touch
okay.
Connors. Thank you. Oh.
Mm.
Say.
No, not touch little Connors.
Did you want some gruel?
Enjoy yourself.
Chili dilly?
Enjoy yourself.
Yes, please.
Juicy hot dog.
Spicy.
It's pit beef barbecue. It's
Boy,
pit
you just
smoked
can't keep
barbecue.
away from him, can you? Better not being able to get near him. Would like a drink. Man,
I would.
wouldn't.
Oh, yes,
Look at my
please.
blanket over there.
Since you were up.
Kidding.
Yeah.
You've
That's
had
not
a
bad.
drink this whole time?
Enough to close up tomorrow.
What the fuck?
Boy, 3 years is a long time to be in the jug.
Yes, I want a drink. I'm about to stab you for a drink. Jesus
right.
Christ.
Come on, bring
About
it
to
over
cut a
there.
bitch.
We also buried some booze out here in the middle of the bayou.
Oh my God!
I
No!
did have a drink.
They just picked that off the booze tree.
Wow.
I think I'm gonna hang out in the bayou. Oh, there we go. Come on. No, not his. Come on, yours.
Crazy. Little girls never run around in pants like a bunch of boys. Really, these guys act these. Yeah, then we'll just cut off her knees. Oh,
Now what do we cut off
I
on
wouldn't
him?
mind cut
Oh.
off a little
Oh,
shorter.
boy.
Do it yourself.
We wear shorts. Bum 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 bum.
Maybe he goes
The
for
slowest
girls in little
striptease
blue
ever.
sweaters.
Jesus Christ. This could take forever.
I'm impressed that they had Nair in the prison though.
Still excited about
Right.
the
Leave
food.
me alone. Just leave me
While
alone
we're
and I'll-
stuck in the jungle,
I'll give
this
you
will help
anything.
us fit
Like what?
in.
Listen, just get me out of here, honey, and I'll give you whatever you want. How much?
I'll tell you what I
Oh,
want.
Oh yes,
Short
yes.
short.
Why don't- yeah, cut it off.
Yes.
Cut it off.
10.
There we
Your
go.
boyfriend?
Stop teasing me.
Ryan, too? I don't care. Just get me out of here.
Do you dare wear short shorts?
Well, just quiet down while I give you some Daisy Dukes.
Trying to buy a way out, but she doesn't care what happens to you. Isn't that right? Yes, just get me out of here. Oh, I wouldn't wear your lousy sweater if you gave it to me.
Wow.
Wow.
Good
Nice
lord.
kid.
He has
Got a man right down the
breathtaking
river.
anger issues.
Okay.
I sure miss
How'd
Nick.
she end up in prison?
Yeah.
Big jerk.
It was all a misunderstanding.
Mike.
No.
You can just forget
way,
about
no.
missing
I
Mike.
stabbed a guy plenty of times. He never
Ball
died on me
this time
before.
if The guys were still with it.
Well, I'm going to have a ball without him.
Okay.
I'm going to go down to Mexico and I'm going to buy myself a town.
You're drunk. What do you want with a town?
I may be drunk. I'm going to buy a town, I'm going to buy everybody in it, and I'm going to order them around the rest of my life.
That sounds great.
Oh.
That's like
Is that a better
WandaVision.
idea?
Aim high.
Except for the
You'll
buying
never-
part. You know, there's no
They'll
buying there.
never
She
know what you sacrificed for
just
them.
shows up and claims it.
And haven't changed my whole face around. Cut it up. You ain't that ugly?
Ain't ugly at all, you know it. But I ain't gonna look like me no more. I'm gonna get the old
Oh,
lashes
look like
book.
Mamie Van Doren.
And I'm gonna
I'm gonna look like Bob Dylan.
First, set the
Gonna look like
guy's
Anime
chair,
One.
Yeah, end up like Barbara
and all
Stanwyck.
the folks to the jury.
I'm gonna
The
get
rest of you are going on a road gang.
So,
gonna get Mount Rushmore tattooed on
break
him.
up
What do
all
you
their
think?
Yeah.
clothes, and makes their wives hate them. Their kids.
More like Mount Blushmore.
I hate wives and kids. I hate wives and kids.
Oh.
Good for you.
I think it was funnier
What are
in
you
the
going to
original
do,
Klingon.
Josie? Well, Teddy, I got a plan. I'm going to get me a big house south of the border. I'm
I'm
going
gonna
to
get
rent
my
rooms
voice
to
box
everybody that's
fixed.
on the lam.
The old lady in the shoe.
Sure,
I'm
why
gonna get some
not?
larger eyebrows.
I figure I can make a good living and make plenty of trouble for the cops at the same time. How about you, Lee?
Did she just
Oh, I don't want to cause no trouble for
She did.
nobody. I just want to be by myself.
She barks,
that's
she
all.
drools. She sleeps above the covers. 4 feet
4
above
feet
the covers.
above.
Feet above the covers.
Even the dog's a critic.
Look, Roger didn't make it. This wasn't made for dogs.
That's true. They've already got to first base
Yeah.
ages ago.
I'll take the first watch. Guess he's not going anyplace.
Well, they can get the third base alone.
Thanks for the drink. Sure
That's
can't
true.
hold plenty of it. You don't do so
Still
bad
wondering where they
yourself.
found 4 gallons of Tennessee whiskey out here in the bayou. But,
I told you, they found the alcohol tree. They just plucked it right off.
It's
Prison
like
pocket.
anytime you're
Yeah.
going to a music festival, you go there a week ahead of time,
Yeah.
pick a tree, and you bury some booze.
You
on
bury
there.
some booze, yeah.
Right next to the pawpaws. Then you're
Yes.
good. I don't know why you're worried about Jesus, common people, but okay.
He works in the bowling alley, doesn't
Oh.
He works in the town she owns.
What's this?
That and Manuel labor.
Keep it quiet.
What can I do for you?
Anything you like.
Why are all
What
women
if I
like
don't
this?
like?
You will. You dirty little dumb broad! What's going on here?
Ladies, stop it. I told you. We
Come
wait
on.
until we get to the mud pit.
Yeah.
Then we can take this out.
We don't even have the Western oil, for God's sakes.
Now cut out the fighting, because next time I'm going to knock you both cold. Get going. Stay out of trouble, mister. I'll kill you.
I haven't got much of a choice.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, once again, just blaming the man. Yeah. This is all your fault. Yeah, he's sitting here tied to a fucking pole. Yeah, that was all me.
Hey!
Where the hell does she think she's going?
I think she's headed towards
No,
the
that's
pool in
working
LA.
out well. Oh, but it wet.
It's gonna be
wet
great.
shirt.
That's
Okay.
fine.
Come on.
The story's finally moving along.
How did she get all the way to LA?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Gator wrestling.
Toy Gator. Toy Gator.
I'm convinced.
I see him. He's going to get her.
Quick, Josie, cut me loose.
We better cut our shorts.
Again, I don't know how the Gator's going to get to that pool.
He's going to swim faster than the gator, of course. No problem.
I hope not.
Is he
Good
gonna
thing I
wrestle
have
it?
on my
Oh.
white loafers.
Hope he
Looks like a
wrestles
job for Super Otter.
Oh, yeah, that definitely matches with what I've been
I
seeing.
love
Yeah.
the super
Same
obvious
one.
inserts of the
Definitely the
pool.
same one.
Yeah,
Great.
Mutual of
And you can see
Omaha's
the-
Wild Kingdom.
You can see the stripes on the bottom of the pool.
Wild
I swam over here to give you advice. Here
Yeah.
it is. Swim
You know,
away.
you should swim very fast. Get away from this gator. Oh, gator wrestling. All right.
Something gets in your way. Turn.
Now
All
they
right,
can
I
get
love you,
interesting.
Gator. I don't love you at all.
Are you stabbing him with a gun?
These are the greatest actors ever. Yes! Take that. You get a handbag, and you get a handbag, and you get a handbag.
Me, I get a nice pair of boots.
Yeah.
So
And
I
some
saved
barbecue.
you and you're mine now, right? Is that how? That's how that's.
Is that how this
where you
works?
going?
I believe that's how it works.
I'll give you a second to catch your breath, but that's it.
Whoops! I tore your shorts.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Poor kid.
No, it got.
Oh, kid, forget
It-
about the
She
kid.
drowned in a pool in L.A. All the way
Oh
from
no,
Dubai.
but she had the biggest breasts. That's not fair.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Think about the audience.
My God.
I was teased by those. For
When you'd
20
think they would
minutes.
work as flotation devices. I mean,
Yeah.
He's showing you how upset he is.
I mean, I would be.
Yes, every available man. I want that entire area surrounded.
Oh, it's Captain
Tony,
Cockroach.
ma'am.
again.
Yeah, it's Captain Cockroach again.
Commander
Flight
Cockroach.
Lieutenant Hampton's through.
Call me sir, God damn it.
I'm not sure if I can get authorization for that. Let me talk to my overhead projector.
Yeah.
No, only one helicopter.
It's Captain J.R.
Personally, tell the pilot
Goodwin.
not to get too
Commander
close.
Kodak, what do you think?
How expensive this thing. All these
Right?
things.
What's the matter with that unit on the left? All right, pull them back.
They
We
spared no
must not
expense.
risk being seen.
You couldn't even say it with a straight face.
Yeah, you pull him back right
Well,
now.
we're definitely not going to be seen right now. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah.
Josie, how many more 1,000 miles we gotta go? About
I
5 more
would
miles.
walk
Well, if I don't wanna
500
try it at
miles.
night. We'll stop
God,
for
I
a good
stared
place.
directly at
Are
their
you sure
thighs,
you
and
can
now
find
I'm
them?
blind.
I can find them.
I'm okay with
I sure
that.
would have liked some help then the
Worth
What a
it.
way to
Nicky
go.
was here, he'd be ordering you around just like he always did. You know
Terrible.
what? I miss being told what to do. Oh, that looks like a good place. We'll pull in there.
That looks like a good
Oh.
place. Pull
it's
into
where
that
Yoda lives.
dark, dank
Yeah.
hole over there.
I bet there's a Jedi Master in here somewhere.
I hope this is.
Yeah.
Thing to do.
Man, another dump. It'll be for prison. What
A
don't?
bad case of diarrhea.
If the cops are waiting for us, how do you figure we're going to get the diamond
Cat
out?
videos again.
Sure, I can't help.
I think we can manage without you. Get lost.
Hatred, anger, cat videos. The way to the dark side, that is.
He's nothing.
Hey, any chance of promoting a drink of
I'm not
water?
sure
You
it's
know,
the
we
way to
mentioned
the
him.
dark
I
side.
now
We
need
might
him to
have
turn up.
We might have to investigate them further by watching them again.
Hey, ladle.
Have a drink.
Don't mind if I do.
Hi.
Hey, ladle's in the place to call
Why
out to you.
thing in the ladle?
You will.
Hey, ladle, cast
What
my
is it with
big
you?
stand. she is the Bob Dylan in this, right?
Thanks.
Did we establish
Ladle,
that she's
ladle,
the Bob Dylan?
ladle, I made you out of
We gotta get some
clay.
wood before it gets dark. I'll get some.
It's a vodka and Dinty Moore.
Yeah.
Good.
What do you have a camera in here? How do you know what it
It's right, it's right next to the apricots tree.
Why don't you tell me the story of your life?
Before I
That
went
was
into crime.
uncanny.
Never in it.
You know, he's recovered awfully quickly from the loss of his gal there.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Call it the backwood
Wrist
man.
sore.
Not too soon.
Well, you know, he's still got
Man.
prospects.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
okay.
Backward man. Backward man.
I mean, yeah, I have to settle for smaller breasts, but
again, I'll
okay,
kill ya.
I guess.
Now
Oh,
what's
hello,
going on?
legs.
Oh, I was just checking his ropes for the night and he tried to get fresh.
You sure it wasn't your idea?
Sounds like I better
I'm
check his
sure.
ropes too.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I'll check 'em.
Can everyone check everybody's ropes real
How's that?
quick?
Didn't have to cut off his hands.
Says who? Cut it out, you two. Looks
I
like
better
your buddy
check
here
those
got a
ropes.
nose for this guy.
I always notice you're around to protect him.
So what? So I don't like it, that's all. I think there's something between them. Better stay away from him.
That's no strain.
I like to watch
That
from
game
back
gripes
here.
me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, knock it off and let's get some shut-eye.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure, Warden.
Since it's nighttime and all.
Yeah.
You're gonna go for that dame, don't you?
Is that
Well,
a
you read?
euphemism for something?
There.
Joke's on you, I'm into that
I
shit.
wouldn't.
Again.
I'm just glad we didn't do a drinking game with the slaps.
Is her whole role?
Get
her
ready
whole role
for
in this
more of
group-
my smart mouth.
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to get out of here. The
Is her whole role in this group just to be the clam blocker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, isn't
Hey.
coming in? No, she's still asleep.
Trying to wash that swamp water off us.
Yeah.
More swamp water.
No, rub it in. Rub it in. Come on.
Got a bit of an Irish spring, if you know what I mean.
But Billy, I thought you liked him. It's different in the daylight.
It's different.
Oh.
We haven't slept yet.
Josie, I
You
told you
just
make
said
him
we
go
were.
away.
They say the water's fine. She's only kidding.
I am not.
Any chance of getting my
Other
hands
than the
on
leeches on my junk.
Maybe.
Josie, make him go away. Make him go
Well, I
away.
think there's like 4 volunteers that'll help you remove those.
Well, I guess you're outvoted, Josie. Thanks anyway.
Let's take the clothes and run.
Hot and cold, hot and cold. Typical. Very typical.
Yeah.
He won't be satisfied till they're all on board.
I mean, they've all got the same parasites by now. I mean, everyone might as well. Yeah, PK, I did see that.
I think they just turned into the more ominous part of the swamp.
They drove into the Pink Flamingo area.
Pink Lady area.
Oh.
Like the bayou's all clogged up.
Somebody find that tree too?
You know, this ride could really use like some cement hippo spray on us with fresh
Yeah,
water.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe a pirate or something.
Yeah, something for more like skeletons waving their arms.
Yeah.
Is there maybe a wizard or?
Man, what do we do now?
Wrong
Sure
show.
wasn't this way the last time. No, but it
Water
sure is now.
lily.
Do we have to go through this stuff right down the middle? Why
Yeah,
can't we go
usually we
around?
smoke a joint till we get through the
We could be
still
wandering
part,
around
you
this
know.
mess for the rest of our lives, which wouldn't be
Is
long.
this on Golden
Looks
Pond?
Like the stuff will catch on the propeller.
More of a brown than
Boy,
golden.
it'd take a week of
Not the
Sunday.
African
Golden
food.
brown.
We'll pull ourselves
On Fish Belly White
Only
Pond.
Yeah.
We'll take turns.
Somebody's gonna have to get out and push the boat. It's gonna be Louisiana Queen or something. Banana.
Mississippi Queen? Could you do that?
All I know is there's no
Wait
You
a
know what
minute,
I mean.
why are we even using a boat?
Yeah, we could have just walked
Let's
this.
just walk.
Keep our stuff dry on the boat.
I know, they're keeping their prisoner dry.
Hey, don't go to sleep on the dock. Here, shut up.
Oh.
Don't threaten me with a good time,
That's all.
Skyfire.
You two take a turn. Nice work, huh?
Listen, I'm tired and my skin is turning green and falling off. I think I have to take a break.
Always with the whining with
It'll
you.
make a lot of sense to me why we should do all the work.
You want some bread with that wine?
Water stinks.
Ugh.
Why don't
Alright.
you two stop griping and get
How does
to work?
bacteria know all of our names in college?
My hour.
Don't fight over the oar. We haven't had you pulling anything yet. We're hey.
All about the oars.
Look, there's clear water up ahead.
Yeah, right.
Uh-huh.
You're definitely on the bayou.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not there yet.
We made it to the Gulf.
Yeah, definitely bogged.
Yeah, this is bog. Yeah.
Now we're going too fast!
Mr. Brown is talking about Doctor Who back there behind those reeds.
Doctor what?
Explaining the rules to Mega Geek about
Mhm.
the first game.
They're still arguing about it.
In the land of Dairy Queen.
On tonight's top stories, Touch Connors was assaulted by 4 women. The victim was quoted as saying, "Woohoo!"
Yeah.
Again!
Would do it again.
5 stars.
If we get this boat going fast enough, we can catch up to Herb Alpert and tell him to knock him up.
Yeah. Let me just lay off on the trumpet for a bit there.
Hey, Herb.
We're here.
Might as well go back to Tijuana with the rest of your brass band.
I've killed before and I'll kill again. You know what I mean?
I'll cut the legs off of my pants.
Oh, they came across the crew of swamp loggers.
Swamp people are my friends.
I guess it steered you the right spot. Ouch, I busted the only nail I had left. That
Swamp people got
Oh, she broke a nail, for God's sakes. Medic!
Shovel coming up.
Rope's
hurting your wrist?
What wrist?
I wish I could untie you.
I wish you could too.
Hurry up!
And then you could tie me up again.
Yeah.
Jump him now.
Tie me up, tie me down.
You do.
If one of us were wounded, we'd never get
Tied
out
up,
of here
tied
alive.
down, up against the wall.
Why did
Be
you
my
let me in
Rubbermaid
on the
baby, and
secret?
we can do it all.
So where do you figure in this?
Round the
I'm
corner,
just an
fudge
average
is
American
made.
crook.
Oh.
Josie's watch.
Found the shovel! Shut up and bring it!
I don't know, TJ. I think they're still talking about Doctor Who. I haven't been paying attention.
Right here, I can feel it. Watch out with that thing. Ah, who needs it?
It's shit.
Yeah,
It's
got
shit.
extra fingers.
Are they gay? Do they have an OnlyFans?
I got my hand in it. Oh, watch it now.
I got my hand in it.
Here it comes. Pull it up. Pull it up.
A47 of the Attack of the Clones.
I'm glad one of the ladies is Sling Blade.
Yep.
I hate swamp. Course.
It gets everywhere.
French fried potatoes.
I like them fried taters.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold it. Well, I got.
How many bullets in that thing? She's shot about 14 times.
How many do you need?
How many reels is this?
What the fuck?
That is mine. Too bad you couldn't bring yourself to do a quarter of the digging. Easiest thing I've ever seen. Oh man, it's raining diamonds. Look, you can just.
Oh, well, that's a good plan, you dumbass.
Yeah, just last
Bitch, are you for real?
I cut my eyeball.
No, wait, maybe that was a good idea.
And
Wait.
now the.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, on top. Yeah.
Right
You
thing,
should
all
definitely
right
rip her clothes. No. Oh, slappy. All right. Okay. Come on, rip the shirt. God, who made these buttons? I gotta get some.
It's a good thing she's wearing her maiden form bra.
Yeah.
Pocket
It
set.
protects, lifts, and separates.
Oh, yeah.
This letter is going from boy's life to penthouse.
It started with Penthouse. It then went to Girl Scouts life, and then it's back. And
Here we go.
Yeah, are these the Girl Scouts for Airplane?
oh yeah.
Dear Penthouse.
So these
Here's
are the
letter.
body stealers.
Yeah. Here's the letter.
Okay.
voice
All right.
is so
I see what's going.
Down, both of you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna rub your faces in it.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm up for that. Let's go.
In prison again.
Yeah.
I'm gonna demote you a half inch on.
Yeah, you're gonna have to lower your belt line, Missy.
No, you're not such a bad guy.
You're okay yourself, Josie.
Too bad you're so square.
And your
Never could
pussycats.
figure you legit
Yes.
They're
guy.
okay too.
And I
You're
killed
kidding.
my
You were just
wife.
brought up wrong.
Be careful, mister.
Drink
I
it,
don't
buddy.
like to be laughed at.
What's the matter?
Oh, Mr. Big Mouth.
You have to hit him when his hands are tied?
I'd hate to hit him when they wasn't.
These women seem very
Let's
young
get
to be in
going.
menopause.
Have you not figured out he likes it?
Man, I'd like
I do at least give her credit that she realizes, yeah, I'll hit him while he's tied up. I ain't hitting him when he's untied. He'll
No.
knock me the fuck out.
Figure they got the swamp surrounded looking for us? Oh, they surround us all right, but they got a big area to surround.
Swamp cankles.
We'll get out of here, unless you want to stay here.
You know, you'd think at some point these people would tan, but nah.
Nope.
You'd
I
think
know
at
the
some
mud on
point-
your legs doesn't count.
You'd think at some point the leeches would have their way.
Yeah.
Much farther out of here.
Come on, Dingay Fever.
It's how they stay pale. All the leeches.
Yeah.
Anemia.
Anemia.
I wish
wasn't
you'd
very
undo some of the
popular.
buttons in this show.
Anemia was a very popular beauty product in the 60s.
Oh, it was cheaper than heroin.
I like Anemia Bedelia. She's my favorite chatter.
Oh, it's a nope rope.
No.
Yeah, that's a bitey snake. Stay away from the bitey snakes.
Oh, this is definitely not happening 5 minutes ago.
Oh yeah, this is definitely not in some gator farm.
Yeah, we're not on the side of the road here.
No.
Wow. Okay. What's that? What else has he got? A giant ball of yarn. What other stock footage have you got there, Rog?
I think I'll go to Alaska.
Tell me, what do you think of all these gators? There's hundreds of them. What do you think? Are you scared?
Here's one place.
I don't know about you, but I love the croc.
Unless somebody buries some more diamonds for me. Josie, how much you figure they're worth?
Oh,
Well, the ones you lost in the dirt are probably worth $500,000.
Give us $200,000.
Well, they were worth $500,000, but then you poured half of them on the fucking ground.
Now you ask me.
Man, that's a lot of loot.
You said it.
I guess that's $50,000 a piece, huh? Yeah. Don't sound like so much that way. Guess it'll have to do. You know, that Vera's a mean dame.
She wants to kill Vera.
With that gun of hers, I bet she gets herself into trouble before she ever gets a chance to spend it.
So that's her problem.
I could sure do without that Lee, too.
Yeah, somebody's starting to do some math on the division here, and
what would happen if?
How'd you like to have $100,000 a piece instead of 50?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's all criminals.
It wouldn't be any trouble.
If you can't trust criminals, who can you trust?
Have you considered murder?
A piece.
Are you sure you wouldn't like that whole $200,000 all for yourself?
Oh, I'm pretty sure I would, but I'm not letting you know that until a little later.
You've been such a
I don't
great
know nothing
friend.
about you except that you make me sick. Look, we came into this 4 ways, and that's the way we're going out. Unless you'd like to try something, get yourself out of the deal.
How about two ways?
Now, get
Can we
out
do
of here
that?
before I break your dirty little neck.
That's a both
Get
ways.
out of here.
Oh,
I mean, I already pulled mine out, TJ.
Oh, it's picnic time.
It's been nothing but disappointment thus far, though.
What's under the?
Oh,
my God.
Hello.
just as I thought.
He's a eunuch.
I was gonna say Jewish, but eunuch is definitely funnier.
Oh, that's actually one of the girls. My bad.
Yeah.
Well, then she'll really be surprised.
I can't tell anyone apart either. I thought that was the guy.
They all look alike to me.
A nap, just like a woman. I wear pants.
Yoink.
Just like.
Yep.
He's the cranky one on watch.
You have a gun. And you had a gun. And you had a gun.
Bang.
Oh.
That was easy.
Wait if he tries to take his gun.
It's not loaded. Not anymore.
No.
Not after walking through a
I
swamp.
bet he can reload fast. I bet it's got more shots than that redhead's gun.
Sleep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I got all the guns. Fuck the diamonds.
Got all the guns, and I'm taking the diamonds.
And I'm taking the Versace handbag.
And the shovel.
Oh, yeah.
And the boat.
$10.
Bye.
And this thermos, and that's all I need.
She's
Why
gonna
not
get bit by a
just kill
snake.
them? You know, like, just.
Well, you'd have to, like, shoot very quickly, and I'm not sure that she's going to pull that off.
Oh, the touch of a man.
She just trembled.
Quivered.
Want to take a trip with me?
Touched Connors.
You might like it.
I don't think common people's getting behind this film.
I don't want to kill you.
You're not in the spirit of this at all.
I really don't want to.
I'm gonna blame the cold medicine.
No.
I've got the diamonds.
She loves a man with a smaller.
He may have
hairdo
stolen
than
some of
yours.
Fiona's medication, too.
You come with me and don't make a sound.
So we have to time it so we both come at the same time. Is that what you're saying? That's, goddamn.
Golden warm glow of the moon there.
Under the harsh moonlight.
You don't like him when he shoots night for night. You don't like him when he shoots day for night.
I don't like it when I can't see it. And I don't like it when I can see it.
Picky, picky, picky.
What is worse?
What's the matter?
They're gone.
My gun.
They got my gun.
Mine too.
The diamonds. That crazy, sneaky little...
Why did any of you trust that bitch?
Yeah.
Hey, it's
Yeah,
still
why don't you
here.
take turns to sleep?
Why do you suppose she didn't take the boat?
Why did she take Bob?
Couldn't you see she was crazy about him?
I guess so. Come on, let's
She
go.
was taking all the
Where?
valuables.
Well, after her, where
Did we
else?
notice that she
Oh,
was
wait a
crazy
minute.
about him? I mean, I noticed.
I don't know. Or that she was crazy in general. I don't think we picked up on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why didn't she?
Okay.
Seems to me she wanted us
Crazy.
to come running after her.
You can't let her get away.
Well, I'm not about to go running into a bullet either.
You've all got a
I don't know
point.
how she did it.
First thing we
Couple
gotta
of
do
them.
is find
Her.
out where she's at. But how? We better see her before she sees us, because she'll kill us.
Just like that?
I mean, the
Well, I
blonde
guess
was
the first
lucky
thing
she
is to
didn't steal her
find their
tits as
trail.
well.
Well, she wasn't hired for her acting abilities.
Nope.
Oh, is there someone in a gorilla suit?
Oh, please
Oh,
let
please.
it be.
You mean other than me?
Let it be John Landis.
Josie!
I found the
What did you
alcohol
mean?
tree.
Pussycats.
Pussycats,
See
a
where they went?
symbol.
She
Did
probably
we turn
hung
this into a gun?
Remember I told you she
Leaves
wasn't
of
so good.
three.
Wasn't exactly
Let
a
it
surprise
be.
to me. Look, if she went through this
It's
mess,
here
I
that
guess
I
we
gave
can,
John
too.
Landis his big
Now
break.
remember, if she sees us, we're dead.
Leaves of seven. Let's have a
What are we going to
session.
do when we find it? Oh, beats me. Well, then why do we have to? Oh, let's do one thing at a time. Come on.
You're first, Geraldine.
I found Freddy Krueger. Oh, yeah.
Wolverine? Wolverine.
These definitely do sound more like jungle noises on the soundtrack.
Do I hear the native cry of a Touch Connors?
Mm.
Not
Maybe
often
mating
autumn in
season.
the wild
It's the
like
mating
that.
cry of a
Yeah, yeah.
All right, be
That's one of
quiet. There's several Hanna-Barbera characters over there.
Hey, boo
Don't attract their
Behind
attention.
here.
Hey, the picnic baskets.
How did she ever get up in that tree? She's there, all right. How did she ever get up there with all those guns? I know Vera. She's got them lined up like a shooting gallery.
Looks like Bob's okay.
Sure, she goes for him.
I definitely prefer to meet a bear in the woods rather than Nick Nolte.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, these in particular. Yeah.
Is she a good shot?
She can hit anything she can see. Yeah, if we were to rush out there, we'd all three be dead before we could reach her.
At this point, I would welcome anything in the woods other than conversation.
What are we gonna do?
Yeah, yeah.
Now,
What
she
if we cut
figures
the
that
tree down
she can
without her
shoot us,
seeing
but we
us?
can't shoot her.
Conversation. The forest's silent, not so silent killer.
Yeah, that'd be a real
Only
surprise.
you.
Only you can prevent forest fires.
Oh, no, I just remembered. We also buried some dynamite over here. Let's go dig that up.
Oh,
We
thank
can
God.
Throw it at her.
Is it near the alcohol tree?
These when I was a kid. Got a couple of rats with them once.
Turn around.
Sure hope you can get one more.
Bright eyes?
How far do you
Oh.
think you can throw it?
I'm not exactly the
I
smallest.
was talking
girl
about
alive.
Predator. I was hoping we'd hear the Predator noise.
Now you two girls circle around. And then when I whistle
And
like
some
I
of the
told you, get
Predator's
her, take her out
dialogue.
there. You can get her, take a shot at you, but don't do it so good you get
If they cover
yourself
themselves in
killed.
mud, then she won't be able to see them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, you don't know. She might be a T-Rex. Her vision could be based on movement.
Well, just remember next time they're burying the booze,
Her
they
arms
need to
are
bury a
down.
sniper rifle along with it so that they can deal with these kinds of problems.
Are you all sure you're done fighting?
Yeah.
I don't think he really cares either way at this point.
Yeah.
Hey, you dumb bitch.
Whoa!
Your aim is terrible.
Throw it.
Throw it.
Oh, she put a hot gun
Oh.
between her
Yeah.
legs.
Oh, there's something hotter between her legs right now.
Hey, Vera!
Show her your tits.
Billy!
Yeah.
That'll distract her. Ooh.
Oh.
Good dodge.
It's a good job she can out dodge bullets, isn't it?
And they're off.
The third international running.
Why don't they come out?
Hello, Stitch.
You're shooting.
Because it's a different time, you understand? It's not really safe for them to come out like that.
A different time, like day, night, both at the same time.
They're stuck in Alaska.
She's at a
That's
different
what's happening.
altitude. There's a much. Oh shit!
It's the snake from earlier.
Danger.
Don't touch Connors.
Excuse me, Mr. Snake, could you bite everyone in this movie, please?
Yeah, no bitey, Snake. No bitey. Yeah, I'm a flex. That'll intimidate it.
Make yourself look really big.
Yeah. They'll back off.
Oh, it's trying to mate with my snake. Oh, it's
Oh,
in the
shit.
S&M.
Oh wow, that was great.
My thigh.
I knew throwing the javelin in high school would pay off.
I'll never be able to wear shorts again, you ass.
Oh, what the hell happens here?
Oh,
It's in 3D all of a sudden.
oh, now she gets good aim.
F.W. Murnau is suddenly running the film now.
Just shot the most believable character in the film. What was that?
I don't know what's happening here. I
What the
didn't see
hell?
Are you okay?
this- did not see this earlier.
The snake bite section of the film.
Did you have your eyes open earlier?
Did you
thing I
you get your bootlegs?
Fine.
Oh, there we go. Oh, thank God.
Roger, change the reel.
Get the hell out of here, F.W. Murnau. We're tired of your shit.
Another second and I'd have been dead.
She shot us?
My eyes only see watermarks.
No,
Last part of that movie was just in
Last thing she
snake
did before
vision.
she fell.
Oh,
Sure, it was a good
yeah.
shot. Funny thing.
Predator vision.
Joe was
He
one of
sees
the
an
girls
infragreen.
who did
Yeah,
everything,
infragreen.
and the last thing she did was save his life. The last thing she did was kill a snake.
Killed the snake for well, off we go.
Guess that's 70 grand a piece then.
70-ish.
Okay, so we've resolved nothing. Okay, well, that's good.
And now we only have to split Touch Connors 3 ways.
Yep.
Wait a minute.
How much further we gotta go now, Josie? Just a couple of more miles.
Don't you remember when we did all this
taking any
before?
chances. They're probably waiting for us. It's gonna get dark pretty soon.
Time is a
We'll see when I
flat
get out of
circle.
here. Come on, mister.
You know, the last time we landed here, we had 2 more girls.
And an ice cream man.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, I'm glad I'm back here. I've missed him. His medieval
Meanwhile,
flag.
in Captain Oogie Boogie's office.
Yes. Commander Kodak is still disappointed in him.
The important thing is to make contact.
Important thing is to
Sure,
make this
it's a big
look as
jump,
though
but
it's
we got a
actually
big
plugged
Yeah.
in.
What's your favorite?
I have to talk generically because this footage is going to be used in 3 more movies.
I can hardly wait to get to that fence and turn these diamonds into spending money.
I rubbed them in my eyes again and
How much is
hurt
a cut
myself.
three-way?
Remember
Yeah.
when that happened? I was bleeding from
Seems
the
to me
eyes.
you'd
It was
like to get
gross.
to that
But I want
fence
that.
too,
I
Lee.
want it again.
But I'm into that shit. Don't judge.
Remember when I lost about $100,000 worth of them in the underbrush by pouring them all over
Maybe
my
you could give me a
face?
better price. For me and Billy. Well, I guess they all pay about the same. You never know. How would I get in touch with him? I'd rather keep that to myself.
Are they out of
Well, that's a
bullets?
fine way to
'Cause, like,
act
why
after
is he
we've done for
cleaning
you.
the gun?
It hasn't been a one-way street, you know.
I guess she's just
Yeah,
reloading.
that's right.
Well, I don't think it's very.
Forget it, Billy.
Well, she's very worried about corrosion in this
Oh, we
environment, you
should be
know.
out of here in a couple
But
of hours.
cleaning it in the swamp would be kind of pointless.
Yeah.
Sure gonna seem funny
I
without
feel like
you or
parts of me are
around you.
corroding while I'm watching it.
It's funny without you and Vera squabbling
That's
all
what
the
that
time.
smell is.
Yeah.
It's one of
Yeah.
them.
Sure will.
I can't believe that common people didn't put it together when they were playing with the diamonds. Gem and holograms is clearly.
Probably got the whole jungle surrounded.
Well, to be fair, you didn't either.
Maybe.
Gem
Oh, I did. I
cinematic
was just waiting.
She should have let that snake
This is
go.
truly outrageous. Truly.
Truly, truly outrageous.
Save us the trouble.
Oh, Josie, can't you think of no other way? He's cute.
He may be cute, but as long as he can talk, we got a couple extra murder rats. Look, why don't you just tie him up and leave him?
Everybody's talking at
Why
me.
should we?
And I understand a word I say.
We're close to the edge of the jungle. A gun shall bring whoever's looking for us a running.
What makes you so sure somebody's looking for us?
You sure don't like
Because
gunshots,
we
do you?
broke out of prison
Not when
and
they attract
murdered
attention
people.
and get us caught. You don't like them when they kill anybody either.
So where in that outfit was she keeping those extra rounds?
No, I think we know. And it's not the outfit.
It's prison
pocket. Yeah, prison pocket.
Making sure that anyone she shot gets a yeast infection.
Yeah.
There won't be any sound.
Yeah. See, we got a
Yeah, see, yeah.
Why should I? It's not my idea. Might make us all feel a little closer.
Yeah.
That's what we need. A bonding moment.
On our heads. Make me feel like I could trust you.
Mm-hmm.
Might get me a little horny.
Suck my cock, Gary.
Ended up I can trust you.
Okay.
Well, draw straws.
Whoa.
Why should I? I'll kill him for you if you want. Give me the knife. It's just a little late. Give me your gun.
I'll give the bullets to you one at a time.
Doesn't want to go. Wow. Realize
I told you to wash.
World.
I told you to wash your laundry with cheer.
Sponsored by Gorn, the bleach alternative.
Oh yeah! Oh, come on!
Baby oil anywhere? Must be some baby
No,
oil.
exactly.
Hello.
All right.
Well, I did bury some there earlier.
I want to know who provided this wardrobe, but my God, these buttons are just absolutely industrial strength.
I like stunt buttons.
Steel belted radio.
Well,
yeah.
You know, Corman wanted to make sure he could reuse these on at least 3 other films. So
Oh yeah.
the buttons popping off.
Yeah.
Corman will stick the tags back on them and return them.
Oh yeah, return them. Yeah. Got it home, and look at this stain. It's like it's been in a swamp.
Whoa. No. Only shoot each other.
Judo chop.
Oh, nice.
No.
Forgot about the leg. Oh.
Brought a stick
That was
to a
the weak
foot fight.
Right in the weak spot. Right in the chin. I think the guesses were provided by NASA or something.
Guess how I want rewarded.
Before you do.
Hey.
It's gonna be a long day for night.
It's a sandwich.
Say, you remember that girl that had big knockers that died?
Yeah.
I'll go.
I don't either.
No, his wife just died.
Yeah, he's already moved on.
That's fine.
Do you mind that my crotch has been in the swamp for like 48 hours?
I mean, they all have swamp ass, so it's totally irrelevant.
Literally.
I mean, it's best not to dwell on those things, but jeez.
Phil Fiend is on that boat.
What the hell is
Fiend
Fiend? Explain yourself, sir.
We didn't even get to see Fiend. He's too expensive for Roger.
Oh yeah, Fiend. Yeah, Roger couldn't afford Fiend.
Yeah, you know, and the funny thing is, this is the first time a movie has ever been made in Louisiana where they didn't buy off the officials because Corman just couldn't afford it.
No, that was. I mean, Roger's not going to pay that. In fact, the officials ended up paying Roger.
Please leave. Please don't show this film.
Fiend, explain yourself, sir.
Reverse corruption.
I feel like we've all paid.
We all got a happy ending that we wanted there, didn't we? You know, he murdered his wife was murdered. He moved on real fast,
you know,
and we're okay with that.
Oh,
what is going on here?
Look at the raw eroticism.
Exactly.
Oh yeah,
exactly.
Ottercism?
No buttons there.
Yeah.
You can decide which of those I am.
Why do I have to?
Which one do you want to be?
You don't need to.
What I do in my own head.
That's just Smylexx on Smylexx action right there.
Can I just ask, why did they suddenly become buddies? And fuck it, we're gonna walk to the cops now. What?
Yeah,
right.
It was very sudden.
Was she an undercover cop the whole time?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yes, they introduced her at the beginning.
Yeah.
No, I saw that chick. I didn't realize she was actually the one.
That's her.
Because again, we're not exactly showing these people well.
Man.
Yes, she was placed undercover in the women's prison to get with the Nardo gang to help them find the diamonds.
Wow, I'm glad
So
someone's
the-
keeping track of this shit.
Wow, yeah, me too. I didn't pick up on that either, but fair enough.
We're gonna have to rewatch that. This recontextualizes everything.
Roll it.
All right,
Let's
back it up.
go.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
I think R2 could give a summary though.
B footage.
I think I just did.
Yeah, I think that was it.
That was more than yeah. More than
Well, there was Beverly Garland, and she was beautiful.
Yes.
And then she died.
And then she died.
She had the best heaving breasts out of
Yes.
She shot a
Yes.
snake. Yes. Oh, I love Beverly Garland.
We had to downgrade to the blonde, and then
Yep.
she ended up dying. So all the best breasts are gone. That's a problem.
So yeah, Beverly Garland was a Corman regular. She of course did a number of other things. She was on there was My Three Sons, I believe. She was a regular on that. But yeah, she was a Corman regular, and she was absolutely beloved by the Mystery Science Theater 3000 community. She was in a few different films that they did, including this one. And they invited her to one of their conventions, and she came and she knocked everyone down. She was funny. She loved talking about all the films she had made and some of the terrible props and terrible stuff.
Oh, awesome.
The terrible monster in It Conquered the World.
Mhm.
The vegetable
awesome.
monster. But no, she absolutely loved the fans, and she was such a cool person.
She's very
So,
she was very like when everybody would be like, "Oh, you're in bad movies." She was very defensive of these movies as
She
look,
was.
these were competently made. These actually entertained people. Yeah. She didn't think that they were Oscar winning or whatever, but the idea that there was a value in these movies. She very much was adamant
It's like,
about.
hey, yeah, and how many of these and it's like how many of these movies lost as much money as Ishtar?
Right, yeah.
Like Ishtar lost more money than any of these movies even
than the
cost.
entire career of Roger Corman, yeah.
Like these movies made money. They entertained people. They were fun. Yeah, they weren't, amazing art house pictures, and they didn't all win awards and stuff. But
Not every film has to be.
Right, and that was so one thing that comes out with Corman regularly. I mean, he oh, by the way, he did actually make some movies for studios, not just at the beginning, right?
He did.
But
he actually had a contract with Columbia and United Artists at one point.
And Universal, because Frankenstein Unbound was, I believe, under Universal.
Oh, really?
But the idea is that the reason he kind of went back to the studios is because the time of his as an independent producer and distributor was coming to an end because everything was changing. The big studios were doing a lot of contracts with the theater chains. There was consolidation in that space. You didn't have as many independents. He couldn't release something and actually get a nationwide release, in theaters anymore. But he specifically chose to remain independent so that he could control what he wanted to do. He wanted to do what he did.
Yes.
And that freedom came with certain constraints as far as budget or whatever, but that's the trade he wanted to make. He did not want to answer to other people.
Yeah.
He didn't want to operate under that. And the idea that every movie has to be $100 million, blockbuster, whatever. I mean, Corman actively rejected that, right?
He really did. In fact, he went
go
on
ahead.
record. He went on record in this. There's this one quote that I found where he was talking about how, the film industry is an industry. It's a business, and he's always treated it as a business. But he also still wanted to recognize that it's an art form.
Yes.
And that, the art form can come in a lot of different ways, but it shouldn't always be, the $100 million, $200 million.
Right. You can have a successful business running a small hardware store. That doesn't mean you have to become Walmart or you're a failure.
Which is evidenced by like how happy the man was all the time.
Absolutely.
You're always like kind of taught by society that you have to get bigger, better, more famous, more rich. whatever. He was happy doing what he did.
Yeah, he
Right.
did.
That freedom was the most important thing to him.
It
And he
absolutely
did
was.
what he needed to do. Now, the other thing is he was very intentional that the job of his job and the product that he produced had to entertain the audience, the end, right? That if I entertain them well enough, I get back enough money, I make money, then I can do it again. I don't have to take over the world. I don't have to do this stuff. It's a very simple transactional process but an understanding that in the end, I'm here to entertain. It's like, okay, well, you could have the gold-plated toilet. Look, all you need is the base toilet. That's it. And that's what most people are going to see and use, right? Yeah, you can go crazy and have travertine all over the bathroom and all this stuff. Why would you? Right? It's better to make it up in volume and giving an honest trade in the transaction. I will entertain you and I will do things on a certain budget so that it makes money. That's a good workmanlike view.
And he
of people chances. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he still took all kinds of risks.
And he wanted he even though he recognized the film industry as a business, as an industry, he still wanted it to be recognized as the art form. And he wanted to always try and reinvigorate it as an art form.
Right, but the thing is that
by working constantly, spend those multi-million-dollar budgets on superhero movies, you had to at least let some films come through that were art.
Yeah, that was so when Cameron, I think it was after Avatar, but they were interviewing him. He was talking about like the budget for Titanic, right? And so they asked him, what would you do if you were given a big budget, right, to make a big movie? What would be the product? And he's like, I haven't really thought of that. But if you give me $100 million, I would make a $50 million picture. And knowing the team that I have, it would look like $100 million picture. And then I would do $5-10 million pictures.
Yeah.
Because each of those are going to look like $20 million pictures because I just know the process. But the idea is when you put all of your money and all of your eggs in one basket, you become risk averse. Because of Corman's independence and the strict budgetary constraints that he operated in, he could experiment and try things, and they would still make money, but they may not make as much. And he realizes, okay, well, the market isn't ready for that kind of thing, so I'm going to do this or I'm going to do this. Cast a wide net and let the people that are making the script and all that. The director, once they're on the set, they control the movie. Corman was very much against him showing up on set and giving any guidance. He would talk to the director like he would call him at lunch. How's it going? And maybe talk to him at the end of the day. But that's it, right? The work that you put in is in pre-production.
Absolutely, yeah. That was some of his biggest rules that he had. What he always emphasized when he was working with his directors, when he was producing the films, he always emphasized extensive planning beforehand.
Yes.
If you don't know what you're going to do when you get to set or when you get to your filming location that day, you've done it wrong.
You're not allowed on. Yeah, we're not doing it yet.
So don't make all the big decisions, make all the choices beforehand. Do all the rehearsing with your with your actors beforehand. Get to the set and spend your time on set shooting the picture. Spend your time on location.
Right. It was
shooting the picture.
It was because time doesn't cost you much.
Yeah.
Right. It's a matter of diligence and hard work.
Coppola never listened to any of this advice?
He did actually early on. Unfortunately, Francis then went on and huffed his own parts.
He's more of a process guy.
Yeah. And a big thing for Roger was also to make sure that your script fit the budget that you had.
Yes.
You had to make sure that what you were going to be making, what was on the page, fit with what you could afford to actually shoot.
Yeah,
right.
He was dead honest. He was dead honest about it, saying
and the same with the shooting schedule. Like, okay, this is how much money we've got, and this script. No, you can't have this scene because we can't we can't make that work. What if you replace that instead with a minute of conversation? Or what if you added in some voice? He loved voiceover. He loved to use that as a shortcut sometimes for getting his stories to kind of stitch together. But yeah, he would always make sure that all of that planning was done beforehand.
And
That's
look
how he was able to make those films.
Look how far
on
we've
such a
fallen
budget.
now with the.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Now
yeah.
you've got
They have no idea what
morons.
they're doing.
Like
No
Sam
idea.
Raimi doesn't know what he's actually shooting the next day because they haven't written it yet. I mean,
Or you've
Well,
got
I think-
morons on a set shooting a film without an actual script.
Without a
They're
script,
just-
without any
got no
storyboard,
pages.
with
Third act
producers constantly being involved on the fucking set, and sending notes and all that shit.
and this is
right?
and this is
That was one
you
of
know,
the things that he talked about with Martin Scorsese. With Marty Scorsese, Martin Scorsese. Sorry, I'm not
Yeah.
friends with Marty.
you can call him Marty.
Roger was.
Uh,
so
call him
Roger
Marty
called
here,
him
it's
Marty.
fine.
You can do
When
that.
he had visited him because he was the one who directed Boxcar Bertha, and he had gone and visited him at like whatever little motel he was staying at for the shoot or whatever, and he had everything laid out in pictures around him, right? And he just thought, yes, that's what you want. You want to have this presented beforehand so you know what you're shooting, so you know where your money is going.
Right. Well, and the other thing is that he very specifically told Scorsese, okay, the first 4 days of shooting are going to do the train shots. And the reason for that is these are the most difficult shots, and your team is going to be the most energized during that first week.
Yeah.
Right. So do the hard stuff. You upfront. Again, it's an understanding of the mentality of people, right? That they're going to have the most energy. So do the hard stuff first, right? And if things go wrong, you have the ability to be creative because of that. The other thing is that his idea of you do everything in pre-production and then you show up and start filming, and that you have a very strict schedule, is it stops you from sitting and climbing up your own ass and think, well, I could do it this way, and then this, but not that, right? The tightening everything up reduces the options you have, and it makes you stick. And if you only have 20 minutes for this shot and something goes wrong, the time budget. You better get real creative real quick and not, wander around and be, have analysis paralysis and then blow the budget.
And you're not letting your actors get up their own asses either, because they're on set. They need to know their lines. They need to understand the motivations for their characters. They're not stopping in the middle and going, hold on just a minute, I need to think about what I'm doing in this scene.
Yeah, they
It's
haven't
like,
got time. I mean, when you're dealing with, let's face it, that's an industry full of divas and ego.
Absolutely.
So, if you can rein that in and sort of just keep everybody on
right, you keep them busy and it's constantly flowing. Right, we do this, we do this, we do this. Not sit and let's play around for an hour while we do whatever. That then opens up a lot of options that will then expand that pause.
I get the impression maybe Tarantino directs like that.
Yeah.
You mean you mean that he shoots very pre-planned, or that he shoots very free form?
I think he's pretty free form at the beginning, but I get the impression that when he's got that script, it's pretty much what's on the page is getting done that day, and you know what you're doing when you get there. I mean, when he's making films with, he's relaunched the careers of a lot of people who have had massive ego issues in the past and got too big for their boots, and then sort of not been hired for a while, and then he's kind of brought these people back in, and I get the impression there's a little bit more of a humbling process, and they're just like ready. They're more than happy to work
reinstitutes the
now.
discipline into the
exactly.
this is how you do the work.
Yeah,
that's the feeling I get. I mean, I could be completely wrong there, but he seems like the opposite of what Francis Ford Coppola is doing, where he's sitting in his trailer all day thinking about whether he comes out and does a bit of shooting that morning.
Yeah.
I think there's a the more that I've watched Corman and also the people that worked underneath him and talking about the things that he did, it revealed the genius of his understanding of how to maximize people doing things without without creative limitations, right?
Yeah.
He's like, look,
it was like
here's
what
the budget.
just said. It eliminates the what if.
Right, and it eliminates the pause that allows you to engage in self-doubt and thinking, coming up with different options. Like, look, You did the hard work in pre-production. Now it's a matter of execution. Do it.
Well,
right.
even-
And eliminate people, anybody's psychological ability to stop and rethink and second guess what they're doing. Just do this.
If you haven't worked on a movie set, it's like being in a war. And the better preparation you have to just fucking, attack what you have to fight all day long for 12 hours minimum a day.
Yeah.
You want to be as prepared as possible.
Yeah.
I mean, going back to that point of ego, though. I mean, like I've just seen you mention there in the chat. That's a good point as well. Is that it only takes one actor to have that ego issue to then derail the entire thing, and everybody's just waiting around for that one person. Whereas the rest of them are thinking about the fact that they could move on from this project into the next one that they've got lined up, and the schedule for all of these people, from everybody from the crew to the actors, it's very dependent on somebody being organized and not going down that route of, but if we did it 14 different ways, and I get the right take,
And he was he always he got kind of a famous rap of one take and move on. But he always he always would do a few takes. Like Jack Nicholson had mentioned that he was always good around, or Roger Corman always said Jack Nicholson was always really good around the third.
Oh, I read that quote. He said something about when he worked for Kubrick. He said, Stanley, I'm really good around about the 60th or 70th take.
right. I've peaked.
Yeah.
You're not going to get anything else. Yeah.
Well, I think it was interesting to see his interviews in the late 90s, where he talked about the constraints of the way that they made movies, where you do a few shots and then you say, okay, that's print, right? That's the one that's actually going to go get developed. And you are then, when you go into the editing room in post, you are constrained by, okay, that's the print, you do this thing. He said the problem with digital stuff now is that every take is essentially print, right? What it can, and so you could say, yeah, I actually said when I was on the set and we were shooting this, take 4 is the one that should go to print. But now I'm sitting here looking, and I kind of like this thing about take 2 and this and that, whatever. And he said, and it causes the editing to take more time and expand. It gets more complicated. And again, it's his understanding of psychology that it's like a kid that walks into a room where he has 1,000 toys. He doesn't know what the fuck he's going to play with, right? When you have the toy, that's what you're playing with. Have a nice day, right?
Absolutely. It's the biggest canvas in the world and all of the colors, and then you say, just draw something. Whereas if you're given a pencil and a small piece of paper, you'll and somebody gives you a rough idea as to what they want, you'll do a much better job than you would with that. You'll just stare at that blank page for
you'll be there 5 hours later and still not have drawn anything, trying to pick what color you're going to use.
Yeah, and Lucas is probably the best example of all.
Yeah,
of
exactly. He's got all of the toys and he doesn't really know which ones to use first. Yeah,
right. And so again, there's an engineer's mindset that Roger brings, but there's also an understanding of psychology of how. By the way, his study was industrial engineering, which is a lot more about process, right? And so there's an understanding of how people behave, how people work, and Roger very actively used that to remove the distractions of the second guessing, because as creative people, you're always coming up with different things. Well, maybe I could do it this way and all that stuff. He's like, look, you spend that time in pre-production. Once you've committed, do it. That's the end, right? Move on. And it was hilarious. I was watching an interview with Ron Howard where he was talking about when he was shooting Grand Theft Auto. Jonathan Demme saw him and he's like, oh, hey, come up here. And he talked to him for about 15 or 20 minutes about kind of how to do things. And the sheets that Demme had gotten from Roger about how to set up your shots for the day and the schedule or whatever, Ron Howard used throughout his career.
He did.
Wow.
Yeah.
He did.
Right. He was talking about, Ron was talking about a conversation they had with Roger, where Roger was talking about how to be efficient and maximize the time that you're on. And he said, look, if you're doing a shot with a couple of people and the sun is going down, and you want to shoot this in the daylight, have them walk up the hill to stay in the light and have somebody walking with a big reflector, and then you've got your camera and sound man, right?
It's a great story.
And he's like, what? I mean, this cheap shit or whatever. He goes, meanwhile, about 10 years later, I've got Tom Cruise and got the redhead from Australia.
Nicole Kidman.
Yeah, Nicole Kidman. And I realize time is going out. I have them walking up a hill. We're doing the exact same thing for the, was it Far Away? I can't remember the name of that.
Far and Away, yeah.
Yeah, Far and Away. And he's like, that was an offhand comment where Roger's just talking about how to be efficient. And you think, I've got, 100 times the budget of what I was doing before, and I'm still doing these little shortcuts because it's the smart thing to do.
You mentioned Ron Howard, and I think that's a good example. And actually some of the others, like Jonathan Demme, and there's quite a few others operating in Hollywood who've had long careers
careers,
as directors, and that efficiency does show in a lot of their films, even the big budget ones like Apollo 13 and stuff like that. You can tell, just like Clint Eastwood, just like Woody Allen, they know how to get a film done in the budget that they've got, in the time that they've got. And while some of their films are not the most beautiful, they're not the most artistically stunning, they're always competently shot, and the storytelling is very strong. And you don't have time to get distracted by a lot of arty fluff that you probably
they're not
don't need
self-indulgent, because that's
yeah.
bullshit. You're there to entertain the audience, not to entertain yourself.
While it's lovely to see a film which is stunningly attractive and it's just a brilliant piece of art, I mean, there is something to be said for efficiency and planning and just getting the job done effectively and under budget. I mean,
we watched Legend last week, and there's a perfect example. It's
absolutely
beautiful, but it's just hollow.
Every frame is a painting.
It's
same about that whole story and dialogue thing. Yeah, that's
very much. It's just very difficult to rewatch. I mean, I would say Blade Runner 2049 sort of has a little bit of that.
I'll stand up for that one, but
I like that film, but I think it is almost. But you can almost turn the sound off and just watch it as a screensaver.
It's a little bloated.
Actually, it's a little better if you do that. Yeah,
it might improve just slightly, but man, Corman was always he was endlessly economical, and part of that, I think, of course, I guess I said earlier, I did kind of go back and look at his autobiography, and a lot of it was talking about his formative years, his younger years, early on in the book. There's a whole chapter about The Intruder, by the way. Just
I imagine. Oh yes, yeah.
You were talking about him knowing personalities, by the way, and knowing people, right? And so one of the things he was talking about was the crowd scenes that he was shooting on the steps there that we saw in that film. That when he's giving that big long speech, rise up, and take back your town kind of thing. So he did all the shots from behind Bill, showing the crowd. He did those first because he knew that over time, after about an hour of shooting,
people get tired.
Many of the people that showed up would start to leave. They would get bored and they would leave. So he did all the shots from behind Bill while he had all of those people there from the town. And then as people started leaving, he started doing the other shots that were up towards Bill, so he could move the camera in closer and closer and have fewer and fewer people,
still
and
compress
still make it
the
look
crowd so it looks
like he had a
good,
crowd. But
I also heard Shatner say he was losing his voice before he had to deliver that big speech scene. So he was pantomiming when he was being shot from behind. He wasn't yelling at all.
Yeah.
So I mean, amazing.
I think there was
go ahead.
So there was a great story again about the Wild Angels, where he's dealing with the Hells Angels, and Corman directed that, and he knew that look, it's Roger Corman. Everything is going to be on time, and we're going to do the shot, and it's going to work out. He said, but I'm dealing with people who don't take orders well.
They don't. And authority is not.
Right. That's not a thing for them. He said, but the problem is you can't be soft, because then they'll just push you around. Right. So he decided that everything the way that he would interact is in a very flat, emotionless voice. This is what needs to happen. This is this and that, whatever it's like, so forth. And when they inevitably began to run amok, he would always address them in that way, so that there was no emotional, no
ego, no
right, or acceleration, right? That you don't have this run. Oh, you're getting mad. Now I'm going to get more mad and all this stuff, right? He knew you divorce the emotion, and that it's very flat, matter of fact. This is the way it is, and this is what we're going to do. And gentlemen, I need you to do this and that, whatever. And he said, and there were a couple of times where things got a little muck. He would then address them. Things would immediately, it would diffuse the situation, and we move on. Again, it's an understanding of people and psychology.
He's a great people person, and I mean that in the best sense of that phrase. He really valued people. He understood them very well, and it all paid off in spades.
And understood how to work around the how you think, the things that will trigger you, the temptations you'll have, because he has a goal. And it's not manipulation. It's an understanding ahead of time that I'm going to set the situation so that these temptations don't draw things off sides and blow our time budgets.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Okay, we're at 2 hours and 20. Let me show some clips that I put together earlier, and then we'll get to our second feature, which is going to be Little Shop of Horrors, everyone.
Yeah.
2 days and a night.
2 days and a night.
2 days and a night. He beat his record after making A Bucket of Blood in only 5 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So he turned around immediately.
I'm never doing that again. 2 days and a night is
immediately,
ridiculous.
and then made a movie in 2.5 days on a bet. Yep.
All right. Well, let's watch some of the graduates of the Corman University speaking about the master.
All of us, including me, had taken LSD. I was a conscientious director. The rest of them just for the experience. And the problem was my trip was wonderful. And if we made the picture on my trip, it would have been propaganda for LSD.
But real quick, has anyone not seen The Trip?
No, I've seen it.
No, I've seen The Trip.
Actually, seen it?
Wow. Roger actually claims that the first it was brought up to him, and he realized it, that actually the first depiction of an LSD trip is X, a man with X-ray eyes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Jack Nicholson, who was a good friend of mine, whose acting career wasn't going very well, was a good writer. So I knew Jack knew LSD, so Jack wrote the script, and we all had these meetings, and everybody was throwing in ideas. And finally, I said, "Whose trip is this?" And we finally said it was everybody's trip.
Fonda and I 2 weeks ago were at a thing. The Academy featured in their program for the Oscars Roger Corman, and they wanted pictures of Roger with his guys. Only 4 people came. It broke my heart, it broke his heart. Peter Fonda, Bruce Dern, Bill Paxton, and Peter Bogdanovich. And we were lucky enough, because none of us ever finished college, but we went to the University of Corman. And let me tell you something. We did those movies in 10 days for $265,000. And a box lunch. And that was it. And broke every rule there was. No guilds, no everything. I mean, we had to be from SAG, because SAG was down the street and they'd come and see there on being paid. But, and that's how I made movies. And there's 3 things in my career that really pissed me off. Number 1, they never let Roger Corman direct a movie for more than $1 million. 2, they won't let Jack Nicholson direct a movie unless he's in it. And it's an impossible situation. And number 3, the way the community of Hollywood treated Michael Cimino after Heaven's Gate and to this day. He is a great filmmaker. You look at The Deer Hunter, you look at Heaven's Gate, you look at The Year of the Dragon, those are pretty goddamn good movies. And they all just pass on him.
We're sitting in the screening room, and he said, "Okay, fine." He got up and left. He said, wait. Don't you want to see the prosthetic breast get eaten? And he turned to me and he said, "Do I have to watch that?"
Yeah, I had my lunch with Roger, and
I like that you can only interview him in graveyards.
That were really significant during the course of making Grand Theft Auto.
Just where he hangs out.
It just caught me hanging out here.
And said,
It's weirdly appropriate for this.
Ron, I'll come visit you on the first day of
Cast
film.
some Happy Days behind him.
And if you're productive
and the audience,
and you know you're making around 20 setups a day, and you're making your days, you won't see much of me. In all candor, if you're not achieving those kind of results, you're going to see one hell of a lot of me. That was his little warning. I had a great moment on the Paramount lot. I was finishing up the season of that season of Happy Days, walking along, and as soon as hiatus came in March, I was going to go direct Grand Theft Auto, and Jonathan Demme called me from out the window at the of his second story office. He was getting ready to do Citizen Band, I think, and of course I knew him as a Roger Corman veteran, and he came bounding down the stairs and he said, "I heard you're going to direct a picture for Roger. Come upstairs." And I went upstairs and he talked to me for about 20 minutes. He gave me these sheets that he would use to sort of plan out the shot lists and the day, and he gave me great advice. Here's this young guy saying, make sure you get plenty of sleep. You know, this hipster guy. And he basically said, you know, Roger will let you creatively do whatever you want to do. That's the fantastic thing about working for Roger. You know, you just have to make sure that you're efficient, and here's how you do it, and remember to think ahead, and just lots of good fundamentals, but also encouraging me to explore and be creative and really, you know, take advantage of this opportunity that Roger was giving me.
And now, the conclusion of our $1,000 movie, Roger Corman's Titanic.
We're safe now, Clarice. We made it away from that cursed ship.
Now I can relax and take off this stifling bikini.
The remainder of the conclusion after these messages.
So classic.
I'd watch it, Roger. I would have watched it. God damn it.
That would be a night to
Titanic
remember.
2, The Revenge.
Is there a sharktopus in there somewhere?
Oh, hell yes.
Oh, yeah.
He
Piranhas.
carried my end of a great tradition and cast Roger in Apollo 13. He had a very nice scene playing a senator with Tom Hanks, and it was a really wonderful day to reconnect with Roger, have him come. We had, you know, it was a big day with green screen, and you know, it was we were doing visual effect shots, and it was you know, just A+ Hollywood filmmaking. And he just smirked and said, well, we could do this for a hell of a lot less. And you know, he could.
Yeah, he could.
The rain was so intense we could not get our equipment out of the ranch where we were shooting, and I decided just to leave the equipment there, because if we couldn't get it out, anybody who was trying to steal it couldn't get it out either. It was probably the most miserable shooting I've ever been involved with. Everybody was covered with mud. It was raining. Allison Hayes, playing the bad girl in the picture, uttered the great line, "Who do I have to fuck to get off this picture?"
That also gives me 5 nights.
How much money are we talking about?
Warning, trigger warning.
Naked
Don't
Paradise was either the second or third picture I directed. I don't remember. We had a 2-week shooting schedule, shooting in Kauai, which was one of the most beautiful islands and is in Hawaii. Matter of fact, some of the locations that we used were locations that had been shot previously for South Pacific. Richard Denning, who I'd never worked with before, and Beverly Garland, who was more or less my standard leading lady, played the 2 leads. One of the things I really remember about this picture was that for the scenes in the ocean, we went into the ocean for half a day. At noon, I said, we're never going back into the ocean again. You cannot shoot there. We found, I think, Hanalei Bay, and we shot all the ocean scenes within the bay, shooting in such a way that the ocean was behind us.
It took Spielberg 3 months to figure this out.
Yeah.
the same.
Roger Corman could have told him that in 5 minutes. That's a
The
bad idea,
backlot.
Steve.
That's what you're using with Spielberg.
I know you were also making a schlocky monster movie. So let me just tell you, that's not the way you should do that.
Yeah, that's
But we were in the
Pretty great.
calm waters of the bay because you just couldn't shoot in the waves.
Yeah, there's Dick.
There was another picture starring Kevin Costner that broke apart trying to shoot in the ocean after Hawaii. They failed to learn the lesson that I learned in about 2 hours.
Roger, I'm telling you, don't you ever do this again to me. That's all I ask. I never want to work with you again. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you. Just much gratitude, much appreciation for
I'm
your
glad to
gifts.
see the plastic shark
and
being
your
fought in the
art
background
and your
there.
craft
As
and
Roger is
everything
shooting
that you're
another
about.
film
It's
while
just
doing
been-
this bit.
Well, the alligator's actually there
You
right
can
now.
see
We
the-
don't have
the
time.
rubber gator. Yeah.
Yeah.
Friends for life.
I also
The
want
shots
to
of the
thank Roger.
hurricane, I think, were stock shots. I don't remember shooting them. It was a standard procedure at the time for low-budget pictures to get stock shots from expensive films and cut them in at strategic intervals.
Naked Paradise.
Roger let this actor become a director,
Strategic.
an editor, a cameraman, a producer, all because Roger let me grab the camera. Roger let me get in the editing room. Roger allowed this to happen for me.
A message there to Hollywood on the gate. Please do
Please
not
do
use
not
this
use-
person.
It's,
Ah,
Bill
it's the
Shatner.
Shat.
Remember me? This is about the 4th biography thing I've done, and something terrible is happening. I mean, they're getting ready for you to die or something, so they'll have film. And I've been a party to this, and you owe me.
Nice, Bill.
I had to.
There's a
Bill.
I don't
Very
know
nice.
if it's one of the clips he chose, but there's also this really great part of that same interview with Ron Howard where Roger Corman goes up to him and he's very excited because they just sold Grand Theft Auto for
Oh
the
yeah.
broadcast
Please tell that.
for the broadcast debut for CBS, right? It was going to show on CBS for the first time. And for $1 million, that's what he sold it for. Ron Howard was like, well, that's great. And he goes, but that 7.5% you had is looking pretty good now, huh? And he goes, because he had a percentage on the back end, right?
Right.
For the TV broadcast. And he goes, yeah, it does. It makes my 92.5% look fucking great.
Absolutely classic, yes.
I love
perfect.
the story of how Ron Howard ended up with Roger Corman, where so his agent gives him a call and he's like, hey, we got this script and you'll be the lead in it and all that, and oh great, and so he reads the script, he's like, this movie is shit, and the agent's like, well, hey, look, so just get a hold of him and talk to him, and I think that you'll be interested in that. And so the movie, the script they got was for Eat My Dust, and I have seen that movie. It is in fact shit. But they worked out a deal where because Ron Howard wanted to get into directing and all that, and so Roger told him, he said, okay, so if we'll see how this movie goes, and if it works out well, then I'll look at maybe having you as an AD or second unit kind of guy and all of this. And the guy said to him, he was like, well, no, I really want this. Okay, well, you can direct this movie. I choose the script, but you also have to act in it, which is how we got Grand Theft Auto.
Right.
I just love that Roger's like, oh no, I'll give you that opportunity, but I know damn well that I need you to act in it because you're going to be the draw that I'm going to make the money from. So here we go. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah.
Oh, great stuff. Great stuff.
Did anybody hear the story about how Jonathan Demme ends up becoming a director?
Go ahead and tell it.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jonathan Demme was actually a PR guy, And he'd worked for some studios, but then Roger managed to get him to work for him, and he was very successful. But Roger saw in him the kind of a creative spark, and he could do a lot of things, and so he said, "Hey, I want you to be a second unit director for me on I can't even remember what movie they were shooting." And Demi was like, I'm not interested in directing and all that. And he's like, no, I think you should do that or whatever. And he did a good job. And Roger then said, hey, this next movie, I want you to direct. And Demi did. And then this is how we end up with Silence of the Lambs and a whole lot of, Philadelphia and these classic movies. But Demi says, had it not been for Roger Corman actively making me essentially go do this stuff, I would have remained in PR the whole time. I would have never chosen to become a director. So Roger Corman is the reason that we have Silence of the Lambs.
That's an eye for talent.
It's great that you get that push. I mean, we could be cynical and say that Roger just didn't have anybody else.
Yeah, well, again, the good news is I'm not going to have to pay him much.
Yeah,
but
I mean, the end result is brilliant. I mean,
and again, the thing about Roger is that there were requirements in his mind for people to direct. Right? Again, you had to be smart and you had to be hardworking, and he had already seen that out of Demi, and thought that just by talking with him and kind of the PR stuff that he had done or whatever, he thought, okay, this guy's got the creative spark. I'm going to have him do this because I think he can do it. And it was really Roger pushing him into a role that he didn't really have an interest in, but once he started doing it, he loved it and got used to it. But he had no ambition to ever become a director, and Corman's the reason that he was.
It's amazing. I mean, and you don't even want to be cynical about it. I think that Roger just knew when he saw talent, and he wanted people who were versatile.
Yes,
in his stable.
Yep.
Roger is the startup of movie making, right?
Mm-hmm.
That you go in and we've got 5 people. Everybody is doing all of the jobs, right?
Yeah.
So your PR guy, you will be in the editing bay at some point.
Mm-hmm.
You will be, over here
yes.
handling, doing grip duties and all of this stuff, right? That everybody has to do everything, and that exposure, it really does pull out the capabilities of people, and you spot that. And the other thing about Roger is that he was happy to see these people go on to bigger things.
Yeah, he was never jealous. He was always proud of the people that he worked with.
No, and he was gracious. They would call him when they were like, "Hey, I'm having a thing. Well, I think you should do this and maybe this and that, whatever." And it was again. There's a reason that so many of these people bring him in to like have star. Here's do this little shot where you're going to be acting in this or whatever. I mean, he has a not insubstantial acting entry list on IMDb, and most of those are people that he knew that went on to do bigger things and brought him in for something.
Oh yeah, yep.
All right. Well, I want to get to the next feature. Common People reminds me I haven't done a plug all night, so we're going to just take a quick second. YouTube hates us. Hate us because we're real people and not AI. I don't know. They claim we reuse content, but we're only ever using it fairly. We're never.
They hate cool.
Yeah, if you've been following everything that's been happening with Little Platoon this week, you know that.
Oh yeah.
I have not.
Freaking idiots.
They are his battle with the content ID monster has been epic. Yeah.
It is incredible. Yeah. No,
all right. Well, let's not get too far into that.
No,
I just want to encourage everyone to visit our Patreon, First Choice, at B-Roll Stage. As always, you can see the ticker. The links should be in the description below, unless I fucked up again. And second choice would be visit our PayPal. We have a PayPal Me link at B-Roll Stage. It's very, very, very easy to use. YouTube won't monetize us anytime soon. We've been denied 3 times in a row and an appeal. And if you like what you're hearing, if you like watching us watch stuff, If you just have a little pocket change rolling around on the couch cushions, please visit our Patreon B-roll stage or our PayPal /PayPal.me/
We don't really fit in with the big YouTube studio system. We're more of an
No.
independent group here, and
Yeah.
we
Oh,
can
I'm
do more
small and
with your
scrappy.
dollars than
Let's
any
do-
other studio on YouTube right now. We deliver more content for less money. It's
Well,
all
we
about
can't-
efficiency here.
We can't help but being cool, but maybe I'm through being cool. I'd like you guys to be able to just throw a super chat once in a while, and we can read it out on the air. But
We're especially cool in the winter because we can't afford heating. But other than that, everything's
yeah. Take an extra 2 or 3 clicks. Comment, people. Thank you for trying. I know some people have a problem with online payments.
I think a lot of it's the overseas stuff.
Drop these great people a tip on PayPal. Go out there and give them a little something on Patreon. These are good people. So
Thank you very much, too.
Well, not me, but the rest of us, the rest of this panel is very good people. Yes,
I think that goes
I
without
don't know what you're
saying.
talking about. I'm terrible.
Well, you're not a person, so we don't include you either. So
Yeah,
that's
otters.
Hey.
But of the people that are on this,
It's going to grow up into
All
something
right.
lovely.
Yeah, you just gotta feed it right.
Yeah.
we're going to call it the Otter 2.
Smylexx 2. Okay, well, we are going to watch The Little Shop of Horrors. And Barbara and I went back and forth quite a bit, actually, on what movies we wanted to show. Barbara felt that Swamp Women was a really great example of Corman.
Yep.
And not necessarily in the traditional way. There's not a big buttery monster or anything like that. Peter Graves is nowhere to be seen. But I initially dismissed Little Shop of Horrors, which is a movie that I remember from being like the tiniest child. I would spend weekends over at my mom's best friends, and she had a son. They had cable, which we did not. And I can't even remember how many times I watched A Little Shop of Horrors. I have vivid etched memories in my head of me and my childhood friend going, "Feed me, Seymour." From like the age of 5 or 6. And then I went back and took a peek at it, and I'm like, God damn, I can't remember the last time I watched this. This is actually quintessential Corman.
It absolutely is.
Yeah.
Yep.
When you start digging around, you realize it was 2 days and a night. It is.
And was it Nicholson that brought them the script for this?
Yeah, I think it was.
I think it was.
It may have been, yeah. So I've got before we roll, this is a great choice. This is from Corman's autobiography. He says, of all the films I ever directed, the one that has survived the longest as a genuine cult classic is the one I did the fastest and the cheapest. He shot this for $35,000, by the way.
In 2.5 days.
And it only took me 2 days on a leftover soundstage to shoot principal photography for The Little Shop of Horrors,
Yeah.
but it has lived on for nearly 30 years. Of course, when he made this was in early 90. Now in midnight shows, on campuses, revival cinemas, video cassette outlets, and of course, remakes for stage and screen. So this is, to him, this is one of those films that has really survived the test of time. And I think it's a great example of Corman. So this was a good choice.
Thank you, R2.
Oh, cranky. So you and I both played Audrey too.
Oh, you played Audrey too?
Yeah.
Of course you did.
Yeah. Was it a good
You
role?
didn't
Did
even
he
need a
get really
microphone, did you?
Well, so the for some of the bigger, as the plant got bigger, initially you're doing it backstage or whatever. We had someone who was supposed to operate the large plant, and they ended up, I can't remember if they had broke a leg or something, and
Jesus.
Literally break a leg. No, not you. No, not literally. Stop.
Jay didn't break their leg.
Right.
No,
Definitely not.
no.
Because we ended up having to wire a microphone, and I actually ran the plant while doing the lines and trying not to sound like I'm out of breath while I'm doing it. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
It was fun.
Wow. That sounds like an awesome memory, actually. All right. Well, let's do it. I think we have a clip or two. I know we have an introduction from Roger here, so let's get into it.
Awesome.
Wasn't there a movie that took only 2 days to make?
Oh yes, Little Shop of Horrors. 2 days of a little bit of shooting in a night. It was done almost as a joke.
One of my favorite
So how do you do that? How do you?
Well,
was that because you had a small, not enough film, or what?
Well, what it amounted to, I was working out of a small rental studio in Hollywood, and a film had come in, and they built a rather good set. And I was having lunch with the studio manager, and he said, "We're going to leave the set up for a while, but then we're going to have to tear it down." And I said, "Well, while it's up," I didn't have a great deal of money at the time. I said, "Maybe I can come up with something, and I can go in and use that set." And I put that together with a feeling that some of my horror films, after you get the scream from the moment of horror, very often the audience will laugh. It's really sort of an appreciation of how they feel, they know they've been manipulated in a horror film. And I had the idea of doing a horror comedy. And so you had to know Screen Actors Guild rules. Screen Actors Guild rules at that time was that if you hired an actor for a week, the salary was less than if you hired an actor by the day for 5 days. So to shoot a picture in 2 days, I would be on a daily rate. It didn't cost that, it cost a little more, but it didn't cost that much more to hire the actors for 5 days. So what I did, I hired everybody for 5 days. We went into the set, and again, I talked about pre-production. This was the most extreme pre-production I've ever had. We rehearsed the entire picture for 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then we came in on Thursday and Friday and shot the picture. And the picture was shot with great humor with the crew and everybody. Everybody knew that we were just sort of fooling around, and I have a feeling that the atmosphere on the set affects the picture itself. For instance, we started shooting at 8 o'clock in the morning on Thursday, and the production manager at 8:30 announced that we were hopelessly behind schedule. And, everybody was sort of laughing, and I think that sort of humor and atmosphere permeated the picture and was one of the things, plus the outrageous plot, of course, that made the picture such a success.
Amen.
I think again, there's a because he was talking about how the audience got a scare and then they laughed. There was a movie prior to this that he made where there was a big, ooh, scare, and he was in a screening for the movie, and then he heard the audience laughing, and he was like, "What the hell? This is not the reaction I'm looking for." And then he realized that it was an appreciation not only for that, but it was a cathartic response, right? And it's that understanding of human psychology.
Yep.
He then decides to intentionally do that in a movie, which ends up being a Little Shop of Horrors.
Yeah, he knew people, man.
It's just, this guy's a genius. He really is.
My name is Sergeant Joe Fink, working the 24-hour shift out of homicide. And this is my workshop, the part of town that everybody knows about, but that nobody wants to see. Where the tragedies are deeper, the ecstasy's wilder, and the crime rate consistently higher than anywhere else. Skid Row, my beat.
Excellent.
Dick Miller, you love to see him.
Oh, yeah.
He seemed to always just be hanging out with Roger Corman, like, "Oh, you're making a movie? Sure, I'll be in it."
I would definitely.
Of course, his big breakout role was playing Walter Paisley in A Bucket of Blood, which was made right before this film.
Right.
Literally right before this film. Just hours before.
We almost did Bucket of Blood. It was very close.
That would have been chronologically correct, yes.
Yeah. And of course, you know about the Walter Paisley phenomenon, right? Dick Miller has played a character named Walter Paisley in like 9 different productions.
Oh, wow. The terrifying period in the history of my beat began in a little rundown floor shop called Smylexx.
Or Mushnick, if you will.
Yes, if you will.
Good morning, Mrs. Shiva. How's things today?
Hi, Dougie.
As usual, Mr. Mushnick. My sister's nephew Stanley died in Little Rock.
You're my favorite customer.
Oh,
I'm sorry I asked.
Nice. Well, you would like maybe, as usual, some flowers for the funeral.
Oh, yes, he was.
I thought possibly, because I always give to you all my funeral business, maybe you should possibly give to me a little cut rate.
Look on me, Mrs. Shiva. What am I, a philatelist? I sell on Skid Row nothing but cheap carnations. And I should give you a cut rate. I can't even afford water for the flowers. To my throat, I would be giving a cut.
I dreamt I dwelt in marble hall.
In my maiden form bra.
Excuse me, Mrs. Shiva. That Seymour is...
He's a nice boy.
Why don't you let him see?
What? See? Look, here I got a new customer. Brand new in the yellow vest. I should let the clean-up boy, but I can't even afford...
For God's sakes, it's Dick Miller. Get out of his way.
He owns a gun shop on the same street.
Yeah.
Flowers fresh in the springtime.
Yeah, that's
Mushnick,
what you
hello?
see,
Oh, hello, Dr. Farr. What can I do for you today?
Listen, Mushnick, I haven't got much time. Send me over 2 gladiolas and the fern.
Excellent. That's 2 dozen glads, 1 potted fern.
No, Mushnick. 2 gladiolas and 1 fern.
You want I should put 2 gladiolas in the pot with the ferns?
No, 1 fern, 1 piece altogether, 3 pieces. I need it for my waiting room.
Yeah, it's the filling shop.
What? A filling shop. Good, I'll drill a bigger hole.
You mean you want 2 crummy gladiolas and 1 crummy fern? What kind of a decoration is that?
Listen, it's my flower budget for the week. Mushnick. Who can be a dentist on Skid Row?
All right, excellent. I'll send Seymour right away. Who am I to argue with science?
Make it snappy. Now
Maybe Skid Row, but we're not animals. We have flower arrangements.
I can't make it snappy. It's going to have to be Seymour instead.
Seymour Krellboyne? Now, Mrs. Shiva, we were talking from the funeral.
They see the
flowers,
fern and they're
but
put at ease. And then-
Suddenly Seymour.
Oh, yes.
Did you call me
Miss
Mr.
Pauling
Mushnick?
beside
No,
you.
I was calling John D. Rockefeller to make a loan on my Rolls Royce.
Sorry I said it.
Now look, Seymour. You take 2 gladiolas. You'll cut them nice and even. You'll take 1 coin. You'll wrap them in a package, and you'll take them to Dr. Farr. Right? Well, go already! Now, what can I do for you, sir?
My name is Burson Fox.
Excellent. I am Gravis Mushnick.
Oh, that's a good one.
Now, who's going to get my roses? I'll take candy.
He's kind of cool, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, this is a great role. This is a great role.
Miller's a smooth motherfucker.
Oh, yeah. Dick Miller's just awesome.
Carnations.
Person can't find
I can't remember. Did he make it to the end of this one?
No.
No.
Bad luck, Bad luck.
Has he ever?
You
I'm
should
not
have
entirely
somebody
sure he
keep
has.
this off. You would have somebody fall on top of you, too.
What about the carnations?
Well, technically, he makes it all the way into Gremlins, too. So,
For Stanley.
Yeah, he survives to the end of his DS9 2-parter.
Carnations.
You should see what that Seymour is. Oh, here are your carnations.
You
Wait,
get
I'll wrap them for
No,
you.
that's all right.
the
I'll
very
do it.
theatrical stage feeling from them.
oh, yeah.
But you can tell that these are all stage actors. Like,
Yeah.
These people know how to do it snappy, and
Yeah.
they each
Yeah.
have a bit. There's,
You know you're blocking.
you know,
They're
Dick's
all
eating
right.
flowers,
That's
Seymour's
right.
cutting the flowers.
Small shop.
Oh, that's okay. You know, those big places, they're full of pretty flowers, expensive flowers. And when you raise them for looks and smell, you're bound to lose some food value. I like to eat these little out-of-the-way places.
Ah! Such a thing, eating flowers.
Look, don't knock it until you try it, huh? Look what happened.
Oi!
What I was trying to tell you before. Look on him, everybody. Look at the quality of his
Aye,
work.
aye,
Just looking through Dick Miller's credits here, I didn't realize he's basically in everything Joe Dante ever made.
Oh, yes, exactly. Again, and where did they meet? With Corman.
Yes, you are fired.
Gravis, you can't do that.
Who can't?
Do we have any info on Audrey? I'm not. Who's playing her? I'm not 100% sure. No.
Sorry, I have a cat giving me this
Cat
attitude right
issues.
now.
Pussy problems.
Pussy problems. Yep.
Have you considered cutting off the legs of your pants?
Of my cat? What?
Yes, all of that.
You didn't mean it. You never mean it. You didn't mean it the time you put up the bouquet with the get well card in the funeral parlor and sent the black lilies to the old lady in the hospital. You didn't mean it. But this time, I, Gravis Mushnik, mean it.
He means it.
But gee, Mr. Mushnik, don't I always try to
Always
do
trust
what's
a gourmand.
right? And I'm crazy about flowers. I like flowers almost as much as Audrey does.
Excellent, you're fired.
Why don't you give him a chance to resurrect himself?
I give him a chance to quit.
I ain't gonna quit.
You're a brave boy, you're fired.
But that ain't fair, Mr. Mushnik. You know what I'm doing? I'm working on a special surprise plant just for you. I'm growing a plant like you ain't never seen before.
Excellent. I can't even sell the plants I got in my shop. Out, you. Now, wait a minute.
Just checking on
what
who
kind of
plays
plant you wanna
Audrey. She's only got a handful of roles, really, but...
Are they all Roger Corman?
Well, funnily enough, she's in Gremlins playing Sheila Futterman. Is probably the most famous thing she's done, I think.
That would be Dick Miller's wife.
It's Dick Miller's wife, yeah.
Yeah, and she's in the second one as well.
So she's in the second one, yeah, because they both survived.
But she's only got a handful of credits. Yeah.
Well, she's lovely in this.
Flowers, Mr. Yellowface.
Shame about her
I
overbite.
got ancestors in the flower business for 200 years, but
I
I got
can
one
picture.
shop on Skid Row, one stinking shop. I don't even like flowers.
No, you don't understand what I mean. Look, I've eaten in flower shops all over the world. And I've noticed that the places that have the most weird and unusual plants do the best business.
See?
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 What is this, a tango? All right. Explain me
This is
more.
good dialogue.
Yeah.
I remember one place that had a whole wall covered with poison ivy. And people came from miles around to look at that wall, and they stayed to buy.
The owner got rich.
No. He scratched himself to death in an insane asylum.
Oh, that was my cousin Harry.
You go home and you get
Yeah.
expensive
It has a-
plant and you
it
bring
has
it
a
Skid
away.
Row's a very
And
small
Mr.
place.
Yellow
See,
Vest
everybody
Bob
knows
says it's a
everybody.
draw, you still got a job.
This does have
If
a
you
real
don't, out
stage
you go to
play.
Bodie,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Probably
Don't
how
worry, you'll like it. You'll see.
Comedy recently.
Well, I mean, it's understandable because the short time frame, you're going to have a very much a still camera. Everybody has to act in front of it, right?
Oh yeah, no, he would. Corman would not waste time moving the camera around.
That's a very famous house in LA.
So that's actually one of the things that Corman would do in his famous luncheon deep dive for new directors, where he would spend 15 or 20 minutes telling them things. One of the things that he very much said is if you don't have movement on the screen, move the camera, right? But because of the time constraints for this that they're shooting, he's intentionally leaving the camera still, right? Because you're just doing long takes with this thing, right? Because you don't have time to do these things. But if Corman had his druthers, it's the camera moves and the camera should always be taking shots from odd angles.
Yeah, it keeps some energy going, doesn't it?
Right. There's always a visual thing that's going, right?
A lot of directors have taken that too far, unfortunately, where it's just a very standard conversation between two people and the camera is whirling around like
Yeah.
video.
And you're pulling a Sam Raimi.
The camera got caught in a tornado while we were filming this scene. Okay.
And our very clever chat telling us that the same music was used in Wasp Woman.
We had some very sharp ears in the chat.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
Also a great Corman flick.
Yeah, you should all be ashamed of yourselves for knowing that.
It was on the list as well. It was a tough call.
This is Radio KSIK. You've been listening to Music for Old Invalids. Our next selection is titled...
I listen to that channel. Hey!
I was say they're playing my song.
It's difficult listening hour.
Yes.
I love that bit with the mop. That's great.
Of course, the lead here is Jonathan Hayes. And he was in a number of his pictures. I believe he's in over a dozen Corman pictures.
Yeah.
In
Oh,
10
I
years'
didn't mean
time.
it.
Oh, you never mean it. Oh, come on, look at my tongue.
A tongue's a tongue, Ma. They all look the same to me.
Oh, did you stop at Dr. Mallard's and get the results of my tests?
Yeah, he said there's nothing wrong with you.
Oh, not Dr. Mallard. He's one doctor I thought would tell the truth.
He said you should be playing fullback for the Rams.
He wants me dead. I'll bet he's assistant coroner.
Well,
He's not the only one,
I
miss.
know I've got my goiter's coming back. I can feel it every morning after breakfast.
Yeah, that's when you take those great.
Yeah, Jonathan Hayes was in Not of This Earth. Not that you would have actually been able to see him, but he was in there.
Yeah.
You'd never recognize him.
I think I was in that movie.
We all were.
I think Bigfoot was in it.
Yeah, well, that's why I said I was in it.
This is me every morning.
famous tonic.
He played the drunk in the last film.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
To be taken internally or externally for pain and neuritis, neuralgia, headache. If
Yeah.
hit by a truck, call your physician. Alcoholic
That is
content,
understandable.
98%. Oh, Seymour.
We have a winner.
Yeah.
Good boy.
I'm going to call my doctor and see if I can get a prescription for that.
I got a fever.
There's only one thing for it.
It's not cowbell.
Feel that surge of warm health going through me already.
Look, Ma, I gotta get my plant and hurry back to the shop.
Fix that rheumatism right up.
Lousy weed out in the kitchen?
Yeah, and if Mr. Mushnick doesn't like it, he's gonna fire me.
Something tells me the only ailment she has is the DTs.
Yeah. Hypochondria is also
what I wouldn't give for her problems.
Yeah.
Gee, it looks worse than it did this morning when I went to work. I wish I knew what to do with it.
Well, if you ask me, I...
Wait, so this is the origin. Did he say where he got it from? Or he just says this is his last shot?
No, it's just, it's his last shot.
Yeah.
He's got it.
Okay.
pitch it out in the trash. I don't like my house cluttered up with rotten vegetables.
Look, Ma, I gotta hurry. Can I bring you anything?
Oh, yeah. Bring me the evening news. They're running a self-diagnosis contest. The winner gets to go to Mayo Clinic.
Bye, Ma.
Bye,
And you go to the Betty Ford Clinic.
Do you know, I'm gonna admit it. I've only seen this film once, and it's a long time.
Yeah,
ago.
it's been a long
Yeah, it's been a
time.
long
I have
time.
definitely deleted large chunks of this from my memory.
This is great stuff.
Well, life's tough on Seymour, man.
There's Dick Miller still chowing away on flowers.
Oh no, he's so happy that they're only doing one take. He's eaten about 400 flowers at this point.
It looks delicious, but don't you think it's kind of stale?
It hasn't been feeling too well.
You call that a
Stale.
fancy plant? It looks like it never spent an LT day in its entire life.
I don't care. I like it anyway.
You like it.
I like
skunk
you,
cabbage.
Audrey.
Yeah. What kind of a plant is this, Seymour?
Well, I'm not sure. I got the seeds from a Japanese gardener over on Central Avenue. He found them in
Origin
with an
story.
order he got from...
That's not a Japanese gardener. That's a drug dealer.
Where's the? If this was made now, we'd need a prequel. We'd need a prequel movie.
Oh
starring
yeah, you
Timothée
gotta have an
Chalamet.
origin story. Yeah.
Timothée
kinda-
Chalamet is the Japanese gardener.
Yeah.
In that outfit, he kind of looks like Doctor Who's, like, wayward son.
Well, speaking of ingesting too many plants, I've been informed by our staff physician that Jethro may have had several pounds too many of edibles, and he is going to have to. He's going to have to cut out on us, folks.
Yeah,
But,
I've been pulling.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks. Yeah,
Pleasure
thank
as
you
always.
guys so much. I've just been pulling long shifts, so it's gonna be.
Oh, it's
tough.
totally
Is that what they're calling it these days?
Yeah.
Are you taking your
Yes,
cat videos with you though, Jeff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Delete those now.
No.
Watch
Well,
Rebel Moon and think about what you've done, sir.
Thanks
All
for
right.
reminding me. I'm gonna send those off here. So
I'm gonna see you next
gonna go
week.
ahead and
And,
email Sweet.
thanks for coming by. Thanks for dropping all the knowledge.
Hey, take care, Jeff.
Yeah.
Take care,
Good
Jeff.
Yeah. Thanks,
Bye.
guys. Good night.
Bye.
Night.
a plantation next to a cranberry farm.
Fine. You don't even know what is this plant you're growing.
Well, I gave it a name.
What name?
Oh, gee.
What? You gave it a dirty name? You
Nix,
can't
he,
even
he was a
mention
black
it?
samurai.
Well, I named it Audrey Jr.
You named it after me. Oh, really? That's the most exciting thing anyone's ever done to me.
Suddenly drip more.
No, we need to talk about your love life, honey. It's
$10 a week on your salary.
Right when your husband's
He named it after me.
I know, and if they keep it, they'll name it Mushnick's Folly because I'll be in jail for non-payment of taxes.
Are you crazy? Who? You. That's probably the only plant of its kind in the world. Don't you realize if Seymour could nurse
He
that
does
thing
have
back
some
to health,
star
people coming
power,
in from
doesn't he,
all
old Dick?
yeah, Dick Miller's got a. I mean, he's always had a presence. It's just
He's got charisma. I mean, yeah, you're right. He has, but yeah, he's making a lot out of this. Your eyes are naturally drawn to the guy.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
I think he was just like a decade late. If he was doing this in like in the early 50s or 40s, he really would have fit in.
Yeah. Maybe he's not so stupid. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll keep you and this dumbbell junior for a week. If you can nurse it back to health, you both can stay. If you can't, you're both fired.
Oh, gee, thank you, Mr. Mushnick.
You're gonna fire my boat?
Don't feel sad, Seymour.
Don't waste your pity on me, Audrey. I'm not worth it.
Who says you're not?
Everybody.
Yeah, I know. I think you're a fine figurative of a man.
Wait a minute.
I know that
A second ago
Audrey
he said he
Jr.
didn't
will be
realize
the
that.
sweetest thing in the whole wide world.
Did she just say you're a fine figure of a man?
Giving it every kind of fancy
I mean,
fertilizer.
yeah,
Did they steal that
Water.
for Jeremiah
Distilled
Johnson?
mineral water you can buy, but
Did they see this and they were like, "Oh, fine figure of a man," right?
You're going to be another Luther Glendale.
There's only one figure I'm looking at right now. I'm going to be 100%
Good night,
on it.
Seymour.
Well, there's two that I can see.
There's two, yeah.
It's kind of an infinity symbol that I'm looking at.
That's what my eyes are doing.
Mm-hmm.
What's the matter, little plant? Haven't I done everything I could for you? Where did I goof? You're the first little plant I ever tried to grow, and if you die, I don't know what I'll do. Please don't die. I'll get you some water, okay?
He is a hot piece of ass, Cranky.
I was just so surprised to go back and visit this, and
Oh, gee.
in my brain I was like, been there, done that.
Every night at
It's so
sunset.
good.
Yeah, it really
Show you
is.
how to
I mean,
make you grow.
especially again
Let me
when you
move
think
this
about the
out of your way
constraints.
so you
My
can
God.
breathe.
How did they fault Leonard Bernstein for the score? Is what I understand.
Oh yeah.
Incredible.
How come you woke up? Blood? You like blood?
How did you come to that conclusion? Well, okay, fair enough.
Well, because he cut himself on the thorn and then it dripped on it.
Yeah, but I mean, the reaction was just chap, 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 chap.
The story's gonna keep moving.
I mean, it's help. It helps to reinforce that. And he's like, oh, okay. You know, you already have a hole in your finger because of the fucking thorn, right?
Yeah. Bonus hole.
Oh, who would have thought it? Well, I guess there's just no accounting for people's tastes.
I mean, we are watching Roger Corman, so yeah, that's for
Audrey Jr.
Somebody doesn't know how to spell fantastic, but okay.
My boy.
You're the most magnanimous person in the whole world.
Look at
Magnanimous.
him, Audrey. Isn't he beautiful? Isn't he delicious? Isn't he got the $2 raise?
He's
What happened to your
ebullient.
fingers?
Bee stings. So how come I'm all of a sudden so wonderful?
5 bees, one for each finger?
10 bees. Did you say I was getting a $2 raise?
Correct, my very excellent Seymour. 10 bees.
What did I do now?
Don't you know what you did? Just look.
Oh, boy, look at that. It grew. It's almost a foot long.
All grown up.
Oh, hey, braggart, come on now.
Like a cold sore from the lip.
Easy.
Some of us are a bit under that.
Hello,
It's
young
engorged.
pretty ladies. What
Mm,
did Graf
tumescent.
Mushnick do for you?
Well, we saw your sign outside. About the Audrey Jr. So we thought we'd come in and take a look.
Well, give a look.
That makes 4 people today who've come in just to look at it.
Oh, did Shirley?
Well, I mean, when it is nearly a foot long, yeah, you'll get a lot of people to come look at it.
It's an Audrey Jr.
Barbara, I'm gonna
Well,
need.
is that all? I mean, doesn't it
I'm gonna
want
need,
scientific
and
evidence?
it's so big.
But who
Yeah,
knows?
yeah.
You would like maybe to buy something.
Yeah, come on, give us what the public wants.
Except
In the
2,000.
full Mamie Van Doren, yeah.
But that's just to spend on flowers.
flowers. So we don't have any of our own. Isn't that a drag?
You got just
Oh, it's such a drag.
$2,000 just for to spend on flowers?
That's right.
Who died? The Chamber of Commerce?
Well, we're from Cucamonga High School. We're building
Cucamonga.
which is made out of flowers. Thousands of them. And we're on the committee.
She was the Aubrey Plaza of her day, I think.
Oh boy.
Gee, that sure is a mad plant. Wow, yeah. Seymour here invented it.
So big and fully formed.
Thousands of Girls, please don't damage the horticulturist.
Bitches love plants.
Oh yeah,
that is true. Thousands of flowers from Gravis.
Bitches love horticulturists.
Oh yeah.
Well, you play horticulture, yeah, but you can't make her think.
I'm making this bitch a horticulture.
Yeah. The culture of whores is a very complex thing.
Yeah, we'll talk it over with the rest of the committee. Well, we gotta run now. Bye, all. Bye, Seymour.
Bye. Bye, girls.
Hi, Seymour. Thanks for
I've got a
showing
really-
us your foot long.
I've got a really great story about Roger and whores later.
Have
on.
you?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm in it now. Let's go.
Let's go.
Right.
Well, okay, so
Peeking.
at one point, Roger, when he was in his career and kind of stalled in movie making, he was kind of
He hauled himself out.
no. So he decided to go to Oxford. He wasn't really going to get a degree there, but he wanted to study some things. He was studying English lit and stuff. So he was over in Europe and he was doing some traveling, and he was in Paris. And while he was, for a brief time...
Speaking of horticulture, yes, that's Paris. Yeah.
With a traveling basketball team, because he was one of the tallest people in France at the time.
Okay.
While he was with a traveling basketball team, one evening...
That's how I
he
got
wa-
to Japan.
Nobody would believe this film, so that's why Roger never made it.
One evening, some lovely ladies drove up in a very nice car and asked if he wanted to go to dinner with them. And so he said, sure, right? So it was at this very nice restaurant there in Paris that had recently changed its policies. You could not, as a woman, go to the restaurant without
A male escort.
an escort. You had to have a man with you.
Unaccompanied.
So yes, she couldn't go unaccompanied. So
Nobody
he
just
went
say
with
a
the nice
couple-
ladies, and they offered to pay for dinner and drinks and everything. So he was with them, and after a while, he realized that the two of them had kind of stopped talking to him, and he was just sitting at the bar and watching the floor show, and they had kind of wandered off, and one of them had disappeared with another man, and then he saw the other one disappear with another man.
Oh,
And
so he got
eventually-
shanghaied. Yeah.
Eventually, they came back, and he said, the floor show's lovely. I'm not sure I can drink all the cognac that you've paid for. Is what I'm thinking going on here, is this what I think is happening? And that, we need an escort, and if you want to partner with us, we'll give you some of the pay. And he's like,
Wow.
I think there's a name for that.
It's executive producer.
Yeah. They've
and I'm
clearly missed
not-
the trick, because if Roger had negotiated them for them two all night, they would have been
Okay,
making about
so-
4 times the money.
Oh, I'm
He
already
did.
thinking that
He
Roger is
attempted-
now going to make more than any Paris pimp has ever
He
even thought of.
attempted to negotiate with them because the first thing he thought was, well, I'm not really interested in this in the long term, but maybe I can get one of them to sleep with me. And so he proposed that I will continue to do this for a couple days if I can get some action on the side for free,
And if I
along
do
with the free
license the
dinners and
footage.
cognac.
I'm surprised he didn't work it out that he got paid as the opportunity provider by bringing them into a target-rich environment.
And they wouldn't sleep with him, but they did offer him a little bigger cut of what they were making, and he eventually decided that he wasn't really ready to be a pimp. So
Wow.
he moved on and became a smuggler.
That makes sense.
Lord.
I'm
He was-
listening.
He was helping smuggle. He smuggled Leica cameras in from Germany.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He did.
yeah.
He did that for a number of months,
In his
making
prison
money.
pocket?
He'd
Was he
buy
hiding
them for.
in his person. Some of those are quite big. I mean,
Well, I don't know. He basically, there was a town that was on the border, and you could basically just walk.
right.
You just had to make sure you didn't get caught. And so he would walk through this town and up to this camera shop. He would buy the camera for.
Well, and he has
know-
the cover of being an American tourist with
Exactly.
cameras.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so he would go in and buy the camera for a little bit, $100 or something. Then he'd come back, he'd sell it for 500. So
Oh, amazing. Oh, great story. Thank you.
Son, look, Audrey. I got a son.
Oh, gee, Mr. Mushnick.
What, Mr. Mushnick? I don't want you should call me Mr. Mushnick anymore. I want you should call me Dad.
Okay, Dad.
Dad.
Isn't that beautiful?
Seymour Krellboyne.
If he asks you to call it Daddy, you might want to get a little concerned,
talk on
Seymour.
you about the
That's
future.
when you get worried.
Yeah.
Look on this fly trap. Look on it. Soon we got no more Skid Row. We will be rich.
The Charges did, Jim. The
I am
Charges
building
did.
for you a giant greenhouse in which you are making impossible flowers, which in turn I am selling at ridiculous prices in my giant new flower saloon in Beverly Hills.
Saloon.
You see that big sign in the sky?
Beverly
It
Hills.
is saying
L'chaim.
Gravis Mushnik in French.
Isn't it exciting? And we'll have an orchestra right by the cash register.
I'm sorry, it says
And
Gravis
Grandma will wave
Mushnik
his
in
arms,
Prince. Isn't
and
that
the
Gravis
orchestra will
Mushnik?
play Mendelssohn's Spring Song. And I'll come out in a gown wrapped by somebody expensive and say,
The carnations are $600 a dozen, 2 dozen for 1,000.
It's a bargain.
get 'em while they last.
Stop shouting! My Uncle Moshe's brother Yankel just passed away in Tenafly, New Jersey. Tell me, how much are the carnations today?
The carnations are $600 a dozen.
Why are they letting him run around loose?
Please, Shiva, just point anything in the store and it is yours.
People ask us that about Jethro all the time.
The cash register, maybe, huh?
Wait a minute. Here are several dozen carnations on the house courtesy of Gravis Mushnik the Bloom Tycoon.
That's my dad.
Thanks. Thanks very much. Only tell me, why are you so happy? Not only did my Uncle Moshe's brother Yankel die, Tenafly, New Jersey. You should also give
That's
some
Joyzy,
thought to
by the
that
way.
plant.
Oh, yeah.
I've been to Tenafly,
Good morning,
actually.
Mr. Mushnik. Good morning.
Good morning, Mrs. Shiva.
Look what happened to my plant, Dad.
Who are you calling Dad? Who?
Oh, no. And it was so beautiful
You're
just a few
disinherited,
seconds
son.
ago.
Excellent. Just a few seconds ago, I gave away dozens of carnations free to Mrs. Shiva.
I didn't mean it.
You have perhaps an explanation.
No, but if you give me a minute, I'll think of one.
Look, it's cold in here. There's some shrinkage. I don't know what you're worried
We are
about.
in the poorhouse. That big sign in the sky, it is reading, Seymour Krellboyne, rest in peace, in Arabic.
Oh, you've got to give him another chance.
You promised me a week, Mr. Mushnick. I'll sit up all night with that plant. It'll be healthy in the morning. You'll see. I promise. I promise.
It just wants protein. And
Yeah.
Not that kind. No,
Not that kind.
no.
said he'd
This
say
isn't a
all
casting couch plant.
We were talking about Weinstein. My mind was wandering.
I understand. Yeah.
Feed me. Feed me. Who said that? You said that. You said that.
Feed me.
I love that only one side of the puppet open. It's fucking amazing.
It would cost a lot more money to get both.
Yeah. One-dimensional is much cheaper.
Yeah, no, it isn't broken. It
I
was
never
made
been to
that
college
way.
and I
No,
ain't been
that's what
around
it's made
much.
for.
But I'd have been willing to bet there ain't no such thing as a talking plant. But I'll take your word for it. Gee, Junior, I'd like to feed you, but I used up all my fingers.
You know, Roger, we can make this prop so that both sides move,
me,
but
I'm
it'll
all
cost
cut to
$10 more.
No, I don't think that's
No,
good.
it's
And
fine.
that's
It's fine the way it
ridiculous. I
is.
don't think
All
we should
right,
do
that's
that.
fine.
The audience will understand.
Yeah, they will understand. They'll fill it in. I've understood the
That's
psychology.
the best I can do.
More.
But I'm already anemic.
Yeah, you can tell it's female.
Me more.
Gee, Junior, I'd be happy to give you anything I got, but I gotta keep a little blood for myself or I'll be in worse shape than Mom.
Mom.
I'm sorry, Junior.
Mom.
I'll go for a walk. Maybe I'll think
Your
of
mom.
Yesterday, I cut myself shaving and only air came out.
Well, you know where he found that plant? He found it in the Amazon where his mother was
Yeah, where his
researching
mother was studying spiders right before she died.
That checked out.
Hitchcock's probably in this scene if you look closely.
Roger Corman's walking along in the tracks looking for nickels.
Hey, son, have you ever thought about directing? No, don't use the booze. No.
That'll teach you to steal Pee Wee's bike.
Yeah, it's exactly what I thought. He that kid from
Yeah. You're on the menu, Francis.
Oh dear. Oh.
Why don't they look?
Good news is he's already been disassembled.
You better get some takeout bags. Look at that. Takeout bag.
It escalates quickly. Why did it not start with like pigeons or something? I mean,
you know.
Look, opportunity presents itself. You don't fuck around.
Straight to the dead body bundle.
Nightingale's body depository. No.
Meow.
No one will find him in there. What's the graffiti say? Mush? Is that Mushnick?
Mushnick's delivery, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
thought somebody slandered him.
Old Cranky Gamer knows the entire lore of the Audrey plant there. I'll take your word for it.
Look, Chowhound,
It's true.
don't bother me. I got problems of my own.
I'm a Grimald warrior.
I'm sorry, pal. I'm fresh out of blood. Talk to somebody else. I'm hungry. I don't care what you are.
TJ, there was some
You see, I'm
compression
knocked
after
out.
the train hit.
killed a
It's,
man.
Shrinkage.
Yeah.
I'm a
A
murderer.
lot of the bigger bones
You
got
think it's fun
squished
to
into
be a
smaller.
murderer?
Yeah.
You think it's fun to haul around a sack full of food? Oh, no, Junior. What kind of guy do you think I am? I'm starved.
Well,
Maybe just a snack.
wings or thighs?
I like breast meat myself.
That looks great.
It doesn't really, but okay.
There's a mannequin missing a left hand somewhere, but it's okay.
Now that is what I call a salad. What do you call that salad?
Cesarean.
Well, before the
Oh, Caesarean salad. Yeah, I know. It's
All right?
What are you on about? That was my pot roast.
Oh, I thought it was steak. My bad.
What am I thinking
That
about?
is what I call a salad.
Oi. You know what
This
I
is a
found?
tasty burger.
I'm looking for the matches, and I found I left the money in the other suit.
No, we are. We're looking out through the bars at
Yeah,
them.
no more than us.
Give your mom
here.
chicken legs.
This is how
Don't
most
have
of
any
the
money?
Commons audiences see the films.
So what else is new?
All right. I made a mistake. After all, a man is entitled.
Go on, this is your story. I'll wait for the punch.
Don't get smart with
There's
me.
punch?
Oh,
I'll have you know that
I
in
hope
my
somebody
shop
spiked
in the
it.
cash register, I'm having the total day's receipts, which is summing up to more than $9. You'll bring the rest of the food, then I'll go to the shop and get the money.
You're playing my favorite song. Now look here, Buster. One of you is going to go down right now and get the loot, while the other one stays here until the first one gets back, if you get what I mean.
Oh, fine. In this fancy schmancy restaurant, you are holding hostages, right?
All right.
Excellent. You eat up, Audrey. I'll be back in a flash with the cash.
Bye, Gravis.
This is all going according to my plan.
Bye.
As Mushnik Thrawn went to the...
Yeah, I was going to say, is this supposed to be Thrawn?
He's just going to keep ordering.
Yeah.
To be jolly.
What? Oh
Oh my God, the salad went to his head.
It's a Christmas movie.
It's that Caesarean sauce. It's really knocked him off for a loop.
Fa ra 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 ra.
Rah, 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 rah. I guess we know what they did with that duck head.
Yep.
You still got to pay for dinner.
You flush now, right?
Bring me whiskey, rum, wine, gin, bourbon,
What?
scotch, rye, tequila, sake,
One bourbon,
Sorry,
one
I'm
scotch, one
brandy.
beer.
Don't bug me with the money. I got to get drunk now.
No sake with one meatball.
I don't know.
In a pear tree.
Here, take it. Bring me anything. Bring me
Bring me
everything.
sorry and brandy.
Everything you got.
Yeah.
Okay.
One meatball.
Gravis, what happened?
Don't ask.
You look like you've seen a ghost.
Ghosts
Get
I
no
could handle.
booze.
Don't
The
ask.
Caesarean
Why don't you tell me?
salad.
Maybe I can help you.
Cranky.
Help you
They were
could.
very specific.
Try and eat something. It'll calm your aggravation.
My own shop. Audrey, you wouldn't believe it.
I wish you'd break out and tell me.
All right, I'll tell you tomorrow, right after I am telling the police.
There's nothing
But
with that fork.
Mushnik didn't come to the police.
He didn't.
If he had,
Yeah.
that might have been the finish of the unhappy story.
My name is Friday.
It
I
was
carry
not.
a badge.
Sushi. That's why his wife called me cold fish. It's a concentrate.
Funky cold fish.
There are a million tales in the horticulture business. This is one of them.
Hi, Gravis.
Oh, good Lord.
$85 with the business already.
Now
We
that's what
barely
I call a
opened.
salad.
That's a very.
That's what I call
veiny
paper
plant.
mache.
You wouldn't be interested in selling a half interest in this place, huh?
Don't worry, the balloon artist will distract us.
The committee, and they said we could use your flower on the float. Hey, guess what? We're going to feature Audrey Jr. Right on top.
All right, cheap Aubrey Plaza. Come on.
Yeah.
Let the people just eat it up.
It's not cheap.
And we've got Dick Miller still in the back there munching on flowers.
Everyone's speaking this
Balloon
way.
animal.
Accept her. She'll be so cute. Oh, you could just eat her up.
Eat up the girl.
Oh,
So you got a flower eating man and a man eating flower.
I got a toothache. Leave me alone.
It's like poetry.
It rhymes.
It's not.
Good shit.
Now, Seymour, talk on me.
I got a toothache. What do you want to talk about?
That plant, is that a nice
Those
subject
high
for
school
to talk?
girls. What do you
The
want to
plant is
talk
great.
about?
It's 4 times bigger than it was yesterday.
I saw. How come the plant is now so big?
I don't know.
I mean, it eats the
But look at all the
flowers,
people
but
out there. We only been open a half hour. We already done $70 worth of business.
85. Now look, Seymour. You gave this
He's
plant
all
a
over
fancy name, Audrey Jr., but I want to know right now, what do just people call it?
Well, it's a cross between a butterworth and a Venus flytrap.
Venus flytrap. And what are the habits of this Venus flytrap?
Well, the book says it eats insects. It eats them 3 times in its life.
It eats
and then it's
hobos.
full grown.
Excellent. And how many times is this one eat?
Well, once or twice.
You
You
don't
can count
remember?
about 2 hands.
Well, this is kind of an unusual type flytrap.
That is a possibility.
It may never eat again. I don't see how it could get any bigger.
Then you think it don't need any more flies?
Yeah.
oh, they're playing the song of my people.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
That's music to
Run
the
along
ears.
dentist. I'll take care of things here.
That's another shekel. I can hear it.
Gravis, we've got to
Shaka
order
like a
more
high, like a hiney ho.
flowers. Tons of them.
Oh,
Weather's
Hello.
warming up. Huh.
I'm making lots of money.
Maybe
You've
murder.
got the plant, I've got the
That's a
shop.
little
Let's make
murder.
lots of money. It's the plant shop, boys.
Meanwhile, at B-Sides headquarters.
Just reviewing Jethro's shorts.
Yeah, Jethro's just made another submission.
Keep your bill up to date, you deadbeat.
The cats!
Go ahead and run, you sniveling dog. Go ahead and run. I'm glad I heard you. I'm glad. Seymour, got a bad tooth, huh? No, I thought this was the men's room. Seymour, come back here, you bad dog. You get in there.
Oh, man, I missed the suddenly salad
You
joke
are the
there in
young
the last
man who
one.
ruined my gladiolas, huh? Sit down. Come on.
I guess he borrowed the dental equipment from his own dentist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I think that was the night, the 2 days and a night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guess what? My tooth stopped hurting. Yes, I know. Let's see. Shut up and
You
open
gotta love
up.
a guy that's really passionate about his work, though, haven't you?
I think so.
I love a professional.
Does that hurt?
Yeah!
Good, you haven't felt anything yet.
Get over here!
Seymour, who was the dentist here, you or me? I'll find that tooth.
With a steel hook.
Look at that stalagmite. But don't worry, it's going to be an easy one, Seymour. I won't
Yeah.
even use Novocaine.
No, spit.
Oh, you broke the mirror in my
And I
mouth.
get off
Don't
on the
tell me about it,
pain I
stupid.
inflict.
Just swallow it.
I am your dentist.
All right, yes. Let's see now, Seymour. See, I'll have this one, and that one, and I have to have this one, Seymour.
It's only one tooth.
Seymour, who is the dentist here, you or me? Are you practicing dentistry without a license? No.
Actually, that's great foreshadowing for what happens next.
Indeed.
Who is the dentist here? That's pretty good.
All right. Let's see.
Clearly, Bruce Campbell was unavailable to do this part.
But he thought of it.
They couldn't afford that amount of chin.
Oh, look at that. Will you look at that, Seymour? I didn't know you were an elk. Look. You know, I can't afford an assistant. So I get this ready instant mix. It doesn't last very long, but it tastes good. All right, Seymour.
Oh, stay away from me.
Seymour.
You're trying to kill me.
A duel. Aha.
This is
Ha 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 ha.
me in real life.
Where's Errol Flynn when I need him?
Is this Stoddard's office?
Just a minute.
Jack Nostrilfin.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. I see.
Who's this idiot? He'll never make it.
No.
He only needs
I think he only worked in Corman movies. I don't think
Right.
he was. I mean,
Yeah, makes sense.
the lesser Dick Miller.
He's looking a little Crispin Glover right now.
Wilberforce.
Yeah, he is.
Wilberforce
He
what?
was a bit Crispin Glover in his early years.
Wilberforce. My first name is Wilbur. My last name is Force. I don't have a middle name. Well, you have an appointment, maybe? No, but you were very highly recommended.
He's
to
like a
me
cheap
by
Dennis Quaid.
One of your patients, Mrs. Eshiva. I do a lot of undertaking
Kind of
for her
redundant. isn't
relatives.
Yeah.
Well,
Is
as
there an
you can see,
expensive
I have
version?
a customer now, and I'm all booked up for the rest of the day, so you'll have to come back tomorrow.
Like a cheap Christian Slater.
Oh, I couldn't do that. I have 3 or 4
Again.
abscesses,
Again.
pyorrhea, 9 or 10 cavities.
He's the
I lost my
cheap
pivot
Crispin
tooth,
Glover.
and I'm in terrible pain. I can't help you today.
That's
Oh,
bad.
that's all
Yeah,
right.
there's really no bar below that.
Outside.
Who else has stolen his career?
Yeah, we're gonna score.
Pain magazine.
Yes.
Oh, I subscribe to that.
Caused by a fire poke.
Yeah,
I was
Friday.
disappointed when they stopped putting out the print version, and now it's all
Staples are
online.
huge.
It's all electronic. It's really
Behind
crap.
a paywall now.
Yeah, yeah.
There were
Lots of
Sometimes they just-
listicles.
Sometimes they just stop sending it,
tuberculosis,
Yeah.
and they make you wait.
leprosy,
Yeah.
a touch of the grip. I decided to operate. My
At least I know what the
patient
P
just
and
left.
PDF stands for when they send
now.
it to me.
Oh, goody. I didn't see the other man leave.
No, TJ, it's
he
Jim
went out the back
Carrey's.
door.
It's a dentist's office.
You know, most people don't like to go to the dentist, but I rather enjoy it myself, don't you? I mean, there's a real feeling of growth, of progress when that old drill goes in. I mean, I'd almost rather go to the dentist than anywhere, wouldn't you? Yeah. Now, no Novocaine. It dulls the senses.
It dulls the senses.
It's gonna hurt you more than it is me. Oh, goody, goody, here it comes. Oh, my God, don't stop now!
Well, I made a lot of holes, and now I gotta fill it up with this here.
I haven't heard that since yesterday.
Flip it.
Oh, come on.
It's a perfect B-sides promo.
Yeah. It's a subtle performance, but
We have to take this
you get
back.
the idea.
I can
Let it fall.
truly say I've never enjoyed myself so much. I'll recommend you to all my friends. Thank you. Bye. Bye now.
Let's talk about Jack for a second.
Yeah,
Oh, yes.
That's where he
Do it.
steps away. So, of course, this part was actually written for a much older man. It was written for someone who's supposed to be in his 40s or 50s. And so when he actually came to Roger to potentially get this part, he figured he was not going to get it, right? So eventually he did read for it, and Roger decided to give him the part. And so he knew that he only had a couple of pages. He wanted to memorize them. He wanted to do a great job for Roger, but he also knew that since he wasn't really the first choice, he was going to have to be really weird. He was going to have to be quirky and strange. He could not play it straight. So as he says, I just did a lot of weird shit that I thought would make it funny.
And he nails it.
I'm with TJ Hallett. I think this is actually where Paul Lynde got his bit from.
They did the whole thing in one take with multiple
Really?
angles. And they never actually, there was actually scripted, there was more scripted in the scene, but they didn't finish it. Roger was really happy with everything they got. So he eventually just, cut and print. Let's move on.
Well, that was the scene where they were talking about when he borrowed all of the equipment from his own dentist, right?
Mhm.
And then he knocked it all over, and he was like, "Oh crap!"
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah.
We do not have the budget to replace this.
Yeah, he didn't know what he was gonna do, and I think I want to say that his dentist was like, "Did you break this?" And he's like, "No, I don't know what you're talking about."
No, I was talking about it. It's the way I got it.
So, and then doesn't he just? But that's just it. That's the only bit part that he has, right?
Yeah.
In the whole
Yeah,
movie, he doesn't
that's
show
it.
up again afterwards,
Yep.
right? Okay.
But oh my God! Don't stop now!
Don't stop! It dulls the senses.
It's
So crazy.
That's great. It's
I'm
such
being-
a great performance.
I mean, you really can't. You could. I mean, it would be believable that Paul Lynde saw this and went, "That's what I want to
That's what I'm
do."
Oh God. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen this particular movie all the way through. I've
Oh,
seen
really?
clips of it. Yeah, I've seen clips of it online, which is kind of one of the reasons why I wanted this to be one of the selections.
It is really. I mean, again, but as Roger talks about, they really worked this script over before deploying, because Roger doesn't really half-ass on the pre-production stuff, right? But the whole story, the acting, the way to know that this was essentially 2 days and a night, and they were able to deliver this. Again, it shows the value of having a team who they've all worked with Roger. They know what's required of them, and everything is planned out. Let's go. right? And knowing that time budget that you've got to operate within. This is really kind of the brilliance of someone who's just from a technical standpoint, from a process standpoint, and has built a team together. Nobody else could do this.
It's insane. It's just insane. If you've ever even just looked at behind the scenes footage of how long it takes to do things, it's insane.
Right. Again, this is okay. We're going to do a play. We're going to have 3 days of practice, and then it's live. And they managed to deliver on that.
Mm-hmm.
That's. I mean, it really is a testament to everyone that's involved.
Yeah, and it's all shot on one camera, so everything has to move for every setup. It's just insane.
Feed me. Oh, take it easy, Dracula. What do you think I'm carrying here? My dirty laundry? I'm coming already. This should be enough for anybody.
Stroke the balls as you go up. Come on, stroke the balls.
Just cradle those. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Get in.
Well, goodbye, Dr. Farr.
Doesn't even bother taking the shoes off
I've been a crummy
anymore.
dentist, but you were a nice fella. I never meant to kill anybody
It's
in
not
my
gay
whole
if you
life.
leave your socks on.
I've killed 2 in the last 2 days.
Put the shoes out later.
Yeah.
Well, but you asked for it coming after me with that knife and all. Fun voyage, Dr. Farr. You want anything else? See you in the
Some
morning.
Tums?
A mint that's wafer thin.
No, fuck off, I'm full.
Come in.
It's me, Joe.
Come on in, Frank. How's the wife, Frank?
Not bad, Joe.
Glad to hear it. The kids?
Lost one yesterday.
Meanwhile, in another
How'd
movie.
that happen?
Playing some matches.
Yeah.
He lost one of his kids playing with matches. Oh, well.
Playing with
I-
matches.
The railroad people say they lost one of their best
Yeah.
detectives the other night.
Those are the breaks,
Down with the
kids.
yards. He was watching the refrigerator cars.
Darwin is a harsh
Refrigerator
mistress.
cars.
Ice thieves.
Oh, yeah, what happened?
Don't know.
Ice
Vanished.
pirates? What?
Not on track.
No, space herpes.
None.
Anything else?
Clearly couldn't afford Gary
There it is.
Oldman and Henry Fonda in this
Yeah.
scene.
No.
Clues?
That's not them.
Blood and office.
Where?
Skid Row.
Ideas?
None.
Check it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keeps his hat.
Keeping my hat on my foot the whole time.
Ready to go.
Now we are on the case. Officer Frank Stooley and me. My name is Fink. Sergeant Joe Fink. I'm a Fink.
I'll be running Black Rock later.
Fantastic.
Morning, Mr. Mushnick. Oh, boy, look at that.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Audrey.
Gosh,
Ain't it
Hello,
something?
it's monstrosity.
Yeah.
Think that you did it.
Gee, Audrey, you don't have to kiss me.
Don't you like me to kiss you?
Yeah, but you don't like to kiss me.
Why shouldn't I?
I
Nobody else.
just noticed the sign on the wall that we don't letting you spend so much.
Ever did.
Well, I do like to.
You do? You really do? You like to kiss me?
Sure I do.
Would you like to kiss me again?
Okay.
That plant?
Oh, boy, you kiss good, Audrey.
Well, I guess I just have a good kisser.
How did it?
Would you like to go out on a date with me some night?
When?
Oh, sure I would, Seymour. Anytime.
Tonight?
Okay.
Oh, boy.
About that plant.
We got the list of flowers for the float, for the rose parade.
I can't talk to you now, girls. Talk on Audrey.
We got the list for the float.
Yay.
Okay, let's take a look at it. Okay.
Hi, what's cooking?
Look at my plant.
My, what a launch.
You are, Dick.
Yeah.
According to IMDb, he did actually eat all of the flowers.
Oh, I got
Yeah,
terrible
not getting
news.
the flowers, he's just eating them.
One
Just
accusation
method.
just lost his little boy.
Oh, that's too bad. How did it happen?
He was playing with matches.
Would you like to buy maybe some flowers?
About 50 cents worth.
Well, I'll get them for you. Look at my plant.
I'm looking.
Ah, Fink.
Your name Gravis Mushnick?
Look, I'm a Mushnick Gravis. That's my name.
Just want to ask you a few questions.
Questions, ask me.
Just
about-
want to ask you a few questions.
I didn't do it.
Do what?
Whatever.
Ever see this man?
Man, see picture.
Why are you so nervous? Got a guilty conscience?
No, why should I?
Ever see this man?
Man, see the picture. Dr. Farb.
So you know him?
My dentist. He maybe did something.
Disappeared. Blood in his office. The other man, too. Blood in the railroad tracks. And few spare parts.
Dr. Farb is murdered.
Is he?
No, who knows? Not me.
What do you think? He doesn't know anything. Okay, Mushnick. If you hear anything about these men, call our office.
Sure, I'll be glad to cooperate with the police.
Hello, Aunt Sitting.
Oh, isn't it terrible what happened to your boy, Frankie?
Those are the brakes.
Dragnet saw this.
All right,
They're very cool.
Seymour. Now, you tell me if that plant is finished all grown up.
He's finished all growing up.
You wouldn't kid your father.
My father came home.
Me, idiot! It's a finger of speech.
It's a finger of speech.
I can't stand any more of that plant. It's growing me out of house and home.
Well, it ain't gonna grow anymore, I promise.
How can you be so sure?
It ate 3 times already.
What did it eat this time?
Well, about 1 million Japanese beetles.
So don't eat no more.
It's full.
Gravis! There's a lady from some kind of a commitment outside. I think it's important.
Excellent. By the by, I understand you want to take Audrey out on a date tonight. That's very good with me, because I am staying to keep an eye on that Meshuggah plant.
Where are we going to go tonight, Seymour?
Well, I just
Paradise.
remembered I don't have any money.
Well, that's okay. We could take a walk along the ocean or something.
I got a great idea. We can eat dinner at my house. My mom's a great cook.
Well, that's swell.
Oh, boy, I'll call her later and tell her.
Yeah, he's not thinking ahead there.
Oh, that's remarkable.
You like?
Oh, I neither like nor dislike anything, my goodness.
You want to see inside it?
I happen to represent the Society of Silent Flower Observers of Southern California.
How about that?
Tell me, who created this magnificent bloom?
I did, me.
And what might your name be?
Seymour Krelboyne with a K.
Krelboyne.
Krelboyne.
Raised it in a coffee can.
This? Well, tell me, Mr. Krelboyne, is this a freak, or can more be raised from the seeds?
We should live so long.
Well, I don't think there are going to be any more, Miss,
Fuschtwanger. Mrs. Hortense
I think this is going to be the only one, Mrs. Fishswinger.
Fuschtwanger.
Fuschtwanger?
It's probably indigestible anyway.
Yeah, I think we're just considering the options.
I have the honor to tell you, Seymour Krelboyne, that you have been selected to receive the annual trophy of the Society of Silent Flower Observers of Southern California.
A trophy? Me?
Such is justice.
Tell me, when do you suppose those large buds will open?
Well, according to what the book says about the plants that I crossed, they should open day after tomorrow at sunset.
Ah, very well. Then I shall return at that time to present the trophy.
That's
Good
very
day.
specific.
Yeah.
He's a man of science, you understand.
Remarkable.
Oh, boy, I'm going to get a trophy.
Oh, Seymour, I'm so proud of you.
Oh, a real trophy, Andre Jr.
We can put it on the float.
In the Rose Parade.
Oh, boy.
Oh boy.
Oh golly.
Oh,
jeez.
Don't look at me. I'm a terrible sight.
jeez.
I'm a complete sea hag.
Oh yeah,
He
you
always says
betcha.
that.
Oh, well, it's true. I haven't been feeling very well lately.
Audrey, this is
You
my
haven't been
mom.
feeling at all, given what you've been drinking.
This is Audrey Folkwife. She's my girl.
Hi, Audrey. Are you hungry?
I sure am. I could eat a hearse.
Oh, well, sit right
So
down.
the screenplay for this was written by Charles Griffith, who's a regular writer for Corman. And he also is uncredited as the voice of Audrey Jr. And that's his grandmother.
Oh, bless it.
It's all the family.
Awesome.
Bloody Nepo babies.
Sit here, Audrey.
Again, it was
You wanna
Corman
take a
going,
sweater?
do you have any relatives? Well, they work for nothing.
They were free tonight.
Yeah, they're not members of SAG, are they?
Is Fishtwanger the one that we just watched in Swamp Woman? The
No,
lady
it's
with
a
the big
different
eyes with
actress.
Terrible
No.
voice.
Oh, yeah, that's...
It's like the fellow which could eat a hearse. I thought that was quite a funny line.
Yeah, I like that.
Never mind that.
Wow.
Well, now try this.
The paint stripper.
We're out of Sterno.
It tastes like cough syrup.
Dr. Flem's cough syrup. A toast?
Dr. Flem.
To Audrey Jr.
No, so Audrey Sr.
Edward Norton in the picture behind.
Yes. Hey, Mr. Mushnick, mush you.
You glutton, you. Tonight I keep an eye on you. I don't let nobody get near you.
Except for me.
Eating my bagel with Lux.
Yeah. Is that a chili dilly he was eating?
I don't touch it till I get the
spiced.
flavoring.
You eat the whole thing.
Yeah.
No waste.
You sure look good by candlelight.
Oh, do I really, Seymour?
Yeah, the darker it gets, the better you look.
I'll try it.
Okay. Yeah.
Sure smells different.
It's different.
That's a word.
Kind of oil, isn't it?
Cod liver oil. It's wonderful for the colon.
And that's sulfur powder on top.
Oh, I gave it up for Lent. I'm sorry.
Let her cook. Let her cook.
Feed me. I'm hungry.
Open it is.
Feed me.
I didn't hear it.
Feed me.
I heard it.
I want food.
Well, get a job.
Talking plan figure.
I'm hungry.
No. Hungry.
The awkward teenage years
And
are always
not a
the
fine
worst with the
Gettleton
planning.
fish. Who would you like to have tonight?
You look fat enough.
We not
Well,
only got a talking plant, we got one that makes with smart cracks. Will you listen to me, you botanical bum? Food you wouldn't get. Not from Gravis Mushnick.
I'm starved.
Excellent. You would unpopulate the old Skid Row. Well, you can forget about
I
it.
don't think Rick Baker really put his heart and soul into this one.
No.
Well, you know, it's early work.
Good night.
Yeah.
The learning curve.
I think Rob Boutine's makeup effects are really impressive.
Kind of like this chow mein.
I didn't recognize him in this, but yeah.
Does it have dragon fire?
Dragon fire!
Yeah.
Acromycin, Epsom salts.
There ain't another cook in
I'm sorry, the Necronomicon and Epsom salts? Is that what she said?
Before the louse ran out on me. You know, if you're
Well,
gonna be
at least if
married,
Rob Bottini's sleeping in the studio on this one,
Maybe you
he only
can-
loses one night's sleep.
Yeah.
married?
Well, he hasn't asked me yet.
Who hasn't?
Seymour.
I think we know
Seymour's
how
too
Seymour
young
got
to
his
get
healthy
married.
complexion
Look here.
from.
A boy's got to go out and play around a little bit. Go out on the making.
Sorry.
Have a ball.
Gee, Ma, I don't want to have a ball. I want to be with Audrey.
No,
He doesn't have any.
I promised you wouldn't get married until you bought me an iron lung.
You've been breathing for years, Ma.
Well, it ain't easy.
Fantastic.
It ain't easy.
Well, I got you the iron part. Why don't you use it?
I needs a hyperbaric chamber.
Yeah. And a chimpanzee named Bubbles.
At least the food on this this film would have been still warm, wouldn't it?
Wait, what's happened? Why is he?
He's going to hide behind the glass.
Behind the carnation.
Yeah, it's just going to blend it like a chameleon.
Oh, speaking of Charles Griffith, the scriptwriter, here he is.
Hey.
Oh, all right. Did he write a reason that Mushnick would hide it?
Because it's ridiculous, I think.
All right, you. Come out of there.
Don't shoot, mister. I'm old and sick. I wouldn't hurt even a fly.
Come out in the light where I could see you.
I was hot and I was hungry.
Yeah, I was hot and I was hungry.
Don't shoot. Please. Please.
Bird.
I'm only Travis Mushnick. You wouldn't want to kill me. Where would you hide the body?
Don't worry, I'm not going to shoot you. Not unless you try something.
Try something? I never tried anything in my life.
That's
I wouldn't try anything now. You want my money? Take it. You want I should go out and steal you some more? That's all right, too. I'll do it.
Thank you very much. I like you.
I mean, I do believe in outsourcing, but...
You'll excuse it isn't more. I'm only a poor florist.
Yeah. We got about $30 here. Come on now. Where's the rest of it? I was in here this afternoon. I saw about 30,000 people in here. They must have spent some money. Where is it?
There ain't no more money.
I think you're thinking of a different place if you saw 30,000 people in here.
Plant. Don't try to snow me, Jim. 30,000 squares didn't come in here just to look for a plant. I want it.
I don't got no more money, honest. Believe me.
Okay, let's try this. 1, 2, 3, 4.
No, I ain't got no more money, honest.
All right, try it the other way around. 5, 4,
No
3,
money.
2,
No money.
Okay, Big Bad, where?
This is actually an accurate reenactment of the negotiation between Roger Corman and the scriptwriter trying to get it paid.
Feels more like a William Castle sort of meeting.
Yeah.
Inside the big leaf.
That's right, inside.
How do you get it open?
Just knock.
Blue.
There's a run by fruiting.
It's down on the bottom.
Yeah, no, it's way down there. Yeah, you got to look real
You
deep.
really gotta look.
Yeah. No, lean over.
Now, get your head in there. You
Yep.
can see it.
Jam it in. Just get it right in.
Yeah, get it in there.
You want a flashlight?
There might be a little resistance at first, but it's okay. It'll
Definitely a whole lot of money down there.
Yeah.
Watch out for the fiberglass fibers.
No. And we're off.
What I did.
I mean, it's probably deadly mainly because of the asbestos that was used in it.
Yes.
I am no more sitting up with that no good Nick plant.
It was your idea.
It saved your life, you
You
idiot.
don't have to sit up with it anymore. It's all grown up now.
Excellent, smart guy. How do you know it don't
Also,
be
did you
hungry
get your
no
35
more?
bucks back?
Because tonight you are staying. Then tomorrow
Oh, yeah,
they're
you had to
coming
write
and
off
they're going
that
to give you a
35.
trophy,
Yeah.
and then after that we are getting rid once and for all for that plant.
Getting rid of it? Why?
Don't ask why. The end. Into the garbage can. Aloha. Oy. Yes, Mrs. Shiva.
Oh, Seymour.
Smiles, everyone. Smiles.
Oh, that's all right, Audrey. I'll grow other plants, even more wonderful ones.
I know you will. Did you figure out what we're doing tonight?
Yeah,
gonna
we're going
fertilize
to a place
you.
full of beautiful flowers.
Somebody's
You have
getting
to stay
fertilized.
here.
Yeah.
Well, never mind. We'll have a picnic.
I gotta furrow that
It'll
row.
be just like going to the country.
Oh, boy.
3,000 pink azaleas for the arbor, and the 9,000 yellow mums for the border, and the roses for the front and the back. No, around the back.
What do you mean you're going to a picnic at night with that full-quart girl?
Don't you like Audrey, Ma?
She's out after your money.
I don't have any money.
Oh, she's a smart one. She'll latch on to you until you get some, and then goodbye fortune.
But Audrey's an honest girl, Ma.
Yeah,
You can't
never
keep your own
trust a
blood
woman
pressure.
who's too
It's not a
healthy.
thing you can do.
Audrey had a bad cold a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, a cold, a puny cold. Why don't you get yourself a real
I'm dying of
female
leprosy, for
something
God's
decent
sakes.
Like mononucleosis or gallstones.
Well, maybe she could catch something like that.
The only thing she'll catch is you.
And she'll take you off.
I mean,
to
that's
some
probably
shady
worse than most
sanitarium,
diseases.
Leave me to chiropractors and faith healers. I know when I'm not wanted. Oh,
Yeah, my mom has shared drugs with me
don't
before,
feel
but not
sorry
like
for
this.
me.
Yeah.
I'll just find a nice wet alley somewhere and curl up and wait for the end.
Oh, please don't die
Okay.
till I get back, will you, Ma? I'll take
No,
care
that's
of you.
not a
I'll always
syringe,
take
Ma.
care of
You're
you, I
doing it wrong.
promise. Bye.
It works
I
better,
never
better with the
tasted
blood
food
pressure
like
cup
this
on.
before.
The peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Peanut butter and jelly, what does that cure?
Nothing. It's just a food.
What good is
Hunger.
it if it doesn't clear up pimples or shrink your sinus tissues or something?
You're just being silly, Seymour. Seymour, what do you want to be?
Well, I want to grow things. If I had a lot of money, I'd go to the South Seas where they grow the most fabulous plants in the world.
Well, that sounds exciting.
Yeah.
I'd like to go to the South Seas, too.
There's no reason why you couldn't go.
Would you take me with you, Seymour?
Oh, I couldn't very well go without you,
I
Audrey.
could take you to Seven
Why
Seas
not?
if you like salad dressing.
Because
40%
I'm in love
off
with
from
you, Audrey.
everything.
Oh, I'm in love with you, too,
I'm taking it to
Seymour.
South Pacific, but we're both going to need to learn how to sing.
Oh, he'll go south, all right.
I was
Oh, yeah.
I'm hungry.
Seymour,
I didn't mean it.
why did you say it?
Oh, food.
You didn't even say that.
Oh, yes, I did. I said it.
Oh, I'm looking right at you.
That was my stomach.
ventriloquist.
She's not the brightest bulb, is she?
No.
And she doesn't need to be.
Seymour,
No,
you feel
exactly.
all right?
That's actually one of her
I'm not
attractive
sure.
bits. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stop all this nonsense and kiss me.
I'm dying from hunger.
All right, if you're so hungry, eat something, but forget about me.
Gee, I'm
Well, I
sorry,
could eat
Audrey.
you out
Give
of
me
here.
to eat.
If you can't control yourself, I'm going home.
I need some chow.
Oh,
For an empty stomach.
Audrey, please wait. Listen to me.
I've listened to all the nonsense I want to hear, Seymour. You're a nut. You tell me that you love me, and then you act like a complete idiot.
Please listen, Audrey. I'll be able to explain everything soon.
Well, why can't you explain now?
Because
No,
so
I haven't
many
come up
things
with a
are
good
so
explanation
important.
yet.
We only
I
have
wanna
6
marry
hours
you.
of shooting
Yeah,
time.
yeah,
Your
yeah.
mom. Well, that plan
That's
today
not
is gonna
important
make
right
it
now.
all come true. Tomorrow they're going
Yeah,
to give me
Ella.
a trophy and I'll be
They
famous.
need the
I'll
they need
be
the
a
set for
big
West Side
botanist.
Story in the morning.
Yeah, yeah.
And then we can go to the South Seas just like we
I would
planned
explain
it
this,
all.
but the
That
plot
doesn't
needs
have
to move
anything to do
along.
with what went on in there. When you're ready to come to your senses, Seymour, then I'll talk to you. Good night,
Well,
Seymour.
I'm halfway there. I'm ready to come.
I'm getting pretty tired of you.
I need food.
I don't care what you need. Look what you done to me. You not only made a butcher out of me, but you drove my girl away.
Shut up and bring on the food.
Don't tell me to shut up. You shut up. Who raised
Yeah,
you
it's
from
bad
a
enough
little
I have to
seed?
kill for you, but
Who
now
fed
you're
you all them
cock blocking,
high-class
and that's
fertilizers
not
and
right.
Sat up all night with you when you were sick. Nobody else would have done that for you. Do you think anybody else would have brought you human beings to eat? You're darn right they wouldn't. Well, I've helped you.
Well, I
and
mean,
you've
Mr.
helped me.
Mushnick
Now
already
shut your
has,
trap
so-
and go to sleep. I'm tired.
Krellbein. Turn around.
What was that Klingon?
Close your eyes.
Kapla.
You are asleep. Open your eyes. Now you will do as I say. Do you follow me?
Yes, master.
You will go out.
Yes,
and
drill
find
sergeant.
Me some
Very
food.
easily manipulated.
Yes, master.
Now be gone.
The Jedi mind trick works on the weak-minded, especially.
I'm a botanist. Your Jedi mind tricks don't work.
Yeah. No one's fertilizing your kind with being a botanist matter.
left that bucket?
This is everybody's under hypnosis. Minute! Basement. Oh. Hello.
Ah, we have a professional woman.
Yes.
Easily offended professional woman.
Oh. It's like the witch, but a little lower.
So this actress here,
My name is Leonora Clyde.
Leonore,
How's the rain on the
is Mary Wells. So it's Mushnick's wife.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the actor playing
looks like a
Mushnick.
Mary well to
That's his wife.
me.
Oh.
No, she didn't marry that well. Yeah, we saw Mushnick.
Master is hungry.
Well, they weren't married for much longer.
Mrs. Claus is pretty married.
She had to change her last name. Married poorly.
Hello there.
Mary Melody. She's going full slapstick here.
I mean, it's a bold choice to have the marimba as your main instrument.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Not everyone was a theremin.
I gotta
They couldn't
find
afford the
food
electrical
for
bill for
Master.
that.
Food I gotta find for Master. For Master, I gotta find food.
Maybe I can help.
Who are you?
My name is Leonora Clyde. I love you.
Yeah, all right.
Master wants food.
Now that's I'll
Let
love
the old
you.
goat wait.
Yeah, yeah.
The night is young, and so are we.
Careful, her husband is
Master
probably
doesn't
watching
eat
just off
goat.
camera here.
Probably during the craft table.
That's all right. He's not going to be the husband for much longer.
Well, what kind of food does he like? Ooh, that's more like it. Kiss me.
And she's all white meat.
What's the matter? Don't you like me?
I mean, the wings aren't that good, but the
Too
breasts are all right.
Jabroni. Nobody ever
Some
told
nice
me
cutlets.
that before.
Beef is better than veal.
Ah, you're such a dodo. What do you call this? Chopped liver?
Master would like more fat.
Speak for yourself, John.
My name is Seymour.
Honestly,
My
I don't
name
think
is
he's that picky, is he?
Seymour. That's my
Plant
name,
isn't
too.
that picky. Surely.
Are you
Whenever we
interested
go
in just
out, the
wasting
people
my
always
time?
shout, there goes Seymour
I
too.
never thought anybody would volunteer. Do you volunteer?
Sure I do.
All right, if
No,
you're sure
she's
you want to
paid.
volunteer.
All right, my place or yours?
I don't care.
Well, flip a coin.
I don't have a coin.
Flip anything, silly.
That should be your first
Well, there's a
indication.
rock.
This is not the hookup you're looking for. He doesn't have a coin.
Wet or dry?
Wet.
Wet, definitely.
Hey!
The Rock is back.
The Rock of who?
The return of the Rock. I think I can smell what the Rock's cooking.
Smells
The
like
search was
swamp
narrowing,
woman.
and we knew that soon we would have the killer. Not that we had any more clues than before, but we had to tell the chief something. I had that feeling in my bones that the mystery was drawing to
I
its
actually,
climax.
I'm somewhat compelled that there's a seminary that has a rooftop sign.
Nobody is in. Today we have a special occasion
Skid
for
Row.
Seymour Crowley,
Yeah.
which has invented the big plan. So I want everybody should please stay out of the way.
We want Seymour! We want Seymour! We want Seymour! Seymour!
I tell you, this business is worse than being a conductor in a revoluting door. I'll be glad when this day is finished.
What's the celebration?
They're presenting my son with a trophy.
Yeah, what'd he do? Run away from home?
Please don't look at me that way, Audrey. I want to talk to you.
I'm sorry, Seymour. I just don't understand you.
I'll explain everything after the ceremony.
You, police, what are you doing here?
Heard there was something going on here this evening.
Just thought we'd come by and keep an eye on things.
Look, we don't need
How did
no
they
eyes
know?
kept
What-
on
what-
running
They
every-
say the Society of Silent
Word on the
Flower
street.
Observers has arrived, and sunset is almost.
Word on the street is there's a horticultural awards ceremony
Yeah,
happening.
honored for to
Johnny, what do you make of this?
A hat or a brooch or a pterodactyl?
Hey, look here, young man. That's no way to talk at a time like this. Let me see your tongue. Now, what you got?
Just the facts, ma'am.
Trench mouth. I know, I had it back in '09.
Better have that looked into, Frank.
Whatever you say, Joe.
Mr. Krellboy, the sun is going down now, and you do think those buds are going to open?
I hope so.
Because if they don't, Mr. Krellboy, we shall just have to present the award at another time.
Oh, it's starting to open.
Isn't that smart? Oh, look, the first bud is open.
Surprise, motherfuckers.
Railroad cop. Look at the rest.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Bum, bum, bum.
What do you think, Frank?
They're all there, Joe.
Yes, you're right. Mr. Crawboy, how do you explain this?
I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it.
That's just paper mache.
He didn't mean to kill them. Am I?
Seymour, you promised you'd explain.
Looks like they're getting away, Joe.
Yes, you're right. Let's catch him.
Yeah, all right. Whatever you say, Joe.
If you say so.
Oh, now the float will be perfect. Yeah.
Jesus, you girls.
It's gonna look great on my Twitch stream.
The extras are mainly just hobos that he picked up along the way, just winos, apparently. According to IMDb, they paid him like a nickel a piece or something.
I thought you said oboes.
No, they're definitely in the background.
Yeah. Roger Corman never worked with woodwinds.
Hey.
And whoever's playing the timpani is getting their workout in.
Well, hiring a timpani player for 2 days is just a little bit less than hiring them for a whole week. So
Hear those drums, you know the natives are restless. Yeah, it's true, Argentin.
Probably seen tiresome.
Very true.
I don't think he's going anywhere for a little while.
It's a concrete jungle, TJ.
An asphalt jungle. if
Well,
you
I mean,
will.
there's a lot of rubber, so it could be the jungle.
Don't bother trying to take him alive. just shoot the guy.
I don't think they're going to take Mr. Mushnick alive. He's busy having a heart attack.
He's rubber. Thank you.
Yeah. I hope somebody washed those first.
Yeah. He knows the right handshake.
Why haven't more Hollywood movies ended with a massive amount of tires?
Yeah.
Because now they're just a tire fire from the beginning. No, he's not falling for that. Oh God, it's Oakland.
Is this Detroit?
Again, not enough fires.
No. This is where Atom finds his films.
It's where we buried Jethro's suggestions.
That's all these genital sinks.
Someone's shocking themselves with their gun.
We're going to need more genital sinks in this shot.
Let's go back.
What's inside this, Tyler?
Oscar?
You dirty rat plant, you messed up my whole life. I'll feed you.
I've been saving this grenade
I'll
for a
feed you
good
like
reason.
you've never been fed before.
Oh, don't do it!
No!
Foolish.
No, that's Sarlacc pit.
Well, he will be slowly digested for 1,000 years.
It's a new definition of pain and suffering.
Maybe
And now Seymour comes out as a 65-year-old barrel-chested man.
Yeah.
Well-fed man.
Yes, very well fed.
Like a manta.
The door's open, Frank. Oh.
He was such a good boy.
No, suddenly Seymour.
Seymour!
I didn't
Is
mean
blooming
it.
beside you. Seen me Seymour.
So the
That's
film
amazing.
score, was mentioned earlier on. Someone was saying that it was used in Wasp Woman. In fact, it was originally written for Bucket of Blood, the film he made right before this. And according to some people, the guy who wrote it, Fred Katz, every time that Corman would come to Katz for a score, he would just sell him the same score again. I don't think that's the truth, but it is known for certain that this score was used in as many as, at least in part, in as many as 7 different films, including this, The Wasp Woman, and Creature from the Haunted Sea. So.
Well, again, it's Corman. I mean, everybody. Oh, he was training to get into recycling in the 70s. Corman was doing that shit since the 50s. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Well, get your money.
It's like James Horner did the same thing, didn't he?
Yes.
Pretty much made the same score.
To be fair, so
for
did Jerry Goldsmith. I saw the Eurotrash version of Legend. Why do I keep hearing the Star Trek: The Motion Picture playing in the background, Jerry?
Oh my goodness, that was a lot of fun to rewatch.
It's a great movie.
It is a good movie.
It
really
is.
is.
Pretty cool, though. It's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
again, I had just sort of filed it away in my head, and I hadn't looked at it in decades.
There's some good wordplay in there. The script is pretty decent. It's not.
It is a good script.
Yeah, again, you can tell they work again like with a lot of Corman stuff. You do your work in pre-production, and you fucking start doing it.
And there's some fun irony and stuff in there too. You get the Dick Miller character who's eating flowers throughout the film, and of course you also have a flower that's eating humans. So that's a great.
It's like poetry.
Yeah,
it is.
So interesting bit of like compare and contrast. Okay, so this movie cost $30,000 when it was made in 1960. That is the equivalent in 1986 of $111,000. Can you guess what the budget was for the 1986 remake of Little Shop of Horrors?
11 million.
Any other guesses?
186.
22 million.
$25 million.
Wow.
Guess which one of these movies made money and which of them lost money?
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Corman.
Indeed.
Never bet against Roger.
Yeah. For one thing, the 86 version has another 10 to 15 minutes of ending that was all stop motion as the plants take over the world. It was cut.
Yes.
Yeah, they cut the ending. And stop motion ain't cheap, folks.
No.
Not at all.
Takes more than about 2 days and a night to do.
Indeed, so yeah, maybe a bit more than 2 days and a night.
And not to shit on it, the 80s movie is great.
It's a great
is
movie.
a great
But
movie.
again, the understanding, Corman knew this is a limited audience that's going to want to see this, right? And you release it in the time. 86 is, oh, you remember that, and you like the musical or whatever. Look, the number of theater kids that are actually going to go to the movies and see this thing is not a large number.
Although one thing about this one, Corman did make one error, and that he didn't copyright it. So apparently the rights for this, when people are making musical versions of it, are really, really, really cheap. It's just really cheap.
That won't stop YouTube from fucking us over.
No, they'll definitely just still bang it. Yeah,
obviously.
I will say though, the musical for the 86 film was created by Alan Menken and Howard Ashman, who went on to do Beauty and the Beast, The Little Mermaid, Aladdin.
Yeah. They were basically the responsible for the resurgence in Disney, weren't they? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Now again, bit of a broader audience when you do Beauty and the Beast versus Little Shop of Horrors.
Yeah.
But not necessarily a better audience.
No, I didn't say that. No. But innovative in their own way, right? Because Beauty and the Beast is the first Disney movie that has for 2D animation that actually involves computer work in it to an extensive degree, right? The dance when they're dancing, that scenery is all computer generated.
It's just funny to think that the guy Howard Ashman, who I think is an absolute treasure, who died tragically of AIDS far too soon, but he's the same guy that wrote, the Tortuous Dentist song, is the same guy that wrote A Part of Your World. I absolutely love that.
I mean, to be fair, I know which one I want to listen to, and it's the Little Shop of Horrors songs I'm much more interested in with the I am your dentist, and I get off on the canine plate.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Is that a Fallbrook car alarm I'm hearing?
I think it is, yeah. I'll mute myself.
That's my
mute the car instead.
That's my lunch backing up.
Yeah.
Well, to mute the car, we have to take a cinder block outside and throw it through the windshield. So
I'm good with that.
We have a neighbor. We have a neighbor here who their kids will play with their keys all the time, and so they will set off the alarm.
The locate in the parking lot thing.
They'll set off the they'll set off the
alarm,
actual
like
alarm. Whatever.
Panic
and so
button.
it'll sit out there and honk and beep until they can find the keys that the kid is hidden somewhere.
Jesus. I
would go over to my neighbors and be like, you understand I own bolt cutters. I can solve this shit real quick.
I've lived all over Oakland, and I have never heard so many goddamn car alarms as
No, it's the National Symphony of car alarms.
And it's
here.
always
I
on
swear to
cars
God.
that nobody wants to steal.
Right.
Why did you bother putting an alarm on this thing?
Yeah. All right, we're getting sidetracked. Anybody want to add anything specifically to Little Shop? Cricket.
I mean, there's the economy of their shooting and all that. It's not like here's some interesting foibles. Bitch, we ain't got time for that shit. Let's go. Right.
Yeah.
It is in some ways very much reminiscent of the, hey, we need to save the farm. Let's put a play on. Right.
That's B-sides.
Yeah, well, except that we don't actually save the farm; it burns down, and that's a problem. But the again, Corman he foresees. I'm going to have some extra days. I've got this thing. How do I double dip and make money? Right, and then not do it in a half-ass bullshit way. I actually think this is the better movie of the two that they shot at the same time.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll buy that.
Yeah.
I was delighted going back to this. I really was. Nick says this movie should be an indoctrination documentary on how and why to become a vegetarian. I thought you were going to say lesbian, but we'll take that as well.
When the vegetables are actually eating meat, I don't know that I can become a vegetarian at that point. I'll just skip the intermediate step and go back to the meat.
we have a number of medium-sized shorts. Gemma's going to bed. We have that effect on people. Always a pleasure to see you, Gemma.
Good
Thank
night,
you.
Gemma. Thanks for coming by.
Friend of the channel, Gemma Lama. Good girl. All right.
Sir or madam, as
Female
the case may be.
representation just leaves the room.
Yeah,
I will assume your gender, and I will be wrong. One of the infamous episodes of B-Sides here. It's been a little while now.
You're going to have to be more specific than that.
Well, if you stop talking over me, I will be. The Intruder with William Shatner. There's a lot to say about this. And there's a lot of documentation about it, actually. It holds a very strange place in film history. The only movie, I believe, of Roger Corman's that did not make an immediate profit.
So at the time, it was the first money loser he had.
He's had a few more, but
as time went on. But this was the big, again, and also the most critically acclaimed. Yeah, that fits.
It was his first loser after 17 pictures I think he had made.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
you made the realization at that point that chasing what the critics wanted was not the future for Roger.
Perhaps I should talk less politics and more entertainment.
That was his realization. Was that he had kind of forgotten to entertain first and then deliver the message.
Imagine if Disney made that same discovery.
Yeah, imagine that.
Well, they'll figure it out some decade or later.
In bankruptcy court.
I don't want to accuse Roger of chasing the critics exactly, but he really actually believed in what he was saying. He wanted to talk about race. It was a hot time in America. And it was a bold move. It really was.
I generally get the impression that he was making that for all the right reasons.
Absolutely.
Not to preach. But
it doesn't come across as self-indulgent.
Well, the thing is that's not different from his motivations with Wild Angels. He saw the counterculture coming up.
Responding to the climate, and
he's like, okay, and this is and the way that he pitched it to the Hells Angels is, you're going to be the focus of this. You're not going to be the bad guys that show up and the clown or mustache twirling villain. This is going to be from your perspective and show your life, because it was slice of life, and it was a thing that was happening in the culture at the time, and he thought that it would be interesting to show. And the problem is the Intruder it doesn't appeal necessarily to the mass audience at the time. He's a bit ahead of his time.
And that's the problem. It's not escapism. It's a fine picture. It's as good as anything else he's done, but it's it was a little out of his normal wheelhouse, and not the sort of thing you want to make out to.
Yeah, it's kind of like holding up a.
I mean, don't judge me. I can make out to a lot of things. No, come on. No.
I judge you constantly.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, it's showing a side of America that maybe a lot of Americans didn't actually want to look at.
Yeah. Timing is everything, as we know.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's like 2 or 3 years early.
That was a hard day of shooting, by the way.
Yeah. Well, I thought you brought your A game, and it looks great. I mean, in hindsight,
It really does.
this picture turned out great.
Is that James Cameron?
I believe
He just came out of the abyss to go ahead, and I've got you too. Surprise, motherfucker.
The scream is great.
Yeah, Smylexx is not going back in that pool. He doesn't care what the hell is going on.
All right, so let's watch a little bit of Roger and Bill speaking specifically about The Intruder. And if you have not seen The Intruder, if you're not familiar, I would encourage anyone listening to go back and watch the B-Sides episode of The Intruder and the regular uninterrupted film.
It really is a good movie.
I think it really is. I think it's a really great movie, and I think that it's actually a really good slice of terrible Americana.
Reality.
It has a feel of like Elmer Gantry, but with regards to race, right?
Yeah. There's an authenticity there.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That you can't really fake. And I'm going to do one.
No, not 1989, TJ. No, it's was it 62? 63?
Close enough.
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Integration, the years of integration. So yeah, early 60s. Please, if you haven't already, and lots of people have, and we love you for it, visit our Patreon, and I swear to you, on some future date, you will get exclusive content. Barbara and I are planning it right now. Patreon.com/BRollStage, or visit our PayPal, PayPal.me/BRollStage, and thank you. And so let's listen to the gentleman
discussing an important but sadly failed movie.
I don't think it's a failure if we're still talking about it.
Well, I mean, again, financially, but it was an important
in
movie.
the moment, mistimed. Let's call it that.
Mm-hmm.
Ostensibly, The Intruder deals with the integration of a high school in the South. The reality of the situation at that time, 1960, was that to everybody's surprise, even in the upper South, integration was met with opposition not only by people, but the police. This was a story about the biggest problem in the United States at that time.
I suppose you're a salesman.
You might say I'm in social work. I've come to do what I can for
The
the
biggest
town.
problem was William Shatner.
The integration.
As usual.
Oh, that.
Bill Shatner had starred in a number of plays on Broadway, but he wasn't really known to the mass audience. He had just come to Hollywood. I was looking for an unknown, but I wanted a fine actor. He's intelligent, so he understands the nuances of the character, who is double-talking just about everybody in town.
You go to school around here?
Uh-huh.
I didn't know they had a college in Caxton.
Oh, they don't.
Smooth.
My, they do grow things fast here, don't they?
I didn't know who Roger Corman was, but he must have seen something I had done.
That's like a line I tried a couple times when I was young. So what does your boyfriend think of that?
In any case, they wanted me to do the film. Well, I was an experienced actor, but I was young and unheralded. The entire picture was built around the character of Adam Kramer. When Bill came in for an audition, he was perfect.
I thought this was a democracy, and I thought a democracy was based on the collective will of the people.
Democracy is based.
Sure. And is it the collective will of the people that Negroes should be allowed to mix with whites right under the same roof?
When I was offered the Corman salary, he thought he was getting me for a good price. He didn't realize that he'll learn to his shame and sorrow now. I'd have paid him to play this role. The opening sequence is designed to lead us into the town and the situation.
What town is that?
The way to do it was to be on the bus
name again?
with Adam Kramer
Seems to be on the
as
map.
he's entering
Name
the
my
town. And at the end of the sequence, I panned over onto Bill Shatner playing Adam Kramer. And we were seeing his point of view of workers in the field.
That's a
and
pretty
he's
cool
thinking
shot.
of what is going to happen.
It's a really good shot.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it takes you right in there. I mean, there's no dicking around. This guy's coming to raise hell.
The music, and I thought the music was very well composed, was designed to build that sense of foreboding.
The music is a little big.
A bit.
I knew I could shoot the picture safely and easily in Hollywood, but I wanted reality. I wanted the actual look of the South. Shooting on location for The Intruder.
There's like 3 towns that he actually
and as it
shoots
turned
it in.
out, where we shot nearby, people were being hanged. I wanted the townspeople
Town
to
is
play
near.
It's the town is near.
Oh no,
Hard R Town.
Hard R.
The leads, which were played by Hollywood actors. Charles
see a hard
Bronson
R on the map.
was a local person. He was actually a football player in the local high school.
guy was great.
And the high school had just been integrated
hey, I
that
know you.
year.
You're Kareem
I don't know
Abdul-Jabbar.
about you, but I'll
Can't tell them apart.
I did have several discussions with him, and I said, don't think of
Did you do that?
it as acting. Go back into your own life. What did you feel when you were in the first black class at the local school, and try to recreate those moments and just play them as naturally as you can. He was better, I think, than if I had brought an actor from Hollywood.
You,
That's
Joseph
amazing.
Green,
Very good.
Yeah.
that's right. You admit you tried to rape one of our white girls today?
No, I don't.
What do you mean, no, you don't?
I mean, I didn't try to rape anyone.
The townspeople had an idea of what the film was about, but the script I handed out had some changes in some key scenes. So they understood the thrust of the film, but it was a little bit watered down as they saw it. Some people were truly against it, even in the watered down version.
Do you think that the hostility towards the production was a matter of the townspeople fearing that he was going to like name their town and embarrass them, or was it just the racism?
I think there's a few things. One is that you have to understand. So Missouri, despite not being a member of the Confederacy, was very much split and was a slave state. And the Missouri is for the most part, despite everybody thinks about St. Louis or whatever, for the most part is an agrarian state.
I think of Branson.
Yeah, well, that's it's a bit early for that. But the I think that again, Roger is smart about understanding who he's talking to, how he needs to convey things to them to get them to do things. And so he waters it down where he's saying, okay, there's going to be a rabble-rouser, an external rabble-rouser coming from the north, essentially, right? A Yankee, trying to stir up racial troubles.
Yeah.
Right?
Outsiders.
Right. And that is probably what Roger sold them.
Okay.
What he's actually telling them, what the movie's making, is a bit of a different thing. And so the idea of there's an outsider coming in to cause trouble in our town, they'll absolutely be, oh yeah, well we don't allow that kind of thing around here, right?
Yeah.
But I think the racial element was less emphasized in the scripts that he handed out.
Oh, you think?
Because he's telling a different story.
Yeah, as I mentioned, there's actually quite a bit of about this in his autobiography. Specifically, he says, one scene was a meeting with Kramer in an old cafe. It looked authentic. Bill rattling off racist idiocies about things I won't say out loud.
Mm-hmm.
These old men were mumbling and nodding sleepily in agreement. Yeah, that's right. Get those.
Yeah.
You know what's. They knew it was a movie. They were paid extras, but they believed in what Bill Shatner was saying. They loved him as Kramer the racist.
You mentioned about the fact that they were filming a lot of the scenes from behind him as well to show the crowd.
Mhm.
But there was another reason they did that, is because he wasn't saying some of the lines.
In some scenes,
so they could insert some of the more nastier stuff,
right,
with the back shots of him as well.
Yeah, if you look at this like kind of a I'm guessing the way that the Corman presented to them is kind of like the Huey Long ginning things up or whatever, and they're like, well, no, we're salt of the earth folk or whatever. I mean, we know how we're supposed to deal with our
morons.
but that's fine. And so he says those things, and that's comic book. But then he's going to gin up some crazy stuff or whatever, not realizing they're getting played.
And of course, we can see from this scene that this is all actually just William Shatner's fantasy, his dream. He's actually in the Total Recall.
Yes.
Thing at the time. You'll have fantasies about racist civilizations.
Yes.
Back in Earth, you'll be lobotomized.
A single bead of sweat.
It rolls down his face.
Yeah.
It guns him down. So it says. Another thing here is he's talking about the people that they were working with in the town. He says, for the Klansmen, we used some of the local boys who were hanging out at the bar. These guys needed almost no preparation or direction to get
brought
into
their own
character.
hoods for some reason. It was just they had it. You know.
Wardrobe provided.
We have some spare pillowcases. We just decided we cut some holes in there.
Very enthusiastic. Very enthusiastic.
Wow. Yes,
no
yes.
preparation or
very much
direction.
method actors in this sense.
Didn't anybody ever teach you to address a white man as sir?
I was met with opposition. As a matter of fact, there were violent threats, including murder, against us.
Remember, no violence. There isn't any need for it.
I still remember the night Bill gave a key
Unless you want to tie a man to a swing for some reason.
speech on the courthouse steps.
I'll tell you something right here and now. It may be hot tonight, but it's going to get hotter for a whole lot of people. This here little town's going to burn.
My brother and I got on a local radio station and said everybody who wanted to see the movie could come that night, and I got a crowd of a couple of hundred people. The crowd came because we had broadcast we would give them prizes.
Your mayor and the governor could have stopped it, but they didn't have the guts.
During the
Shatner's killing it.
Oh yeah,
week of shooting, I've been screaming and screaming and screaming.
Well, again,
I'd
if you
lost
want
my voice.
a demagogue who has to speak publicly, Shatner is definitely your man.
Yeah, I mean, it's some of his best work.
I was screaming. I had lost my voice. And Roger says, look, I'm going to shoot the crowd. I'll shoot the crowd. I'll shoot over your shoulder. I'll shoot this way, the whole way. Don't say anything. Go. So I was quiet. And the crowd came wondering what the movie was all about, never found out. I knew from having done similar things before that after a while the crowd would disperse. Seeing a motion picture shot is exciting for about 2 minutes.
That's very true.
Yeah.
And then they realize they're just working up there. So I had the camera behind Bill photographing out over the crowd right at the beginning in order to get the big shots of the crowd. And then I continued getting tighter shots of the crowd, getting in closer and closer and closer as they drifted away on the sidelines. So around midnight, they all drifted away. So there's 3 people left in the crowd when they turned the camera around, and I still hadn't spoken.
Well, look, people have lynchings to get to.
Yeah, exactly.
Then I went in for the close-up on Bill.
The real
YouTube
problem,
channels
whether
to
you
start.
like it or not,
Yeah.
is whether you're
They
gonna
saw some of
sit back
Jethro's shorts.
and let desegregation spread throughout the entire South. And it's an indisputable fact that there could be no other result.
And then I began to speak, and my voice was there, and I was saying, riot, rape, pillage.
The Negroes will literally, and I do mean literally, control the South. The vote will be theirs. You'll have black mayors and black policemen the way they do in Chicago and New York already.
He came through
Is he doing
with a raspy quality.
the additional arm waving because of a certain
Italian or Germanic
I think
leader?
he might be. I think
Well,
he's
again,
very
but that's the thing is the overacting to address a public crowd, right? You have to have a theatricality to you to be seen, to include them, right? So you have to. Everything is overexpressed. The hand movements are over. It's stage versus on film or TV, right?
If it had been a different actor, I wouldn't even need to ask. But it's Shatner, and he does that.
Yeah, Shatner's just naturally that way. Well, so I looked because I was like, I think I'm not sure these timelines line up well. So Shatner in '61, Judgment at Nuremberg came out,
Yep.
and Shatner is one of the prosecutors against the Germans who are being judged, and he's very much again, you're a prosecutor. You're there's a theater to what you're doing, right? But I wonder when the shooting for those movies happened. If this one was shot a bit earlier, because there were some problems with distribution on this movie. It was funded by Pathé, and then Pathé didn't want to actually distribute it, and that was so when Corman and his brother essentially fund the distribution of this movie.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
And I wonder if there was a
they
pause in the from when they filmed it, that maybe this was the first time that Shatner was in something
Yeah.
of note, And then, but unfortunately, the Judgment at Nuremberg actually released before this one did.
Yeah, they also could not get the MPAA seal on it initially because of the use of that word with the hard R. They were not, the MPAA would not give the film, so it sat, I think, for like a year and a half.
Yeah, so that would explain again that they probably shot this in like 60, and that would have been before he was in Judgment at Nuremberg.
Interesting.
And his voice actually helped the sequence, and he was able to say what we did not say in the long shots. And we got away with it. I knew the sequence that was going to arouse the most feeling was the cross burning and the parade to the cross burning. So I held that to the final night. And we checked out of our motel. We shot the first because it was at a deserted church out in the country. But we knew
make sure we get our deposit
town for the parade, and I knew I was on dangerous footing with the townspeople. So I had cameras set up. We had all rehearsed it in advance, and people were yelling and screaming at us. We were not certain we were going to get through that parade. We got through the parade. And we just changed a couple of things, packed things, and just drove straight north, 300-400 miles, all through the night to St. Louis.
And that's how you make a movie,
Monorail.
I mean, they really, there's a lot of people that don't accept clan face, and that's understandable. This is cultural appropriation that they're seeing here.
There's Jay on the right there, hanging out with his friends.
Yeah. Well, I was much younger then.
It was a different time back then.
Creative pleasure in making the film. I was disappointed that it didn't do well commercially, but it almost got its money back. And I thought, well, I lost a little bit of money, but I made a film that was important to me.
He brags about how this is the only film of his that ever lost money. And I think, really, that he deliberately lost money on it so he could brag about at least one of his pictures not making money. It's interesting that I was joshing him about it.
Coke there from Shap.
I mean, the thing is that there is a certain amount of you can look at Shatner and go, yeah, he might be right. This may be.
Maybe, but I don't think so.
But now, I wasn't joshing then. It didn't make money at the time, but it was re-released in England a few years ago by the British Film Institute, and it made a surprising amount of money in England and in Europe. And when we re-released it on home video, it made enough money so that we finally broke even. So 40 years later, we broke even. Today, the picture's in profit.
Well, and let's be clear. Roger is not giving up until he actually makes a profit on whatever the hell he did.
Show them
he was 98.
But finally it did, and that was when he decided he could go. Yeah.
Rougher.
He licensed it out to some
I think a lot of people don't know how bad the racial situation was at that time. But it will also show that our progress has only been partial. This problem is still with us. It's been partially solved, but it hasn't been completely solved, and it will not be completely solved for a long time.
Be strong, children. Not muscle and pride strong, man strong. And you'll win this fight, not only for yourself, but for all our people.
I love that line.
Yeah, that's a good script, man.
Not muscle strong, man strong. Right, that you take on a responsibility, a burden. That no, I don't let my emotions run. Right, that you have to think longer view. That there's a responsibility to things you do. He's talking to teenage kids who are definitely not in the mentality of taking on the adulthood. Right?
Not long-term thinking.
Right, yeah. But he's saying this is demanded of you, and so do that, because there's a there was a phrase that I heard recently that kind of struck me, and it there's always a thing where like you're representative of your whatever the hell group you are, right? And I never was a fan of that, because it puts a burden on you that isn't accurate, right? Like you are of all of those people, right? But recently I heard someone say you're an ambassador for whatever group you are. That's a different thing, right? That you don't represent the group. but you do have a certain obligation if you are, especially a first mover, to act with a certain diplomacy, understanding that that for the people who see you, you don't speak for the group that you're a member of, but there is a certain obligation if you're a first mover, right? To represent in an individual way, to be diplomatic, right? That kind of idea of being an ambassador, that's different than, you're representative of the whole race or ethnic group or sexual orientation or political whatever.
Or otters.
Fuck that, right?
Just
yeah.
for example.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Smylexx does not, in fact, speak for all of otter kind, despite
Hey.
what we may believe. But he is a great ambassador.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I say what they're thinking, I think.
I think you get your
until
finger
they
on the
recall
pulse.
me and then fire me. Yeah, that's.
All right, guys, we are coming up on 5 hours, so I want to get through a couple more things. Discussion has been great tonight. Absolutely amazing. Thank you all for doing your homework. I'm going to.
What a great topic that we've all just reveled in researching.
And of course, it takes a loss to make us realize what we have lost.
Yeah.
I have had an absolute wonderful time doing the research, digging for clips, and talking a lot with Barbara about everything Roger Corman this week. I am a little sad. I mean, I've never met the guy, but B-Sides wouldn't be here without Roger, and so you can blame him. I mean,
most of independent film wouldn't have existed without
independent film in general.
Yeah,
really.
an amazing career, very much worth celebrating.
I mean, New World Pictures was as close as an independent group got to being competitive with the major studios.
But again, there's so many lessons in Roger's professional career and his example, which is you don't have to be the top dog. You can make a good living. You can get your creative art out. You can say what you want to say, and you can help other people get their start, and just by being modest. Just by realizing the lane that you're in and embracing it.
There is a certain, I don't want to say selfishness, but there's a pride in what Roger did, in that he was unwilling to trade his independence for larger financial gain.
For money.
Right. I mean, clearly he's in it to make money. What he's not, but it's,
are.
I made enough, but to sell my independence for more money, no, I'm fine. I'm making enough, right? It's a matter of prioritization for him.
Yeah, he didn't compromise.
Yeah, he is not compromising his independence.
Yep. And I think that was one of the otter things about when he got the honorary Oscar, the Lifetime Achievement Award, and the man has won some pretty prestigious things.
Oh, I wish we had that clip. His honorary Oscar was amazing.
Because there was a comment about how for someone who remained independent, committed to independent films, but was never celebrated through the independent film.
Through the mainstream. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, except that so many graduates of the Corman School of Film are the ones that advocated. Right, who were movers and shakers in that industry and said, no, you have to recognize him. And it's very interesting that the title that he insisted on having that honorary Oscar given to him was as filmmaker, not as producer, not as director, just a filmmaker.
And a true filmmaker.
Right.
True filmmaker.
Because did all the things.
Not any one of Gen Z that just decides they're
I'm an auteur. No, you're an autist. Yeah. Stop it.
Yeah, some of these reaction channels. I remember the first time I discovered like the cut rate reaction channels. There's this guy who's his titles are always "Filmmaker reacts to Jaws first time watching." You are not a fucking filmmaker if you haven't watched Jaws.
Yeah, you're like an Instagram model. No,
Yeah.
just because you identify as a model doesn't mean you actually are a model.
Right. You're not even an
Let's face it, the only
influencer.
person that should really be using the term filmmaker is Roger Corman, and I don't know, probably Stuckman, maybe.
Well, I think it's Ian. I think it's
Oh yeah,
Ian.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, or trauma, or you know the
Yeah,
there-
man. If you haven't been in the trenches, shut your fucking
right. If you haven't had to
on
rig lights in
if you haven't
addition
had to
to
edit
setting
on
up camera, in addition to doing
3/4
editing,
inch tape or
Right.
stayed up for 36 hours carrying extension cords around through the muck, then
well, and that's a thing that Roger said that from the film side, he knew that he could understand running a camera and editing because engineering. That's a thing. He can figure that out, right? The only thing that he went and actually pursued some sort of education in with regards to filmmaking is acting. Because he wanted to understand how actors approach the craft in order for him to direct them.
Yeah.
Right. And oh, by the way, that's how he met Nicholson. That worked out
Yeah.
well.
Yep.
that went pretty well for everyone.
The documentary that we had watched that had featured so many of the alumni of the University of Roger
I
Corman.
forget the title already, but Corman's World, was that the one?
No, it's
Yep.
it's Corman's Film School.
Oh, okay.
Is what they
There
was
There's a
called.
few of them.
Yeah.
No, the documentary.
The
that we
documentary.
watched, yeah. Jack Nicholson was so unabashed in his affection
Oh,
and
he breaks
admiration.
down, doesn't he?
He breaks
yeah,
down.
he does. He breaks down and cries.
And this is years. This is a decade
Mhm.
before he's passed.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
Yeah.
talking about him,
Yeah.
And
He's-
he's welling up.
Yeah, he's being
Yeah.
genuine about how much it
And-
changed his career and changed his life.
And so many people felt that way about him.
Yes.
He touched a lot of lives in Hollywood.
And not in the Weinstein way. He actually does it in a positive way.
No,
Yeah.
in a positive
Not in a harsh way.
mentoring.
Yeah.
Yeah, I skimmed through at least 100 hours of material, and I could not find a single person saying a bad thing about him.
No.
That's
No, there
phenomenal.
was always a good-natured ribbing
Sure,
on him
yeah.
about
Yeah.
the finances, right?
Yeah.
But again, that he had the belief, look, that at the end of the day, this is a business, and you're making a trade, right? You have a freedom to make a thing, but at the end of the day, the measurement is that it entertains people and that they are willing to pay you for that entertainment.
I have done those night shoots for a lot lesser people. I have done it for the box lunch and a couple of beers, whatever, and gotten a lot less in return, man. A lot less. People that wouldn't answer my calls afterwards. I put that work in on a lot of sets when I first moved to LA. And this is just like the most refreshing story. This is, I mean, Roger just gave, man.
He was
and numbers of actors who worked with him.
Yeah.
Bruce Stern, Diane Ladd.
Gosh.
Once you start the list, it's
it just
keep
goes
going, yeah.
right
on and on. I
Again,
mean,
it's not just
Joe
the
Dante,
directors,
Robert
the
De Niro.
cinematographers,
Yeah.
the
James
you know,
Cameron, Gale Ann Hurd.
right.
Oh,
Again, Gary Kurtz, Irving Kershner,
Yeah.
Jonathan
Curtis
Demme.
Hanson, Alan Arkush,
Right.
Polly Platt. The Polly Platt thing, when because Bogdanovich, met Polly Platt through Roger Corman's films, and he married Polly Platt and then dumped her for Sybil Shepherd when he went on to create The Last Picture Show.
Boo.
And Roger was the only person who picked up a phone and called Polly and said,
Yeah.
any film you want to make, I'm there for you.
Yeah,
He
watched
also
the clip.
revived careers.
Yes.
Right. That they were in the studio system. They had a thing that flopped. Oh my God, whatever. They go back into, Corman Film School, learn it all over again. And here you go.
TJ brings up a very, very relevant point. Comparing Roger Corman and Ed Wood.
They are not comparable.
Well,
No.
they kind of are, but Roger Corman is the exemplar. He is the finest example and Ed Wood was
the cautionary example.
Ed Wood is Tommy Wiseau
They're both trying their best
Roger
to get
Corman.
things done, and they both achieve something. They both get out there and do it. I mean, they both
But the
got
difference
things
is
financed and
talent. It's not that
Yeah.
Ed Wood-
Competency. Yeah,
One was competent, another one was not.
Yeah, Ed Wood. It's not that Ed didn't work hard; he just didn't get it.
Yeah, again, the Corman required that you be smart, that you work hard, and that you have creative juices. I think Ed fails on the smart part. And I'm not so sure how good he is on the creative side.
I don't think he was the brightest bulb.
Yeah.
He obviously had some personality issues, and I'm not talking about his cross-dressing, but he was an addict and alcoholic. And,
he was making movies for an audience that didn't exist, a bit like Disney does now.
He was making an audience. It was he was the audience.
Yeah.
That's how creators
it's
do
that
things
it's
today.
again it's the self-indulgent part.
Yes.
Corman had a clear understanding that I must entertain the audience, and the transaction is I entertain you, I get money, I understand the constraints of the audience that I can deal with, and so I have to work within certain budgets to reach that audience. Ed Wood had delusions of grandeur about what I'm making art. Roger didn't believe that. Roger believed he was making entertainment. The end. And there's nothing wrong.
Roger also enjoyed the process of what he did. I think Ed Wood enjoyed it on like a immediate gratification level, but he didn't understand a lot of things, including.
I think that Ed Wood enjoyed it from a I'm important.
Maybe maybe a
I don't know.
lifestyle
I don't
thing.
know if he maybe enjoyed it from the "I'm important" stance, but it like RG was saying, he definitely had the passion for it. But he didn't have any kind of knowledge of how things
Right.
work,
He didn't have the
how-
intelligence
he
or
didn't
necessarily
have-
the creativity. He had the hard work. That's it.
I do think there's a bit of a lack of intelligence with Ed Wood.
Yes.
Yeah.
As charming as Johnny Depp portrays,
Yeah, that is
him,
not an accurate
that's
representation
not
of what Ed Wood
It's
was.
not. It's not a total accurate. No.
And probably a lack of self-awareness as well.
Lack of
Yeah.
self-awareness is
Well, again,
that
that's a
lack
lack
of
of intelligence,
self-awareness,
but
that
also
is-
there's a
that is
certain
a-
self-aggrandizing view.
Yeah.
I make movies. That means that I'm important. No, it doesn't.
And you can see that if you watch some of Ed's like 70s softcore stuff where
Oh yeah, it's really
it's just him sort of fucked up laying around in his tidy whities while topless girls like fawn over him
Mhm.
and that kind of thing. And I don't think that that's like, it's a lack of understanding. It really is. He's just kind of caught in his own fantasy.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
would
enough self-awareness.
more closely compare Ed Wood to Zack Snyder.
Yeah.
No, would because I mean the
There are
fact
some
is
similarities,
that
I get what you're saying.
right
Zack
because
Snyder had
Ed
help, though.
is working with the technical limitations of the time, but also his misunderstanding of how you actually make movies, the what's important, how to entertain, and all this stuff. Zack Snyder has new and shiny tools that make it easier to deliver better visual effects. But my God, he presents a lot of the same lack of actual.
Ed thought just showing
understanding.
up was good enough. Ed thought that if you just showed up, like magic would happen,
Right.
and everything would work out.
Yeah,
fine.
there's a cargo culting of how you make movies with Ed. There is also a similar thing with Zach when somebody hasn't already done all the hard work, like create a comic book that he can then crib for script and storyboards.
Or just Xerox, yeah.
Right.
Okay,
right.
let's keep moving. If you haven't already, and if you're tired of hearing me say this, you can keep me from saying this every 5 minutes by going to our Patreon /B-roll stage and leaving as little as $2 for $2 a day, $2 a month. You can make a difference in a young American child's life. And we also have a PayPal me link /B-roll stage. It's very quick, painless, and you can leave us a one-time tip there. Let's go to. I've got a short here that is basically a little sizzle reel about B movies in general with some Carmen in it. Let's go there.
B-movies. Who watches those kind of things?
You do until I tell you different.
That's true. Yeah, until we actually turn this off.
That's as loud as it gets. Hopefully this is okay.
They called them B-movies, and once upon a time, they were the bread and butter of the film industry. Audiences flocked to see these low-budget wonders because they were promised action, excitement, and cheap thrills. And that's exactly what these films delivered.
The B-movie was created as a response to the dwindling audiences in theaters during the Depression. Fewer and fewer people were going, so they resorted to numerous tricks, and then somebody got the idea, why don't we give them 2 movies for the price of 1?
Moviegoers came to see the A feature, then stayed for the bottom of the bill. Soon, every major studio had its own B-movie unit, but it was Monogram Pictures that earned the title King of the B's, grinding out hundreds of Western shoot-'em-ups and popular series like The Shadow.
And Charlie Chan.
Yes, yes. Very often the B-movie would have a somewhat faster pace because they didn't really have time for a lot of.
They didn't have enough films.
And
Yeah, because it costs money.
Forward to the B-movie.
Get it over with
It was
quick.
often done by young directors.
I always get the feeling whenever I hear Roger
reveling in the
speaking
excesses.
that he's about to start laughing any second. It's just kind of like keeping it
It
in.
is.
It's just like a little bit of a.
He enjoys what he did.
He does, he really does
There's
enjoy
a
it, yeah.
joy in his work.
Yeah, he's got
Every
that young
film
kid.
genre imaginable, B-movies made up for their
Oh,
lack of
Mamie.
character development
Hey.
with lots of action. and color
Barbara,
and
why are you dancing
I
on
got a
screen?
notion to hook you up and drain some of that cheap sherry out of you.
I don't know.
Don't say a word. I want to remember
It's
you
so
always, just the
big.
way you are.
I saw that movie too.
There it is.
Clip it, everybody.
Whereas
Again.
an A movie might take 2-3 months or longer to make, a B movie would generally be made in 2 weeks.
Oh, 2.5
The
days.
true
Or
mavericks of the
2 days and a night, you know.
Don Siegel,
His
Bill
average was
Carlson,
about 10 days.
William Bodine,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and Robert Aldrich.
When he went
were
to
able
color, it
work
was 15.
wonders with
Yep.
shoestring budgets, occasionally producing a minor masterpiece.
I built the studio. I with my brain.
All right, Rod Steiger, let's calm down.
Yeah. Chill, Rod.
B-movies
I don't
also
want him to
proved
calm
be a
down at
great
all.
training ground
No.
for up-and-coming talent that would soon move on to bigger and better things.
Why, you want to make something of it?
Of the
Don't you lay hands on me, I'll call the
one of
Secret Service.
greatest was Lawrence Tierney, who played Dillinger. He was very, very good and became one of the greatest of the kind of tough guy B-movie actors.
By the same token, B-movies also provided
Damn
steady
right,
work for
Argento.
former
Me too.
stars
And I
whose
have.
careers were past their peak.
Yeah. That's an easy call.
Yeah.
B-movies could also get away with more unconventional subject matter than an A feature because B-movie directors
Ah,
were
she's so
usually free
beautiful.
to
Yes,
explore
and the
style
amazing
and
monster.
content,
Yes.
as long as they didn't
The actress
over
was
their
beautiful,
meager
too.
budgets. And audiences got mixed genre films like a horror movie crossed with a Nazi subplot.
Against an army of zombies.
We definitely haven't seen that before.
Scenes
Ugh.
combining actors
No.
with stock footage backgrounds. And films
And
with
then
once
some
controversial
pallet
said,
boats and
schizophrenia, which major studios were
There was a
afraid to
quote
tackle.
from Roger that said, "You always have to make your monster bigger than your leading lady."
Yes, that's true.
Yes.
In World War
Yeah.
II, that
How
the
else is he
B-movie
gonna eat 'em?
hit its peak.
Yeah.
Totally.
Audiences eager to escape the depressing realities of everyday life retreated to the cinema to enjoy the simple pleasures of a great B musical or comedy.
One
I'm
meatball.
crazy, don't you?
Hell's a poppin'.
You're right.
As for B-movies of the 50s, they introduced audiences to a new emerging culture, juvenile delinquency.
Asshole.
Yeah, juveniles definitely hadn't figured out how to be delinquent before the movies came out.
Taken but the bacon, and that's taken.
And the perfect place to see these low-budget epics was at the drive-in.
Wow.
But that was another place
PJ,
and
you
time.
landed
By
at the
the
right
mid-60s,
place.
the movie industry was
Welcome
put out of
home.
business by competition from
Welcome
television
home, brother.
and Hollywood's attempt to attract larger audiences with bigger and more spectacular films.
That's the story of my
B-movie
cup.
left its mark on film
Speaking
history.
of cups,
In
Oh.
other parts of the world,
That's two.
particularly Europe, and most importantly,
Mamie.
France,
Rocket Man.
the
D-cups.
new wave critics of the early 1950s saw the B movie as an uncorrupted form of American culture. They said these are important.
This is why Roger isn't in front of the camera very often, because if he's in his own films, he uses too much actual film to get through his speeches.
Yeah.
You need to speak a lot faster, Roger.
Roger, speed it up.
And for generations to come, the B movie will remain a source of inspiration to any filmmaker who refuses to let a low budget prevent him from making the movie of his dreams.
Scrubby!
Scrubby.
Oh.
Treat me right and you'll
Scrub me.
that I can be your slave or lover. Anything you
Just rewatch this.
Can I have both?
Yes, we did.
Yes.
That looks
Hubba
familiar.
hubba.
Yes.
Thank you, Mamie.
Ooh.
Yeah. All right. We're going to have Roger talk a little bit about doing science fiction movies here, I believe.
Oh, I was so
Go
there
ahead.
was we were talking about the X, the man with X-ray eyes. Jethro was loving that, right?
Yeah, great movie.
So the original script that that Roger wrote for that was that X was going to be a jazz musician, and the reason that he developed X-ray eyes is he took too much drugs.
Oh, well, I've
And-
tried, and it doesn't work like that.
Exactly. Yeah, and I think after Roger dropped some LSD, he also realized this was not possible. He didn't like the pacing as he kind of worked on it or whatever, and he took a step back and he looked at it and he goes, okay, well the trope would be that he would be a scientist.
Mhm.
And he looked at it and he said, there's a reason that trope exists. Why am I trying to work around it? Make him a damn scientist.
Just give us the mad
And
science.
he did. And so again, it's Roger's I'm gonna experiment and do things, but he also understood again the audience isn't gonna accept that oh man, I smoked all the weed and then I got X-ray eyes. What the fuck is this about? Right. That
Well, because Roger smoked weed and knew that.
right. And then he was like, no, you're not seeing anything. Yeah, you see the back of your eyelids is what you do if you smoke too much of that.
You're gonna see the bottom of a KFC
yeah.
bucket is what you're gonna see.
yeah. They're like, God, where are all the Cheetos? But again, there's a constant curiosity that Roger has, and it's one of the things that he switched genres constantly. He was always looking for things. He was always looking for something that interested him. He didn't want to just do the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, I think there's another quote about the fact that you can make one monster movie and it'll be a success, but you make 10 more and they just get worse and worse, sort of thing. He was genuinely trying to keep things interesting to himself by moving around a lot, and you see it even in the later interviews. There is that childlike wonder that you can see, that little sparkle in the eye. You can see it, can't you?
Yeah, it's like give me an interesting problem, I'll solve it. Right, that's kind of that engineer's mindset. I loved there was the discussion with him about slasher movies, and he said that you can shock the audience if you cut off a hand. The problem is the next movie is going to want to cut off the arm at the elbow, right? And the next one is going to be at the shoulder. And that especially if you have it within the movie, that desire for that acceleration of titillation by thing, the audience will then become bored with it.
Well,
right?
they get numb. Yeah.
Right. That they realize, oh, you're gonna do the thing. Okay, whatever, all that. And he said, I'm certainly not averse to these kind of shock things, but you have to be parsimonious with the use of that you can't just depend on it because it's very quickly exhausted.
Yeah, less is more.
Right.
With a lot of these kind of things. I mean,
right, a little shock goes a long ways, right?
Absolutely. I mean, there's I think it's something like 5 or 6 murders in The Godfather, but you think you've seen a bloodbath because of how they've been shot. And it's the same with Psycho. There's 2 deaths in Psycho, and yet you feel like you're seeing so much going on.
Way more gut wrenching. Yeah.
And again, it's that understanding of the psychology of the audience, in addition to understanding the psychology of the people who are working on the film. And there's a genius that in how he did things, and it's constrained by the fact that I don't want to bend the knee. I want to always be independent, and I'm happy to operate within that constraint. Right? Everybody, well, he never won an Oscar for his movie or whatever. I don't know that he wanted one. Especially.
I don't think he ever cared.
I don't even think he cared.
I think it would have been nice if he would have had some, like, again, The Intruder. If that thing would have really taken off, and he wins an Oscar for that, that's great. But at the end of the day, he understood that I am making a trade, that my freedom means that I don't have access to these budgets and these kinds of movies and consideration.
This is not,
and I'm good with that because I want my freedom more than
this is
anything else.
not a man that needs the establishment's approval.
No, he gives. Yeah,
you're not seeing him on the red carpet and schmoozing at the right parties. He's not going to all those kind of places.
Going back to what Gail Ann Hurd had said when she and James Cameron brought the Terminator to him, and he was like, thank you. It's a flattering offer, but this is the movie that you want to see. That's in your head is not to be the one that I'm going to be able to deliver to you. He understood people's visions,
right?
And that's
because he always wanted the people to have the creativity on their own. Right? You do your thing. Here's my constraints.
Yeah,
you work
that right there is one of the differences between him and Edward as well. That's right there.
Yeah. Right. Yes.
You see the film actually as it is, and he knows exactly what it isn't as well.
Right.
So.
Right.
And again, it's an understanding of the transaction that in order to get money, I have to entertain an audience. I also know that because of the budgets and the constraints that I work in, the audience is limited, and then I operate within that. Right. There's no delusions of grandeur. There's no I need to be seen as important. I need to have the independence and the freedom to do what I want, and I'm more than happy to operate within these constraints. And there's a self-awareness and a satisfaction in that he is, in many ways. I mean, Adam and I have a history. He's very punk in what he does, right?
Yeah,
I'm not willing to play within these certain rules if it means giving up my independence or my freedom. Yeah. I'm going to find the niche that I can play within and make it work, and I'm going to enjoy the hell out of it. And Roger is that.
Yeah,
and is a genius doing it, right? The reason he's successful is because he's so smart.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, let's hold that and listen to Roger talk about his first science fiction movies.
Brief time at the end of the 1950s, several of the low-budget independent companies would put together 2 pictures for the price of 1. I did 2 science fiction horror films for Allied artists. Each film had a 10-day shooting schedule with a budget of about $60,000, $70,000, $80,000. I was a fairly young filmmaker. I had just turned 30, and I was learning on the job. I never went to film school. I have a degree in engineering, which may or may not have helped me make films. It may have been my engineering background, but I was always interested in science fiction. And I also know that science fiction was very popular, and it was one of the few genres that you did not need names for. Almost every film, other than science fiction or horror, you needed some sort of big star or television star or lower budget name to put on the film. But
and that's still true to this day.
Horror, I could just hire the best actors available for the budget area in which I was working. The reason I chose black and white color was very simple. It was cheaper.
Luckily, I have a shampoo that clears that up.
It was called It Stalked the Ocean Floor, and it was a big success. So I was looking for another sea creature kind of picture, and I came up with 2 titles, Attack of the Crab Monsters and Attack of the Lobster Monsters. And I asked my assistant which one she thought was best. Her answer was I like lobsters. I don't think it should be lobsters, so it became Attack of the Crab Monsters. I made Attack of the
It's
Crab
true. I mean, Attack of the Lobster
Monsters
Monsters, you think, okay, deploy the strategic butter. We can take this out, right? You
That
know?
would just be ridiculous, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Well, we saw that in Teenagers from Outer Space. and,
Yes.
Not
Yeah.
so frightening. Not so much.
57. It was the third or fourth picture I had directed. I started in 1956. Charles Griffith, Chuck Griffith, was a very good friend of mine and a very good young writer. He wrote both Not of This
I think I've
Earth
just seen him getting
and Attack
eaten
of the
by a
Crab
slug.
Monsters.
He did,
Went
yeah,
on
yeah.
to co-write
While
Death
talking to
Race
himself,
2000,
eating himself,
and
yeah.
I don't know how many other pictures
Wow.
we worked on together. The leads in Attack of the Crab Monsters were
What a way to
Richard
go.
Garland,
The
Pamela
impressive
Duncan,
career
and
and then
Russell
finishing
Johnson.
off by being
All
eaten
of
by a
them went
plant.
on to have
That is
rather
yourself.
good
It's kind of an
careers,
inception
not
of
becoming
ins.
stars, but having good, solid working
So you
careers.
can eat yourself.
Russell Johnson,
I mean,
of course,
if you're
I
gifted
could, I
enough,
wouldn't be here.
like Charles
Gilligan's
Griffin, yeah,
Island,
maybe, yeah.
and emerged as sort of the top graduate of that cast. The editor was Chuck Gross. He had the two abilities I was looking for. He was a very good editor, and he was a very efficient, fast-moving editor. Surprisingly enough, he went on to
And a
become
very
a
sensitive
composer
lover.
and actually had a bigger career as a composer than he did as an editor. The score for Attack of the Crab Monsters was done by Ronnie Stein, who had done several scores for me before and went on to do, I don't know, at least 10 or 12 pictures afterwards. He was a young man out of, I think, some music school in New York, and once more had a solid, good career in Hollywood. The cinematographer on Attack of the Crab Monsters was Floyd Crosby.
I love the idea that there is a cinematographer
At least
on it.
15 films. Floyd was a brilliant cinematographer.
And chief bottle washer and the head
Yeah,
waiter.
that's
And,
right. Was the one on not of this earth? I'd like to see him.
He shot in the South Pacific.
Maybe.
He also did High Noon, one of the greatest westerns.
yeah, that was
of
the
all
thing that I
time.
remember from that.
And
The cinematographer did
Cinematography. Stevie
these
Wonder
great
provided the
movies.
great cinematography. A young man, Stevie Wonder.
But he works for, he did High Noon before he worked for Roger Corman.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then he worked for Roger Corman for quite a while.
And
must-
High Noon is very specifically known for its incredible cinematography.
Yeah, for
Yes.
a very, very stylized
Yes.
Western.
We have a very special guest in the chat, folks, all the way from
Hello.
France.
Hello, Kitty.
Hello, Uninspired. So great to see you.
Very good to see you.
There are rumors that Roger Corman did actually hook up with one of those, and that was the origin of the Uninspired Reviewer. But we're not sure. We can't confirm.
He
that
hooked
that
up
is
with
true.
a cat?
It was in Paris, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, look, Roger
He did
was
get
just
some
looking for
pussy.
pussy, however he could get it.
We got
Yeah.
some pussy in Paris. And
Really no
there it
rules
is.
there, are there?
Yeah, no.
Incredible.
Unfortunately for
Cheers.
him, but fortunately for me, he had some problems with the Un-American Activities Committee. He was never blacklisted,
Ooh.
he was never a communist or anything like that, but he knew a lot of people and some studios wouldn't hire him. So he had a strange career where a number of people like Stanley Kramer and other great directors, Fred Zinnemann and others, hired Floyd, but then he would have periods when he wasn't working because some people were afraid to work with him, and during those periods, whenever he was available, he and I worked together. The concept for Not of This Earth as Attack of the Crab Monsters, and with almost every film I've made, came from me. Generally, the pictures were my original idea, but I did not write the screenplay. I would write a 2, 3, 4, 5-page treatment or synopsis and then give that to the screenwriter and work with him, which
Oh, stay naked, baby. Stay naked. You know I love you.
All natural.
I have to
as
get
they say.
naked to do the job I do,
Yes.
as we all know.
What? What just happened?
That's right, Roger. Just work it. Work it, baby. The camera loves you. Come on.
Oh,
I love
the
this.
mute button. Oh no, I just wanted to say, Uninspired. Yeah, if you get a chance to listen to the replay, give it a
Yeah.
listen. I think you'll really enjoy this show.
Mm.
So, all right, sorry.
Really meant he was doing the writing, but I was doing editing and corrections as we went along. Chuck Griffith did one of his best jobs, I think, on Not of This Earth. It was the most successful of the pictures we did at that time. Chuck co-wrote the film with Mark Hanna. They collaborated on 3 or 4 films together. They were both very good, and then they went their separate ways. Amiably, it's just that he felt they should have their own career, and they did have good careers. The leading man in Not of This Earth was Paul Birch, who was also the original Marlboro Man. I shot the picture.
Was he really?
Days, and
well, that's not going to work out very well for him.
It worked out all right for Roger, but you know, it's
after the 9th day,
he couldn't get medical insurance though.
To work the final day.
You were lucky to get a fucking ham sandwich when you were working on Roger's
schedule. We were actually shooting the beginning of the film, so the only thing I could think of was to get somebody who had roughly the same size and build as Paul and shoot him in such a way that we never saw him clearly. He was always in shadow. It was dark movements across the screen.
Well, it worked because
the similarities
you
to
can
Ed
barely
Wood.
see.
Yeah, we've seen that movie. Yeah,
dark moments.
No, it's uncanny. Dr. Tom looks exactly like Bela Lugosi. If you just cover your face.
And I remember several film critics commented about how good the opening of the picture was because I set everything up with interesting psychological dark shadows. The leading lady in Not of This Earth was my favorite leading lady, Beverly Garland, with whom I did a number of pictures. I always felt that Beverly was a brilliant actress. She was actually the first woman to play a lead, not just the second lead, but to be the lead in a TV series. I think it was called Decoy, and she played a police lieutenant in New York. It was a very successful series.
So,
and she went
there's some interesting history. So again, you have Jonathan Demme, who is PR and had worked on the images and stuff like that for Corman. 2 of the people that did the trailers for his movies, he ended up moving them out of that and into directing his movies.
Yeah, it was
Joe Dante being one of them, right? Wow.
And
part of those groups.
Alan Arkish was the other.
Right.
He was the one who did Rock and Roll High School.
Right, and they were so successful on that, doing the trailers. He often said that if the movies actually reflected the quality of the trailers, he would have made a lot more money. Because again, he just these guys they knew how to hit the stings, to get the excitement about it, to go hit whatever. Sadly, a lot of the movies didn't necessarily deliver on what the trailer was promising, but you see these guys move on and they do well for themselves.
Roger, very famous for intercutting the same licensed footage into his trailers over and over again that do not appear in the movie. And there's a famous helicopter crash. There's all kinds of things that he just reused. And
God, what was the movie where so they put together a trailer, and the trailer actually had something that wasn't in the movie. I think it was one of the Poe movies.
You'll have to narrow it down.
Yeah. But it was early on, and it was the Roger then went back and they actually shot a couple of scenes to fit into the movie, because he said he thought that it would be dishonest to not have a thing that was in the trailer that was not actually in the movie. So they went back and spent an hour shooting some stuff to insert into the movie so it would kind of match the trailer, because the trailer was promising far more than the movie delivered.
Yeah, I don't know which one you're referring to, but yes.
Yeah, I can't remember which one it was. It was hilarious though when I saw it, because I was like, Roger, I've seen some of your other stuff. No.
She would be considered what we call a name, almost a star. I thought she should have been a star. Morgan Jones played the young leading man who, as I recall, was a motorcycle policeman. Morgan worked with me in several pictures. He was very good. He went on to be in Forbidden Planet and a number of other rather large films. I remember War of the Satellites very well. It was 1958, and I had seen on television one day that the Russians had put the first man in space. I was in Steve Broidy's office at 9 o'clock. He was the president of Allied Artists at that time. And I said, Steve, if you can give me $70,000, I have a title, War of the Satellites. I can have it ready to be in theaters in 7 weeks from today. And he said, what's the storyline? And I said, I have no idea what the storyline is.
It's not the title.
All I know is Sputnik happened, and we need to do some shit.
We have the word satellite in the title.
We have a poster.
Fuck no, there's a poster though.
We have a poster.
It's very much of the VHS era too.
It's beautiful.
And it'll be ready in 7 weeks. He said, fine, you've got the money.
Yay,
Chuck Griffith
that's how
wrote
it
the
gets made.
script. I borrowed somebody's phone at Allied Artists after my meeting with Steve Broidy and called Chuck and said, come over to my house right away. We've got to start today on a script, and I need this script in a week and a half. He said, fine, I'll be there. Driving back to my house, I came up with a vague idea. Chuck was there to meet me. We fleshed out the storyline, and then what we did, at the same time, we wrote down a list of the sets. Chuck wrote the script in a week and a half, and we started building the sets before we had the script, because the script, of course, followed the line of the sets we had built.
It works
so
for
took
Disney.
me a week and a half of pre-production.
Except
and,
that Roger then
Chuck
actually
would
does
write
all the work up front to
I
actually
shot
deliver
the
on
Oh,
things.
work.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
And
the
they
hard
make
work
And
part
I
is
cut
where
it in
Roger
2 weeks.
fixes.
I had
At
two
least films
editors.
actually turn a
One
profit.
editor
There's-
started the second
there's
day
a
of shooting, cutting the
pre-production?
first day of shooting. The other editor started the
We'll
third
fix that
day
in
of
post.
shooting,
No, you will not.
cutting the second.
Tell me about this Earth word
What is
storyboard.
this pre that you
What
are
is this
speaking of?
Second day of shooting, and they kept on alternating to make the film. After my meeting with Chuck Griffith, I immediately called Jack Rabin and Irvin Block, who was called
Is that a
Blocky,
kebab?
and said, we've got this
Standing there.
general
Sure.
idea.
Ah, okay.
I need
as
somebody
you
for
know.
special effects. Do you want to come in? They came in. They added a few things to the script that would help it from a special effects.
I think Smylexx is starting to feel the late night hour here. And a kebab.
Space kebab.
Yeah.
Delicious kebab.
Well, the kebab shop's still open.
I could really use a kebab right now.
might hit up
I
one
think
of
they
them.
may have shared writing credit. I'm not even certain. And they may have gotten co-producer or something like that, because I didn't have that much money, and they finally said, okay, we'll do it for that much money, but we want a producer credit because it will help us on future films. The DP on the picture was Floyd Crosby, who'd worked with me on many pictures before, and again, he was probably the best cinematographer I ever worked with. The leads in the picture were Dick Devon and Susan Cabot. Both of them worked with me on a number of pictures. I first saw Dick on a television show where he played the bad guy, and I thought he was great, and I looked for the credits at the end of it and just wrote his name down. Susan I had met in New York when I was doing some casting there. She was a member of the Actors Studio and had appeared in a number of Broadway productions. I actually
He must have
played
been
a
pretty
small-
welcome in various studios. Seeing him turning up on your set is probably quite a
Yeah.
good thing, because it's kind of, you get from a lot of these stories that all of the people that he talks to, they all kind of know, well, we're all in this to make a buck, and yeah, you're probably going to deliver on that.
Yeah, you're not going
It's
to make
like-
the big bucks with Roger, but
Yeah.
you'll get paid.
You
You're
get-
going to
yeah,
get
well,
paid, and oh, by the way, you're going to get experience and learn. Right,
Sure.
the thing that the Scorsese stuff where he talks about, he went to NYU in film school, and all of his teachers said, "You're in New York, you're going to do documentary work."
Mhm.
And Roger saw a short that Scorsese did, and he was like, "I'm interested in that guy," and called his agent, and then I think tried to call him directly, and Scorsese hung up on him like multiple times because he didn't think it was legit, right? And Corman then gets a hold of the agent. And he's like, "Look, I'm trying to offer this guy a movie.
I'm trying
and,
to
and all
offer
this,
him
okay, but and they ended up getting a hold of him. But Scorsese he'd kind of realized that because really, if you're making movies, you're only on the West Coast. This is before you know, kind of had this democratization of stuff. And so Scorsese was kind of pigeonholed on the East Coast, and Corman brings him out to the West Coast, and they make Boxcar Bertha.
Yeah.
Yep.
Amazing.
Yeah, I mean, you know, again, Corman is mining for talent, because it's cheaper, but also that you're young, you're hungry, you're not experienced. You will work hard.
Yeah,
and
he's got a radar for people who are hungry, hasn't he?
And again, he can tell who's smart, who's willing to work hard, and who has a drive to go beyond this. I'll get you your first step, and I will make some money then, and I'm happy to pass you on to the next level.
The other thing that I'm picking up after watching hours and hours of Roger speak is his clarity.
Yeah, he again, it's that engineer's mindset. He knows exactly what he's trying to achieve. He knows exactly how to do it. There's a and it's about efficiency, and he knows the end game, which is I need to entertain an audience.
Yeah,
I have a certain budget because I know the reach of what I'm doing, and I'm going to do the hard work up front, and then it's a matter of execution, and I need to get good people because he doesn't want to do it all himself. That's fuck that, right? Bring in really good people
himself.
Right, give them the start and then let them run. And
he doesn't talk like a lot of directors, does he? He doesn't talk like a lot of Hollywood directors.
That's what I was sort of getting at, was like his clarity in just retelling events. Like he's
not embellishing. He's not making it a big deal out of it.
There's no pretense at all.
And he's not revising like George Lucas or
I mean, everything that William Friedkin said, you had to like dial back by about 50%.
Yeah, you're like, really? Can I go back to sources and see what you said about 5 years ago? Oh no, that doesn't match up.
Exactly, but he doesn't do that. He doesn't need to sort of self-promote.
He just reminds me of that really nice English teacher that you had one time.
That's right,
Or the best uncle ever.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is that because none of us are actually having to meet Roger's budget, it's all very nice or whatever. Fuck around and find out on in his
probably
right.
Yes, that's true.
Again, you're not getting the shots that you need to today. I will be neck deep up in your ass fixing that.
Roger has a bat in his trunk. There's no doubt about it.
Ron Howard looked a little nervous when he was talking about the fact that he might get more than one call a day.
Yeah. You know, again, but you can see Ron Howard. He's like, he starts to have a bit of a twitch with that. Oh my God, Roger's going to give me.
Be around. Okay.
Again, there's a clarity of what I'm going to do, and there's no fucking around. And if you do it right, then you're my best friend. If you're not, I'm going to get you on the path. How painful that process is entirely up to you.
It's up to you. All right, we've only got one more minute on this short. I'm going to try and squeeze in one more before we hit 6 hours. So here we go.
My role in the picture being some sort of a ground control official or something. I knew nothing about acting, but the Screen Actors Guild at that time had a rule that an actor was paid from the first day of work to the last day of work. And there's always some little role. You schedule your leads to have them work the shortest period of time. But there's always some little role because of the schedule. He works the first day of the picture and the last day of the picture, and you have to pay him for the entire length. I used to play that role myself.
Exactly.
He was also in the film. He had done several films with me before and went on to be a regular, almost contract actor. I have no idea how many films we did together.
The ultimate in scientific monsters.
It was a typical Corman production. It
was, Dick Miller, you beautiful bastard.
Fast-paced. We did one take, and that was it.
Like flower during this
one take, and that was it.
He looks like David Patrick Kelly
we never
now.
really did a second take unless the camera fell.
Because he cut back on the flowers. It's not good for him.
Okay, all right, we're out. Yes, I love FAG as well.
Yes.
Those guys are great.
Especially Matt Damon.
Yeah.
Alec Baldwin.
All the good they've done for the industry. Let's just roll one more. I think this is about 5 minutes.
Roll that beautiful Corman footage.
Yeah, roll that beautiful corn. I like this interview because this is a unedited source tape, and it's a local news station interview. And
is he outside on Arby's?
You wouldn't believe what happened.
Corman's judging emerald eyes.
That beige death wagon.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Except that it's all very sedated. I don't know what happened.
I think it's a good example of Roger's demeanor, because knowing that this is all going to be edited and whatever, he's just incredibly polite and civil, and
it's a man at peace with himself, and he has been for a long time. He knows who he is. He knows what he is.
He knows why he's at this fucking Knoxville, Tennessee TV station to do 5 minutes, and it's a class act all the way.
Yes.
So let's make this the last one, and then we'll have our closing thoughts.
Well, while he's in Knoxville, he's gonna shoot 3 movies.
Yeah, well, that goes without saying. Yeah,
he's gonna.
Also, can I go ahead and have any B-roll off of this, because I'm gonna need that? Yeah.
Oh yeah,
take all these cameras with me when I leave.
Flare barbecue. Yeah.
Didn't we have 3 cameras when Roger came in here? Why we only have 2 now?
He's gonna take one of the cameramen with him too, and go shoot something the next day.
He'll be directing, actually.
He's gonna bang a secretary on the way out.
The same night. So at intermission, I was talking with Steve, and I turned to Catherine.
Not that
and I said,
cameraman.
"Catherine, tell Steve your favorite picture." And she said, "Attack of the
Well, he
Killer
wasn't a
Tomatoes."
cameraman until
I
this
said,
morning.
"No,
He was actually
no, not
writing.
that one, Catherine.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
other one."
He was being PR.
That's probably the first time he hadn't heard E.T.
Yeah. Right.
Probably, that's incredible.
Anytime.
Okay.
Having a great time off camera. Just great.
If you can
Again, he's loved his
what
life.
we were talking about before, when it comes to, in your opinion, what direction other than splatter can horror go today?
Well, we're doing a film now called Deathstalker, which is a horror film with a sword and sorcery overtone. Last year we had a film called
I have
which is
words for
horror
you,
with
Roger,
a
about
sword.
that. Cover art,
rapey.
that's some bullshit. The thing that's on Deathstalker's cover never shows up in that actual movie, no.
But you watched it because
I
of the
did
cover
indeed,
art.
yes, because I was like, oh, I didn't
So
see
what I'm
that.
trying
No,
to
I've
do
been
is
actually seeing some
blend
Roger
horror
shit.
with different concepts. I will probably go back to classical horror within a year or two, because I think the classical horror is the mainstream.
Unless
But
Deathstalker
there have been
makes
so many
money.
of them made in the last few years, I'll stay away at least for a little while.
Then we'll make 3 more.
Okay, could you tell me something about the film who's starring in your current film, Space and...
Oh, yes. Well, tomorrow, should I mention tomorrow? I guess you can cut around
yeah, we
on
can
this
cut
thing.
around it.
Should I mention tomorrow or just say I'm shooting it? Which
I'm
is better
shooting
for
it
you?
is fine, whatever.
Okay. Well, at the moment, I'm shooting a science fiction film called Space Raiders, although I'm not certain that will be the final title. We're also testing the title Star Pirates, and they're running 50-50, so it may be one of those or it may be something totally different. Vince Edwards plays the lead, and it's a story of an aging space pirate who inadvertently kidnaps a small boy in the midst of a raid. And
I mean,
doesn't
who of us
want the
hasn't
small
done
boy
that?
And we all know the movie he's talking about, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
With him in space. But the boy eventually proves himself to the other members of the crew,
Damn
and a
rocks.
bond develops between the old pirate, played
You
by
give
Vince
the kid a
Edwards,
beer.
and the young boy, leading to what we hope will be both an action and an emotional climax.
Kind of like a space kidnapped, I guess. Or
A space kidnapped or a space treasure island, but it isn't really an attempt to recreate either of those 2 stories. It is an original science fiction story.
That's very interesting. One more
We're
question.
not paying any rights to anybody else. That's
question
what
I
I'm
know
saying.
Hell no, that's let's not be
Totally
I've had a lot of
Robert
fun
Louis
watching
Stevenson's
films.
ghost
Was
has
it as
not
fun for
going
you
to be
as a
suing me.
director to make them?
In general, yes. Directing is a fun experience, it's a creative experience, but it can also sometimes be a somewhat nerve-wracking experience, so the answer would be a qualified yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nelson.
Very good. Anything else?
We need to stay. How about a crazed reporter?
Yeah, that would, yeah, and I go berserk and destroy. That would not be
Look how happy
too
he
difficult
is.
to say.
That's my point.
He's pretty cool.
Anytime.
Oh, okay. So what was the question?
In general, what do you see the direction of horror films going?
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, do you want me to ask it
Yeah.
again?
Yeah, why don't you answer?
Okay, sir, in general, what do you see the direction of horror films going? What direction is it taking?
Well, at the moment, I think we've reached the peak, or maybe we're just beyond the peak of the splatter films, the throwing gore all over the film.
Unless
I
it's a
think they
sharktopus.
peaked at the box office maybe 2 years ago, and a number of them are still being made, but we're seeing fewer and
Great
fewer
film,
of them make really big amounts of money. So I think at the moment it's a blending of horror with other genres, but I believe the classical horror film will come back. It's just we've been saturated
He was
with
right.
it at the
Eventually,
moment, but I would
Sharktopus will
say
happen.
give
And
it
then
2,
yeah, we'll be
3,
good.
4 years.
It's the inevitable
and it will
conclusion
come
to
back.
all
The
horror
Yeah,
concept of
but
the
not
horror
in
film
the
seems to
80s.
be always
It
with
kind of
us.
runs
I
its
will
course.
be storing
No, the
more.
technology
so-
wasn't there.
And you know what you
Yeah.
can
So
do?
fucking
Lovecraft.
suave, dude.
For
Yes.
splicing
Look
a
at him.
shark and an octopus together.
Ugh.
Oh my God!
It's a werewolf.
Noli?
It's not to transform there.
No, it's too much hair.
I don't know. I thought this was it's not a spectacular clip, but it kind of shows Roger's sincerity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think again, there's Roger knows he's as comfortable in his skin as anybody has ever been.
Yeah.
He knows what he does, and also he understands what they're trying to do, and he's trying to here. Let me help you out because it helps me and it helps you, right? And you know, so should I read that? Yes, I think you should. He's doing their fucking job for them because he understands their job better than they do.
Yes, he is.
But again,
That's
it's let's get through this. There's a transactional understanding, right?
But not a cynical transaction.
No, it's again. Well, again,
No,
there's
this
an
is a case
honest,
of,
there's an honesty, there's an exchange of good, an honest exchange of goods. I'm not trying to screw you. You're not trying to screw me.
Yeah.
We're trying to have this exchange. We both benefit, and then we walk away, right?
Yeah.
And
I will mention all of my 3 titles to the things that I'm working on.
absolutely, right, right.
But I will do it in a way where I'm also answering the question that you asked me.
Right, and oh, by the way, that'll be something that will then trigger you. You can ask another thing, and you can ask me about my beliefs about certain genre stuff or
thank
whatever,
God.
and I'll give you that information. Right?
Blue collar. That's the best compliment I've had all night, buddy.
I mean-
Thank you.
To be fair, he's not making uber money while doing so, unlike yourself, sir.
The stream is the only thing I'm allowed to drive anymore.
Yeah,
So, yeah. There's-
Although very similar to you, the passengers are also screaming as he drives down the. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Third Brain. I'm just saying the same thing.
Okay. Something's happened to R2. I'm not. Oh, whoa.
Whoa! The worst case of crap.
I have some shampoo for that R2 if you need that. I can clear that up for you.
Oh, great.
The only thing I can add to that is I actually did contract crabs before I ever had sex.
Oh no, we get the gentle sink references.
Yeah, and my mom thought that was the funniest goddamn thing she'd ever seen. in her
Yeah.
life.
We had
I
that
got body lice.
We had that run through the dorm, and oh, by the way, hilariously, was spread by the toilet seats. That was actually how, and so like our entire floor just got fucking infested. It was like that was fun, yeah. Everybody's looking at each other like, "Were you the one that started this shit? Because if it is, I'm gonna fuck you up."
They got our too.
You'll get out of that. It's fine.
Well
You can fly
done
now.
there.
He needs to bring out the torch and start itching that away.
Or barbecuing, one or the other.
Barbecue?
You put a little Old Bay on that and flame it.
Oh yeah,
it'll be good.
Rub some butter on your genitals, it'll be fine.
Kids, we are dangerously close to 6 hours, which means bedtime. So, what do you use if you don't use toilet seats, Kramer? We're gonna go around real quick. Everyone's final thoughts. It has been an amazing, exceptional show. It's a sad occasion, but I think we managed to pull off the celebration of life.
Yes.
I did a lot of work on this. I went through a lot of footage. I know Barbara has done a ton of research and pulled up a bunch of trivia and great anecdotes. So, Barbara, your final thoughts on the life of Roger Corman, please.
Roger Corman is a national treasure, and I will fight anybody who says different.
I got your back on that one, Barbara. I got your back.
Barbara Johnson is right.
That's right.
the legacy of his career, his life is not just how prolific he was as a producer and a director of movies, but of the people that he launched, that he mentored, and that moved cinema in a profound way. I think the man is just an absolute gem of a human being, and the world is a lesser place without him in it.
Yes.
Well said.
And I think to emphasize what you said, that it wasn't just he gave them the start. They took the lessons they learned from him, and that was what
a bigger world of cinema.
Right. That's what made them great. That they just applied it in larger.
Yeah, there's a snowball effect with Roger.
Yeah.
From his
It's not just I gave you a leg up. I also taught you how to take the next steps and to be successful at every step you take.
All right, Barbara. Was that it? Anything else?
Yeah, we'll move it along.
Uncle Jay, you've got 3 minutes.
Let the others go.
Oh, you want to close out?
I'll back clean up, because I want them to get their.
Let's juggle it, and we're going to Smylexx. Your final thoughts on.
Righty. Okay. Well, I think we've already kind of covered a lot of it, which is to say that he had this career which is far-reaching and goes much further than you'd expect. It's not just a case of he made a bunch of terrible sort of B movies. He made a lot of very successful films, and a lot of people very, very successful as well. I think that's really the legacy. We won't see his type again, I don't think, in Hollywood, which is a real shame. But the thing I really want to say, and without getting too schmaltzy about it, is the fact that what I've really loved about today of this particular stream is just how much everybody has brought to it, and there's a genuine outpouring of gratitude and love for this guy that's coming out of everybody that's on this panel today and in the chat as well to some degree, because those that know his career, and that's wonderful to see. I think I'm going to go watch Sharktopus and Battle Beyond the Stars today at some point. So I'm just going to keep the.
I know exactly why we're watching Battle Beyond the Stars. Okay, yeah.
And you know exactly which scenes I'm pausing on. Yeah.
Well, watch him on the clock at your job, please. Watch him on the clock. All right, thank you, Smylexx. Right. Professor R2, you get all the time you want, Professor.
I don't know that there's that much left to say. We've been talking about Roger here for close to 6 hours now, watching a couple of his films and just talking about his life and his career and all the other careers that he's launched. What an amazingly talented man, and not just someone who was talented and used that talent to do something great for himself. He shared that talent with others. He mentored others. He helped bring other people up, and he reveled in their success. This is a guy who was incredibly generous. He loved so many people around him. And you know what? He was a hell of a businessman, and he made pictures that people enjoyed. They had fun with. He clearly had fun with them. So, Roger, wherever you are, thank you, my man. You did amazing things. And like Smylexx said, I don't think we'll ever see his like again.
It's a glass.
An absolute class act. It's one of those rare cases where the more you dig into it, the more impressed you are, and that's rare in itself these days. Yeah. So we're going to Uncle Jay here, and go.
I think there are people that you see in it doesn't matter the industry, that you recognize genius at work, and I don't use that term lightly because I've worked with a lot of gifted people, but the true geniuses, they really have a understanding at all the levels of what they do. They also have a clear understanding of who they are, what's the most important thing to do, and what their priorities are. And Roger Corman is definitely among the firmament of of genius.
Yes.
He has a clear understanding of the thing that he wants to achieve in life, which is to have an independence to do the things that he wants to do. He goes to university, becomes he gets all of his studies are in engineering, and he goes out and he spends 4 days as an actual professional engineer before he quits that job.
Yes,
and
that's right.
Goes into bicycle messengering on a studio film lot, right?
For
And
$30 a week.
right,
Mm-hmm.
and then he learns. He moves up. I'll do the script reading. Then I'll learn to edit them a bit and all that stuff. I'll do one thing. He gets one script that he works through. They make the movie. Great. I'm going to make my own movies. And then goes finds guys who are also interested in starting a distribution system. And oh, by the way, we're going to target a demographic that does not exist, has not existed,
is not recognized.
Right?
Yeah.
That look, you're either a child or you're an adult. There is no in between. And they say, nah, there's a different one, and then executes that brilliantly. Right? Comes up with business deals that are unheard of in the industry, but are fair on both sides because he understands what do they need, what do I need, and how can we make this work together, right? He then finds people. There's a cheapness to it, but the thing is that people that are driven, who really want to do a thing, we will work for low wages if we get the opportunity to do the thing we love.
If you're inspired, you will sacrifice.
You will find a way,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
And Roger offers a door for them, and not just I'm in a mercenary. I'm going to take advantage of it. He knows that those people that are driven by that are going to produce the best work, and that can learn from him, that he can pass on the knowledge that they can then take on. He knows they're going to leave the nest, and it may be very soon, right? But he's going to have the chance to give them the baseline understanding of professionalism that will serve them for the rest of their lives when they go out and do greater things. And Jesus Christ, did they do greater things, right?
Yeah.
And he constantly reinvents himself and the business and the industries that he's in. The thing that he was doing with AIP in the 50s and early 60s has nothing to do with New World Pictures, other than being innovative in the industry and being successful at what he does, right? He also recognizes at the end that the technology has made everything cheaper, the audio, the shooting, the editing, and all of that. But he also understands that there is a temptation with that can poison the process, and it is the embarrassment of choice that you have. He talks about it in the 90s, at the same time that he's talking about distributing a movie on the internet in the 90s, right? He saw further, but he also saw the dangers that were there as well. And it's why he had a process that tried to minimize the temptation to self-indulgence that we now see as the source of rot for so much of what's happening in the movie industry now. Right? The Roger saw it and warned, and people ignored him because he didn't play the game, because he was all about that independence. He wanted to have that
didn't
freedom.
need their game. Yeah.
It was the most important thing to him, and they didn't recognize the value of that because they don't have the strength of character and an idea of what they wanted to be like he did. Will we see, someone like him again? Possibly. It won't be in the studio system. It will be whatever disrupts the studio system.
I don't know what we have coming in film, but I know that we're due for the purge.
Yes, and after that burning is over. Oh, by the way, that's a great thing. There was actually one of the movies he shot after the Hollywood Hills burned. They immediately went and shot it. It was one of the Poe movies. They went and shot it because it was still smoking, because they couldn't set up anything like that.
Yeah.
Again, this is the guy, right? He's taking it. But there's that genius.
There's a silver lining in there somewhere,
right? Will there be somebody who rises up and does it? Probably. how will they come up? They will come up out of something that is not related to film. And don't have access to certain tools, and those limitations will cause them to be creative and follow that spark and do it in a way that no one else does and redefine it.
I don't think we'll see a singular person like Roger for a long time.
No, I don't guarantee it'll be soon. There will, however, because humans do this, right? That there always is someone who sees the world a bit differently, who has a strength of character and decides this is the way I'm going to do it, and I'm not compromising.
And how often does that happen? It doesn't happen. That's why
you can't bet on it, right? It's not every 7 years it's going to happen.
Right.
But it's why when you see these people, that greatness, you should recognize.
Yeah.
Right. Not necessarily. Again, this is someone who they may be making. In his original line of work as an industrial engineer. Maybe he's the guy who manages to make Tupperware, right? And people look at him and go, what are you talking about? We got fine China, we got this, that, whatever. But he made it the best that he could, right? That he lowers the price so that anyone can afford it, so that it's resilient, so that it lasts. Is it the great thing that everybody celebrates? No. But my God, is it practical, and the genius that it takes to work within those constraints is how greatness is measured. And he definitely hits the mark.
Jay, I'm gonna stop you right there because that was perfect, man.
Yeah,
well
fantastic.
said.
Well said, sir.
Cheers to Roger Corman, everyone, and everything that he's left us, and all of the people that are still continuing his legacy and carrying forward from his mentoring and his knowledge, his understanding. We are 2 minutes from our cutoff time. What a great show, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
What a great life we're celebrating.
Yeah, it's turned a bit of what could be passing sadness into a true celebration. And again, B-roll and B-sides wouldn't be here without Roger and those that followed. It means a lot. It's been a very special night, and we're just going to go ahead and wrap it up there. I'm going to play our outro. I'm sorry that Jethro couldn't make it through the whole show. But man, what a banger, guys, and what a delightful tribute. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you guys. You guys have been great.
Yeah,
it has been a great show.
Great fun, and thanks for putting all the work in, everybody.
Yeah, everyone did a lot of extra work this week, and it shows.
Go watch some Roger Corman films.
Yeah, go watch the classics. Everyone listening and everyone watching.
Go watch Roger's interviews. My God, are they enlightening?
Yeah, just deep dive into that because he's a fascinating man. There's a lot worse he could be watching. All right, good night, everyone. Please visit our PayPal and our Patreon. And we love movies. We love the fact that you love movies, and we love you watching us watch movies. So take care, everyone. We appreciate you. Subscribe. Hit the like.
Chat.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.